Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false. You knew that was false. For anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Kohberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false. We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122. But we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
Everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Hey guys. How's everyone doing tonight? We did a bunch of stuff that we needed to do earlier today. And since we don't have a bedtime on Friday, we're going to do this while the boys play video games. And then I'll go play video games. But we haven't been able to, honestly, simply because Dylan's voice is annoying and I know that she's lying. I personally have not really been wanting to sit down and do this. But I know we have to because we've got to move forward in the book. And the entire 6th chapter is all about Dylan's 11/17 interview. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to listen to it, but we're also going to have the book open and we're also going to have the report open because the information in the book is supposed to be unredacted, and I want to go in and see which pieces maybe that we don't hear or see. But regardless, like, we know the pieces that are lies. Like, I went in and took like a lot of notes, even though it's just like the report. Like, it's all of this stuff. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do all of them things. This light is in my eyeball. Where's my cord? Hold on. Eek. My camera cord is stuck. You know, I need the cats. It's the cats. Give me 1 second. Okay, I've been in bright lights all damn day. Let's just relax. Break. Okay. Mind you, this interview is like 2 hours long, but we're going to power through it so that we can get through to the rest of the book. And if you do have the book, again, this is chapter 6. This is the very beginning of part 2. I'm not starting just yet. I'm just letting you know what's happening. There is a poem at the very beginning of this, and I don't really know what to make of it. I probably tried to figure out what this was all about a little bit too much, maybe. And maybe it's like something that I don't know, but I did a lot of Googling. This dang thing is not in the right spot. I did a lot of Googling, trying to figure out what he might have meant by the August effect and the heart's promise unto the green pastures ahead. Because heart is capitalized like it's a name. And even with capitalizing it and like moving the words and stuff around, it still kept coming up to a scripture in the Bible, in Psalms. So I don't know if that was the intention with that or not, and we'll talk about it further. We'll do a little bit more digging online to kind of look and see if we can maybe try to figure it out. But I sat there for about 10 minutes or so, just sort of like looking around. I typed in like poets with the last name Hart. I didn't look at like book authors because it just sounds like kind of poetic, but maybe it's not. I did also try to look at maybe like lyrics from a song, and I really couldn't figure out anything other than like this Bible verse that doesn't have maybe like 3 words that match keeps popping up. So I'm gonna look. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone had a good week. Cannot believe we are already in the middle of May. Then it's going to be summertime. Summertime gets busy. because Dad's here a lot, and so we go out and we do lots of things. But that just means more stuff I can put on my second channel, so that we can do explorations and adventures and things like that. I did post a video of Zelda a few minutes ago. It's just a little short thing. I have so many videos of her that I need to actually post, like all the stuff. I have so many. I'll get to them eventually. I really will. Oh my gosh. I'm just so glad it's Friday. I am so glad it is Friday. We are about to get started here. Now, I will also say, for those of you who were here for my live yesterday and that have been following along with the Noel Rodriguez case out of Everman, Texas since 2022, yesterday they did have some remains be sent off to be tested, and they did come back today positive for Noel. They used dental records. I just question how the frick they missed it the first time, because they had like out-of-state help. They had a lot of help the last time too. They had a lot of devices. They dug deep down into the dirt. They did a bunch of radar, all the stuff. And they didn't find him. Didn't find him then. So it's crazy how they go out all this time later and they suddenly find him. Now, CBS Texas went out there to try to talk to her ass at the jail. And she speaks hella good English. I thought that maybe they were having issues trying to get information from her, or maybe she was trying to be like really stubborn about maybe being able to be detailed or whatnot. And no, she speaks fine. She speaks perfect English. And she agreed to speak with them and do an interview. And then they get up to the visitors thing and they're at the glass and she's at the door on the other side of the glass. And all of a sudden she won't talk to CBS Texas without her attorney present. And she never mentioned to them anything about wanting her attorney present. So then they never got to do the interview. That happened today. So I'll do a little something for that tomorrow morning, post it in the morning early so that we can get the most updated part on that. Number 2, Ryan Upchurch, the defamation. She does speak hella good, bro. She does. I literally thought that she had like a super thick accent, that maybe she was trying to pretend like she didn't understand, because we know the games these freaking sick people play. She's a child killer. She evaded the FBI being on the top 10 most wanted list for years. Okay. I didn't know what kind of game she was trying to play. She's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. And if she's got the competence to ask for an attorney before getting in front of a camera and maybe implicating herself by saying something stupid, obviously her brain's functioning just fine. Texas is such a joke, guys. It's not even funny. Texas is such a joke. Such a joke. But maybe something will shake now that they ID'd him. I still don't know where the damn stepdad is. I got to find that out. Anyway, back to Ryan Upchurch. I tried to find if there was any sort of resolution in that case today. I have not been able to find anyone who was in that damn courtroom. I have looked on Facebook, and like Plunder is really like the last person to even do an update on the court stuff. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. There's the last update on the website. They have stuff like really kind of shut down, which is interesting because when I called to check on this to see if there was anywhere for us to be able to view anything, she was really adamant in me understanding that this was not a closed or a sealed case. So I was expecting to be able to see some sort of updates on something, and there's nothing. And what they do have on here is pretty much sealed. There's one purchasable page. One page. Everything else is stuff that you really can't like do anything with. This is just like letting you know what's happening. So I don't know, but today I think was supposed to be the last day. So I don't know. And I know that Doug Bishop put something out on Facebook about it. I checked Steve Fisher's social media because he was also supposed to testify, and he hasn't posted anything on Twitter since like May the 12th, I think. I know that he was out doing a search for someone else, and then they ended up finding the guy. I think it was in the Grand Canyon-ish area. Now, it's been like a couple hours since I checked Steve Fisher, so let me check again. But he was also supposed to testify. No, he hasn't posted anything since May the freaking 12th. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the Ryan Upchurch situation. I know Down the Rabbit Hole News was also trying to figure out what was going on. She posted something about trying to get the transcripts. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah. You know what's crazy? Let me tell y'all something. I took an Uber today somewhere, and the girl that picked me up was from Kerrville. And she was one of the people that completely lost their houses and one of the people that Kerrville fucked over. And that's exactly what they did. The community foundation collected millions of dollars. I even posted it for people to donate to. I donated to it because I was under the impression that it was going to the community, the people. Schreiner University got millions of dollars, and they're nowhere near the water. This woman was supposed to actually have camped out on the bank of the river the night of the flood, but her sister went into preterm labor and that got them out of Kerrville to another town where her sister was having the baby. If it wasn't for that happening, her and her kids would have died that night. They were going to be in tents on the bank, camping out for the 4th of July. The house was 500 feet away from the Ingram Dam. And if you know the area, then you know how that's the river. That's right there. 4 months before the flood, she said their insurance companies canceled everybody in the neighborhood's insurance for flood damage because the area had been rezoned and was no longer like in a flood warning area. 500 feet away from the Ingram Dam. Pull up a map. And then pull up the map of the damage. Tell me if that shit makes any sense. Remember what happened before the big fires in California? A bunch of insurance stuff for fire protection suddenly was getting canceled out. Yeah, same shit. She went back down to Kerrville after her sister had the baby and the storms went away. She said the only thing that she was being offered was bleach and broomsticks. And she kept trying to make them understand that the house was gone. There was nothing but a concrete slab there. A house that had been there for generations, that was built by like her grandfather's father or something like that. Like generations of a family home. Destroyed, gone. Concrete, gone. Here's some bleach. That's what she got from that. That's the story for almost everyone in that area that lost everything. The people that didn't have damage and didn't need the money is who got the money. Again, Schreiner University got millions of dollars. The Tivy, the ISD itself got so much freaking money, and none of the school areas and nothing related to Schreiner was even touched by the water. I grew up in a town ran by the college. That's why I am the way I am about this case. It's disgusting. This is how Kerrville has always been. This is how Kerrville has always been. Disgusting. They're still looking for people. They're still DNA testing down at certain spots on the river to this day. And they're finding things. They're finding positive human DNA in the water and in all these places where they're still down there testing. It's so bad. It's so bad. Anyway, story for a different day and a different channel. But I could talk shit all day long, which I'll probably clip this and put this over there. I cannot wait until the rest of my people there get their heads out their butts and get the hell out of that town. Fingers crossed. Anyway. I don't know what's going on here. So hopefully tomorrow morning, there's some sort of update in this situation and we know what happened. But as of now, like, it's crazy to me that I haven't even seen like anybody on the news talking about it. Like, look, you type in Ryan Upchurch defamation lawsuit and the first thing that pops up is stuff from old. Like, no one's talking about this shit. Probably because Ryan Upchurch is always in the damn news. Homeboy can't, like, stop being in the middle of some shit. So maybe that's why people are just tired of talking about him. I don't know. But we'll find out, I guess, what's happening tomorrow. Okay. Now, we are going to go ahead and start the interview. Now, remember, the channel paid for the duplication fees for these. So we have our own copies. I don't think I've put the raw file up on the Google Drive, but what I've been doing is putting all of the FOIA, like the requests, the answers, the deposits, the finals, and like what they send all in folders, and I'm going to try to put like the raw, maybe like the audio file itself, because maybe it's like less space for the Google Drive. I don't know. I guess I'll see. Because if it doesn't really take up too much with like the way that I have it in video form, then I'll just upload the video form. I don't know the size difference. I feel like we had this discussion a while back and we were kind of confused why these audio files that had like nothing on them were so ginormous. Oh my God, it was the King Road footage. We had this discussion. The 1255 and to the 2 something time frame were like really big ass files, and they were no sound. And we were like, why the hell are these files so much like bigger in size with no sound whatsoever than the ones that have full sound? That's why I'm telling you, they did something. They did something. And she's still to this day, no, that's the original. No, ma'am. But yeah, I remember that. The file was ginormous compared to the other ones. Something will shake there eventually. Okay. So supplemental 3 is, I think, the document for this one. Let me go ahead and get that pulled up, even though I don't think I can show like the document and let the slide play at the same time. Like it has to be, I think, like on the screen with the audio in order for you to be able to hear the audio. Is how I'm understanding that. But I'm going to go ahead and pull this up just to make sure. And if you can't access these or you don't already have your own copy of these, something I can do real quick is print out supplement number 3 and add it to the Google Drive real quick, so that if you want your own copy of this one for the live, you can grab it real quick. Okay, so we got page 9 through 18. Let me just do that to make it easier. The whole thing. Yeah. Okay. Let me add it to the Google Drive. Okay. Here is the link to the Google Drive where you can go and grab just supplement number 3. And there it is right there. And there it is right there. Well, thank you for the 5, Blondie. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Broken Plea, chapter 6 review. And then Mortensen interview on 11/17/22. Okay. Okay. Yes, Broken Plea has several flaws. It's actually really funny because I was going through chapter 7 today, and like it's interesting. Like I can see my love-hate relationship with this book, like in my note taking. Because on, let's see, where is it at? Okay. Like right here on page 178, he is so stupid. Christopher Whitcomb is so dumb. He puts that Kohberger's freaking Elantra as the 2017. And then he says a bunch of like just false stuff about like a bunch of it or whatever. But then he gets to Turvey, right? And if y'all haven't like actually got into chapter 7 yet, it is very apparent that Turvey is really questioning Dylan Mortensen. And everything this, like, I'm getting chills right now. God, this girl's got, you know, there's something with Dylan Mortensen. My daughter's always felt it. I've always felt it. I've questioned Bethany, but I really, the more that we dig into this, I really think that she's just some ditzy girl that Dylan was able to easily manipulate into maybe not thinking things were as extreme as they were for her own selfish reasons. But it becomes very obvious in the way that the wording is in chapter 7 that Turvey is really questioning Dylan. Now, I don't know how much further they get into it with Bethany in the upcoming chapters because they get into her information after. And we'll have to go through her interviews the same way we're about to do Dylan's. But Turvey is questioning the shit out of Dylan Mortensen. And I love to see it. Because she's got a lot to answer for. And it just sickens me because we know that the Goncalveses will sit there after having private conversations about how sketchy she is and how the grand jury warned them about stuff and how protected that she seems to be, but then sit there and say shit like, oh, they don't owe us anything. Yeah, they do. They left y'all on red. They never talked to you. They might not owe you shit, but they owe the damn victims answers, especially Dylan. And they're not here anymore. So that means the families are the ones that it's owed to. That's just how it works. Dylan's got a lot to answer for. And I think she knows that. Like, I think she knows that eventually, like, this was going to happen eventually. That's why she hurried up and tried to get some money. And I bet you she's trying to do something, like, something with that money that was raised is being used to, like, help her evade something or get out of something. I don't know. But there's no way that she didn't realize everything was going to come out and look this way. The bathroom, the cleanup, the bullshit. Like, come on. This is so stupid. She never talked to them. And what really pissed me off about that is that Olivia came out and said that in an interview. After the plea, after all the things, she came out and said to Bryan Inton, neither one of them has ever spoken to them. And I told you guys what I was told behind the scenes from Daniel on Drunk Turkey after he talked to Christy in that interview that caused all the bullshit about the door being closed and Ethan behind the door and all the drama, okay? During one of the memorials, Steve Goncalves tried to go and talk to them because they were sitting in the back of the room, Dylan and Bethany. As soon as Steve got back there, Bethany took the hell off. And the reason why Steve went to go talk to Dylan is because Jack Ducour already told them, and we already see in the camera footage, he was right there and heard every damn thing, and she spoke to him directly, what Dylan had said. Even the part about him hearing Dylan saying something about the guy in black on the phone. We see Dylan has her phone. She's outside. She's making phone calls. She's doing things. Steve Goncalves went to go ask her to her face if she heard or saw anything. And she told him no, that she was asleep. That she didn't hear or see anything. And he knew then that it was a lie. That's another reason why I've been disgusted by their behavior this entire time. Because we've known this. We've known what they have known and the questions that they have had. And then all of a sudden it just goes away because a plea happens and there's no answers to anything. The questions don't change. They don't even go away a little bit. If anything, they get added to. I'm sorry. None of this shit makes any damn sense. None of this shit makes any damn sense. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. Like, he's known since before the grand jury. Before the grand jurors had issues with Dylan, Steve Goncalves knew that Dylan was freaking lying. And I think that if they would have been honest and then they would have come out and they would have asked the questions that they were asking in private when they were on News Nation instead of babying them because they were pretty little blonde girls, I think that maybe the police would have been forced to have to answer these questions. And instead he came out here and he allowed them to play victim. It's crazy shit. With full knowledge. Like, what would Kaylee really think about that, Steve? You ever wonder about that? Hey? Probably not. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and let's hope I don't spill my coffee for the 15,000th time. Move this crap out the way so I have space. We're going to go ahead and get started. Again, this is a 2-hour one, guys. So long haul Friday. We're probably going to be up all night eating junk food and playing Brotato. Because I know I'm going to need a de-stress after listening to this chick for 2 hours. I'm sure that's how plenty of people feel about me too. Where's my freaking highlighters? Okay, there they are. All right, you guys. Are y'all ready for this? Let's start listening to the lies. I'm going to try not to stop it so much. It's going to be so difficult.
This will be an interview on the 17th of November, 2022 at 12:05 p.m. at her residence. And give me your address again.
Yeah.
You know the zip code?
Well, hold on. I'll stop right here. That's not technically true though. Because in the very beginning, what were they telling everybody in the media? Share the alibi, share how they're cleared. Why are you clearing people so quickly? That was about them. They don't know them. Like Christy even said very specifically, I don't know them girls. Like, I don't know those roommates. We know of them, but we don't know them. I guess maybe they were getting backlash, but in the messages, Steve tells Brat about how Bethany and Dylan are protected by people, how there's protection. So considering the fact that obviously Steve has his own damn connections, he should have kept running his mouth. If he would have kept doing it very publicly when everyone else already was questioning the same thing, it would have been really a lot harder for some sort of retaliation to happen, given the world watching. It's just my opinion, though.
I think.
I think so too. And then do you have a cell phone number?
Yes, it's
So I didn't ask Sergeant Blaker, do you have her cell phone? You probably have her cell phone.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the number attached to your cell phone. So you know why we're here. We're here to talk about what happened over the weekend.
Yeah.
Obviously.
So can I ask, what year are you in school up there?
I'm a sophomore.
And what's your major? And you've been there both years?
Yeah.
And how long have you been living in that house?
Just since the beginning of August.
So how did you end up in the house with the girls?
My best friend in sorority have bigs and littles. Maddie Mogen and she reached out to some of us to live with her, and I knew her pretty well, and that's how I got to live there.
Where did you live your freshman year?
House.
Keep in
You've
mind,
always been in
it's been 4 days at this point. I'm pretty sure she's been talked to by the FBI in between, and she's definitely had not only advice from her parents, but also from her own lawyers. And we know damn well the lawyers are the ones that told her to play stupid, to say, I don't know if it was real or if I was dreaming. They freaking used the shit out of that. What's crazy to me is that for some reason, they thought her phone activity was never going to be seen. They're lawyers. Don't they know how the hell this works? Or did she lie to them and tell them that she was asleep and drinking and blah, 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 and didn't really know for sure, and not tell them or let them see her phone data to know that she was lying? Because it could go either way. Either way.
sorority.
Yeah. Okay.
So is your friend?
Yeah, she was in with me as well. We moved in together into that house.
And how did the other girls come to live with you?
Xana is a year older than me, and she also knew Maddie, and Maddie reached out to her. Kaylee Goncalves is her lifelong best friend. They're like sisters.
Yeah.
Maddie also reached out to her to live with her because they always needed to fill up rooms.
And did you know them before this semester?
Yes.
Through the sorority?
I knew Maddie and Xana through the sorority beforehand, and I'd gone over to the house with Maddie and her roommates, and she had Kaylee over a lot, and I saw her and met her a few times.
And was Kaylee part of the sorority in your freshman year?
She is a senior, but she was in.
So Kaylee just through connections with Maddie came to live with you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you didn't know her before.
Yeah.
The introduction through Maddie and Xana.
Yeah.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah.
So how well did you know the three other girls besides?
And we'll go and let's try to look up some stuff about the August effect after we're done reviewing the interview. Because it's a letter he wrote to his sister, Amanda, and he capitalized his heart twice. And I don't know why. I'm just trying to like Google around and try to figure it out. So we'll do some of that at the end of this.
Before you moved in?
Pretty well. Me and Maddie and Xana hung out a lot. My was best friends with Xana, so I was at their house a lot, and I knew Xana pretty well.
What's Austin? How do you spell that? And she doesn't live in the house at all?
No, she lives across the street at the White's apartments with my friend as well, who is I think she's actually a year older, I believe.
You moved in August, and then because I haven't been in the house,
Mm-hmm.
Where was your bedroom?
So obviously, when you walk in, you have the door.
Obviously.
Right in front of you is the downstairs bathroom. When you go to the bathroom and take a left, that is the bathroom. Again, looking at the bathroom, take a right, that is just an open spare room. When you first walk in the door and take a left, there's stairs. Those stairs go right into the living room. When you're in the living room, you can go right, which when you go right to the hallway, there's like this hallway right here. There's a bathroom here.
I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure Melissa said she's the one who drew that for him in that interview that she did. Because I was wondering that at some point, but then I remembered it was the other sister. So yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's capitalized. And I mean, he uses their nicknames, and they both use a double Z at the end. Amandays, and then Burns, however they put it. I don't know. Maybe it's something that the family knows, and a poet or an author or somebody that the family knows. I'm just not sure.
In Xana's room right here. If you don't go in that hallway, you just go straight. You can see the stairs that go up to the third floor. Right next to the stairs on the left is my room. To the right of the stairs is the kitchen and the sliding door. When you walk up the stairs to go to third floor, right immediately to your left is Katie's room. You can look kind of diagonally to your right, and there's the bathroom, and then fully to the right is Maddie's room.
So it's a tri-level?
Yeah.
And you're on the same floor as Maddie and Kylie?
I'm on the same floor as Xana.
As Xana?
Yeah.
So maybe I missed that. I'm sorry. So where is Kaylee and Maddie's room?
They're third floor.
Okay. And you're second?
Yes.
Okay. And who's in the basement?
Just.
Okay. I'm sorry, you okay?
Yeah.
And yeah, this is Gooch with ISP and then Blaker with MPD. They're at her house doing this interview.
I'm okay.
We're going to have to walk you through some tough questions. Are you going to be okay with that?
Yeah.
So tell us about Saturday. Let's talk about the 12th.
Okay.
The day of the game. What time did you get up on the 12th?
I don't even know. We had formal and we had a little party on Friday, so obviously a lot of us were pretty drunk that night. I don't remember exactly when I woke up. We started drinking champagne right off the bat.
Tell me what formal is.
So
like a ball.
Kind of like that. Me and my friend ended up not going to formal. We went to the house and then just came back home and like kept drinking and partying at my house.
So according to the timeline in the book that was put together by ISP and MPD in November of 2023, it says that at 11 o'clock in the morning, It has that Bethany woke up at around 11 a.m. and no one else was in the house but Ethan, because everyone else went out to go get Taco Bell. So I'm going to assume that means Dylan was with them. It would have been before 11 or noon that she had gotten up.
And then it was like more of a smaller party. It was people that we were closer to, just mostly not like everyone else.
They came to your house?
Yeah.
Who was in your house that night? On the night of on the Friday night. You're saying the Friday night.
So obviously all the roommates.
She says obviously for everything. Shit.
Ethan and my friend and her, I guess her boyfriend was in there. And her boyfriend they brought, and I guess brought her friend. Yeah, it was like all of our friends and their dates.
You knew everyone that was there?
Yes.
See, like all this stuff isn't going to be in here when it comes to the information that he put in here for her interview. I mean, some of it, yeah. Okay, yeah, I guess, yeah, some of it is. I am mistaken. Okay, some of it is. So while she's talking through all of these names, it says on number 11, she describes the individuals at the ball, including her roommates, as well as Ethan and his triplet Hunter, Emily, Josie, and her boyfriend Lyndon, Jenna, Claire, Hayden, and Gideon, Yessie, Lisa, Matt, and Aaron, and their dates who were Fiji fraternity members, Maddie Thornton, so another Maddie, and then Lakeland, and then Lakeland's date, Hayden. So Lakeland and Hayden, I mean, Hayden seems to be mentioned twice, unless there's two Haydens, because it says Lyndon, Jenna, Claire, Hayden, and Gideon, and then at the bottom it says Lakeland and Lakeland's date, Hayden. And then Kaylee was the date, Dylan's date. So yeah, I guess it does give some of the names in here.
All of them are except for the dates. There was a few freshmen there. I believe it was, and they had their dates. I don't remember who they were. They were of some sort.
Meaning?
A fraternity.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Not from cultural.
No.
Just got to clarify,
yeah.
right?
I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, we had our
welcome,
friend,
Tanya. Welcome.
I don't think she brought a date, and then brought her date, and then I believe that was all.
This is where she's talking about the same names.
Yeah, well, I guess you could say.
And
yeah.
How long did the party go from the 11th to the 12th?
We started, I believe, around 4:30. Some of us. So when you have a formal, you have a sober hour. All the that were wanting to go, we got a ride from a sober person at 7:20. We had to be at the house before 7:30. We were at Plea for, I would say, maybe 30-40 minutes, and then Kaylee was my date with me, so she came with me. We decided we wanted to go home. So Maddie Mogen, she got me and Kaylee an Uber. We came home.
That's absolutely insane. They all of them seem to make a big deal about making an appearance at these so safe formals, and they're there for a handful of minutes. They were at Hunga Dunga like an hour, and now she's telling us that they were only at this damn formal for 30 to 40 minutes. I guess I didn't realize that the first time, that that's the amount of time that they all spent over there. And I still really just find that questionable, because there's already been so much talk about the way that things work in Greek life, especially when, like with Ethan not living in the house anymore, different situation than the reason why Dylan and Bethany are no longer living in the house anymore. But we've heard several times that them going really didn't make sense because they weren't really living there anymore. There's certain things they couldn't do. Some other people are saying, no, it's totally normal. They would have been definitely invited. A lot of people are saying the reason why Dylan wanted Kaylee to go is because Kaylee was older and was more respected, and they wouldn't have maybe been so stupid about Dylan being there. I don't know. No one's really saying anything in these interviews that makes it seem like it's a big deal that they all showed up. Seems like it's pretty normal. They were all together going. So I don't really know where all the rest of that stuff came from. Who knows any freaking more? But 30, 40 minutes. all of that time, makeup, getting ready, all of it, all the organizing, 30, 40 minutes. That's crazy.
And then
who the Uber was?
no, I don't remember. And her date, and then her date got a ride from another Uber home, I believe, or Sobro. I can't remember exactly. I would say that was around 7:30, around 8 to 8:10, 20-ish on Friday.
I want to clarify on something so you know.
Uh-huh.
If there's alcohol going on, use, any type of drug use, that's not why we're here.
Yeah, I know. That's what Robin told me.
Yeah, but that's not our focus.
Yeah.
We need to figure out who did this to your roommates
Yeah.
and forever changed your life.
Yeah, I know. And obviously we were all very drunk.
So you get the ride home from the Uber around 8:30?
I would say so, maybe a little bit earlier than that. I think it was like right around 8:30 because
that's
everyone was
Friday.
leaving to go to the formal.
Have you ever used this Uber driver before?
I don't remember. I think it was then. Yeah, I believe yes.
Eric.
Because an Uber driver we know pretty well. We have his number. Super nice guy. I don't know for sure if the Uber that we got that night was the same guy, but we just usually would trust Ubers.
Now, remember, Eric made it sound as if he was like the only one in that area that Ubered. He said that there was a woman that used to do it, but that I guess she got tired of like the mess or whatever it was. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said there was a woman that used to do it that doesn't do it anymore. So it's basically just him, which is still crazy to me because why wouldn't a college student like want to work that hustle? Especially knowing that there's only one other person. That seems wild to me. I'd definitely be on that.
So that night it wasn't.
I'm just saying.
I don't fully remember.
Okay.
Sorry, I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember that.
No, you're okay. Can I ask you, because I do, and I have to ask how much consumption so we can understand her statement.
That's another thing I don't understand why they never tested these girls. I don't know why they didn't have them pee in a cup that day, just given the situation. Even saying it doesn't matter when it comes to charges, it matters when it comes to a lot of other things. And even if they didn't piss them that day, why didn't they go do a hair follicle test on them? They could have done some sort of testing. Then they wouldn't have to guess and just take her word for it, which obvious she's lying because it goes from being oh so drunk and everyone else around her is not having the same story. It goes from, oh, she had her whole Borg and she was so drunk on Friday and she woke up drinking Saturday and she drank all night, to barely anything at all. A couple sips here, a couple sips there, White Claws, little weak, little nothings. Like, come on. For somebody that's drinking every single freaking day and partying as hard as they're partying, a White Claw ain't going to do anything. Especially with 3 within a 5-hour span. I mean, come on. Come on. They probably have like a ridiculous tolerance at this point because of how freaking much they do this. The White Claw ain't going to make this girl to where she can't remember shit. And then they get home like what, 12:40-ish? 12:40-ish because Lakeland has the damn timestamp of her taking a freaking weird ass picture of Ethan's clothes on the bathroom floor at 12:43 in the morning. That's 30 minutes before Dylan said that they got back because before it was around like 1:15, 1:30. So if she didn't drink again after she got home and then they ate popcorn and then she took a little nappy nap on the couch, chick was nowhere near anywhere, probably not even buzzed anymore at that point. Let's be serious. From 12:40 to 4 something in the morning, that's some hours. And she took a nap on the couch and she ate popcorn. Come on, bro.
It's from the perspective of consumption. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I explained all that to her and
That's the lawyer.
she's ready to go.
Okay,
I'm
so
sure you
Friday
did.
night maybe isn't as important as Saturday night,
Oh,
but
shit.
what happens Saturday? What time does the party end on Saturday?
On Friday, you mean?
Friday to Saturday morning. I'm going to think it ended Saturday morning. Probably didn't end at midnight, right?
I don't even really remember exactly. I'm trying to like rethink of what happened, but I can't even think about Friday night really.
Well, this is why we're asking.
Do you care if I look at my phone to
Yeah,
see?
mine
Because
does.
I have probably videos or somewhat.
Why we're asking too is maybe there's someone you met or some path you crossed Friday into Saturday that resulted in what happened on Sunday. That's why we're walking you back.
Yeah. Okay. So
if you're following along in the book, we're on like the part of the interview on this side. That is part number 16, where she's like requesting to look at her phone. Thank you for the $1.99. Thanks for all you do to keep us updated. Well, I appreciate you caring about the updates, because a lot of people don't. Literally at all. It's crazy.
I believe we got home and we went over to the Whites. Xana and Maddie were there. I think it was.
See, that's why I wish they'd have been tested.
We were there for a little bit.
Especially now that we know that there's a possibility that Emily might have been purchasing something like that from Xana. We've already heard from several people in the interviews from Sigma Chi that Xana was somebody, or Ethan even was somebody that could find it fast. And then all of a sudden at 3:51 in the freaking morning, Emily sends Xana $14. And I'm really, really questioning if she was there. Like, was she in that house that morning? Very strange that we didn't know that until now.
I tried to leave. I think it was in her room. I can't fully remember. It was just me, Maddie, and Xana at the White's apartment, and I just didn't feel like being there, so I walked home.
Oh yeah, actually, let's keep that in mind too. For those of you who don't remember, there are pieces where she has the time incorrect because she's in, I think, Boise here, and it's like an hour different than Moscow. And when she's looking at her phone, it's not going to tell her the time that it was sent in the time zone that it was sent in. It's going to show her current. So that is something to keep in mind.
And were at my house. They were playing music, and it was just us four for the rest of the night. And I believe I went, from what my picture I saw, I went home around 12. I went to bed around 12:10 because I was in my bed at 12:15 in that picture.
Who was in the house on Friday to Saturday again?
So the names here, this is what it says for this part. She advised the other individuals that came to the house on Friday night were Jenna. Initially, she said it was Hayden, but corrected herself to say it was not Hayden, but Zach, which is Jenna's twin brother, who came to the house, and Yessie, as well as herself. Who is Yessie? Like, I know I've heard that name several times. Did we have an interview for that person? Yessie, as well as herself, they were consuming large amounts of alcohol and playing music. She went to bed a little after 12:10 a.m. and then added she went to bed sometime between 12:10 a.m. and 12:30 in the morning. And then it shows that she wasn't sure where Kaylee had been or what time she had gone to bed. And then it starts talking about the 12:15 p.m. the next day. So keep this section in mind, because this is where we get our first time correction, which I don't know how we're having issues with that when she's got her phone, because even this, like, the minutes are completely off. It's not a time zone thing. But yeah, she's saying this is Jenna's twin brother, Zach, and then Yessie and Dylan. She doesn't say anything about Xana and Ethan, like, being there at that time. Like, not like with what I'm reading here. Like, I know it says that, like, Ethan and Hunter were at the ball, but I don't think it says anything about them going back with them to the house. It doesn't say that they went back to the house with them. So they must have parted ways, and then Xana and Ethan did something else after the fact.
His and me.
And how do you spell?
Oh, yeah. I believe.
Thank you.
And then I remember Maddie coming home at some point. I don't fully remember when. I don't remember where Kaylee was. She was either in her room or the club. I don't remember talking to her much after we got home.
But you were in bed by 12:30?
Yes, at latest 12:30. I think so.
Do you remember on Saturday when you may have awakened?
I'm gonna look at my phone again. Sorry. I don't know exactly when we woke up, but I know we got up at around I have a picture of me and Xana and Maddie and Kaylee were going to get coffee and going to the store to get more alcohol. That's at 12:15 from my photo on my phone. I don't remember exactly when I woke up.
See, that's what I remember being told that morning happened. So I don't honestly remember Bethany saying that they, like, everyone else had left to go get Taco Bell. Like, I remember it being this. I remember them going to get coffee and getting more alcohol. I don't remember them saying anything about Taco Bell. So I guess we'll have to listen to it because this is what he says that she says on 11/16. I don't remember that. And considering, like, I know that, like, it's not a big deal that Ethan stayed home because they were bringing the Taco Bell back. But considering that Taco Bell was apparently, like, his favorite place, it's strange that he didn't just go with them. Unless maybe he was asleep. I don't know.
Is that on Saturday?
Saturday afternoon, I guess you could say.
Is the picture at your house?
No, it's in the car. I mean, I have a video of Xana in the car. That's at 11:44, I guess. So it gets us earlier than that. And that's us in the car. She had just gotten Starbucks, and then we were on the store to get more alcohol. I believe after that is when we started. We had a few bottles of champagne left from Parents' Weekend, so we were trying to drink that. Kaylee she had some good friends at the White's apartment who were having like a little, it was like a day jar, I guess. They had like 100 beers in this little mini inflatable pool thing, but obviously it wasn't filled with water. And a lot of people showed up there, and it was good. Like, we took pictures. That's that day, that picture that's going around. We were all really happy. Like, it was a great day. Like, nothing weird at all, nothing bad at all.
What were the plans for Saturday night?
There was a lodge party, that's where we went to later that night. That was the main plan, was like, okay, it's a party tonight. Like, those are known as the most fun parties, which is like you want to go to all of those pretty much.
Nothing about the fact that party wasn't even supposed to happen?
All of you were going? All the roommates were going?
Everybody but
Kaylee wasn't thinking so. Usually when you're a senior, you tend to go to the clubs more than the fraternity parties. That's just like the nature of it. Maddie she did go with us for a little bit, but ended up going home to go with Kaylee to the club.
What time do you think Maddie left you to go from your function to the club with Kaylee?
So I have a assignment that I turned in right before I left to go to somewhere. So pretty much Saturday night, we got home from the White's apartment. I'm going to guess around 5:30 again. I don't fully remember. Again, we were drinking that day too. Like, I had just had champagne. Like, I had probably around 3 drinks, seltzers. We made food. Me and Kitty made pasta, and Xana made the sandwich. Xana, me, all of us roommates. So Xana, me, Kaylee, Maddie were all together. Kaylee decided to go take a nap, and then
It says that at 5:32 p.m., Xana sends Ethan a text saying that she's going to take a nap. So they would have had to have gotten home like before that, around that time.
Xana and Maddie were on the couch watching a show. I don't know if we were fully watching a show, but we were eating, talking, and we all decided we were going to take a nap. I took a nap on the living room couch. Maddie went to her room, Xana went to her room, and went to her room. I don't remember when Ethan came around. I can't fully remember. Might have been once after we all woke up. We all set a timer at 8 p.m. to wake up together. They all were getting ready to go out. I'm pretty sure Ethan came over when we all woke up. I had to finish some psych homework, and I can look at when I turned it in. That's when I know I left. But I'm almost positive. I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know for sure when they left, because again, I was probably
almost positive, and then not for sure are so on the opposite sides of the spectrum. I'm sure her lawyer has to be just like grinning, like, good girl.
Probably still intoxicated. I would say I think
I
it's
know.
around 9:30.
It gets on my nerves, bro.
But you set your alarms for 8 p.m.?
Yes, I know that for sure. We all set our alarms for 8 p.m. I'm just gonna look at when I turn this assignment in.
Now it says here that the Explorer leaves King Road at 7:19. right? 1700 out. 1700 is 5 o'clock. So 1900 would be 7 o'clock. 7:19 is when it's claiming that it leaves. For him to go to Kappa Alpha Theta. It doesn't say that he stops to pick up Hunter, because on the way back it says when the house gets back to from Kappa Alpha Theta to Sigma Chi and then leaving Sigma Chi over to 1122. It doesn't say here, but it also doesn't tell us when it got there. So he could have just like never left that Saturday until it was time to go pick up the sister or like everybody else that was going. But it doesn't say he stopped and picked up Hunter either. Hunter could have walked over. But yeah, it doesn't have that in here. And then by 8 o'clock, it looks like they are waking up for the other phone logs. I'm going back and forth on these pages.
So I turned my assignment in at 10:12. So then they must have gone before around 9:30, before 10, because it took me about 20 minutes to do this assignment.
Were you in the house alone?
Conveniently, this is not even on this timeline. They have all their social media shit, their phone calls. But you'd think that, like, this timestamp proving something Dylan is claiming to have happened, meaning a time that she was awake. I don't know. You'd think that they would have put it in this timeline.
No, Kaylee was upstairs in her room. She was getting ready for the club. One of her friends came over. I can't remember her name, but I met her a few times. She's super nice.
Everybody's super nice.
They were upstairs hanging out, and they were all getting ready. I got ready, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go over to I left. If I turn this in, I got ready. So it means I probably left around 10:30.
What was the class assignment that you were turning in?
It's Psychology 215.
Did you have a deadline at midnight or something?
Yeah, that's when I had. Well, I guess it's supposed to be turned in Friday, so I was trying to turn it in.
To get some credit?
Yes, some credit at least.
So you think you left at
10:30 because I had to get ready. This assignment obviously is turned in 10:12. I'm going to say around 10:30 is when I left.
When you left, who was in the house?
Kaylee, I believe, and I know Kaylee was for sure, and I don't fully remember if her friend was still there.
What's
pretty
your friend's
sure.
name again?
I don't remember her name. She's super nice. I met her. I mean, she's an 8, so like I'm not like close to her, but I know of her, and she's super nice. I just can't remember her name.
So, what time did she say that she got to the party? 10:30. That's about right. That's about right, because that's what it says in the timeline. That she arrives at Sigma Chi at 22:30. So yeah, that'd be 10:30.
So, my house is like a 2-minute walk. Like it's right in front of our house, pretty much across the street up the little green hill. I guess you would know.
No,
as I was walking there, the White's apartment, like the parking lot between the street and the Whites. I was walking down there, I saw Maddie, and she was holding a box of White Claws, I believe. And as she was walking, I was like, oh, like, where are you going? Like, are you not staying? She goes, no, I'm going to go to the club with Kaylee. I was like, oh, okay, well, have fun.
Now, that must be, I mean, there's several boxes, like, all around the house. But I'm going to assume that the White Claw box being carried by Maddie is probably the same one that we see on the top of the step. Unless it was dropped off somewhere else. But I bet you that's it.
I don't know when they left. I didn't go home. I just went straight to
Real quick. The route you took to the did you go down to King and cross, or did you take a shortcut?
You know those little stairs that's in between, the tiny little stairs that's next to the Whites? Yeah. Those tiny stairs. I walked down that, walked the Whites.
This is the spot we see Hunter walking up, Hunter Chapin walking up right when he's being told by Hunter Johnson, like, what's happening. Oh, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Wasp. I appreciate that. Thank you. Congratulations to those who got those. Congratulations. Congratulations. Those are always fun. Now, our members only live this month is supposed to be the last Monday of the month, but that's a holiday. So that's also like an important weekend for us. So I don't know. We're probably not going to do it on the Monday, but we'll do it on the Tuesday. I'll make sure that we schedule it for the Tuesday. So thank you for that, because that reminded me that I needed to announce that little change.
Parking lot, and then up that green hill.
Okay,
To
so
the-
when you came out your front, I'm assuming you came out the front door
Yes.
into the parking lot.
Yes.
Cross Queen.
Yes.
Took that short little path
Yes.
between the whites and the blue apartments
Yes.
to your left.
Uh-huh.
What point in there is where you ran into Maddie?
Right when that parking lot, like that big.
Yeah, y'all heard him, right? Where he said across Queen. It is really interesting how this ended up being the 1122 King Road case. Because in all actuality, it's not King. That's very true. It should be 1122 Queen. That's crazy how that happened, right? That's so wild.
Blue dumpster. I'm almost positive is where I met her, and I was like, "Oh, like, what are you doing?" She goes, "I'm going to the club."
So you were already down then?
Yeah, I was down the parking
lot.
lot, and then, like right where it ends in that blue dumpster is where I
Okay.
saw her.
All right.
Was she headed home with the White Claws first?
Yes, she had the White Claws with her, and she was walking home. And then I believe it was like one of those mini 6-packs, not like the huge ones.
And we're
Oh,
not here.
okay, that
We're
changes
not- I know,
things.
you know that.
So
That might not
I
be
go,
the box at the top of the thing.
I
Wait.
go through the.
They have mini 6-packs of White Claw. Like, I'm literally like sitting here thinking, and I know that it's a different state. I've only ever seen it in a box, singles, and then they have like bigger ones like you see at like the gas stations. I've never seen a mini box. You do get them? A 6-pack? Let me look and see what that even looks like. I've never seen that before. I've honestly never. I mean, I've tried White Claw. I don't like it. I don't think that they're very flavorful. Oh, okay. Oh, they do. Huh. I've only seen. That's interesting. I've only ever seen like the big cases of like 12 and like the Walmart aisle, like in Walmart in the thingy on the aisle. And then like the gas stations have the singles. So that's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay.
Because
Okay.
they close their gates at a certain time, so you have to go through the front door and get these wristbands.
That's crazy.
I go through the door. I called Xana.
I've never seen
I
them
was like,
here.
"Oh, like what apartment you're at?"
I also
'cause
don't
they were
look
at
for White Claw.
beforehand, and they go,
I don't like it.
so I go down there.
Probably
Ethan's
why.
there. One of their freshmen is there. There's some girls in there I don't know, but like I've seen before. They're all sorority and
It's
fraternity.
a seltzer.
people. I'm
It's
with
not
Xana,
good. It tastes mostly like tonic water.
and is there
It could
with
be
us
more
as well.
flavorful.
Which is
Yeah,
has
right.
a guy.
Like she can. That's what's always been crazy to me is that they've believed her bullshit when it came to her not remembering crap, because she's so detailed and to the point to where she's telling them she knows for a fact that Xana hadn't moved because she's in the exact same position as she was 8 hours prior, and she can hear all these noises and she can literally give you an entire story about what she's claiming happened from beginning to end, while also claiming that she doesn't remember anything. And none of them ever did a shit thing about the bullshit. None of them did anything about the very, again, opposite side of the spectrum inconsistencies that came out of this girl. Even before the cops were called. Because there's no way that she also sits there and tries to deny the fact that she knew anything was actually going on while also saying how scared she was. It's not how it works. She was just as opposite side of the spectrum, inconsistent on 1113 talking to Noons right there in front of that house. We all caught it. You can't say nothing ever happens in Moscow. We weren't worried about it while saying that you were scared and freaking out and oh my God, like that's not how that works. That's not how that works. No one ever called her out the way they should have for her inconsistencies. Now, did the feds? Probably. I know that in the Kylie Rodney case, her ex-boyfriend Jagger was brought in and interviewed by the FBI, and Steve Fisher talked to him after the facts. And the way that he described the way that the FBI basically interrogated him was like torture. Hours and hours of just like a lot of intense stuff happening. But I don't know. I think she's probably good at what she's doing here. It came too natural for her to instantly play that game in front of the police officers that got to the scene. This is like second nature to her. It comes so easy. It happens so flawlessly. At least the way that it's working. I mean, we're paying attention. We have questions. We're not dumb. We've been looking at this for forever. But at this point, the cops, every single time they talk to her, they just move on to the next question. Move on to if she was a dude, all of these inconsistencies would be reasons for them to have held them and not let them out until they were proven innocent. I just can't believe to this day how this ended up happening. It's so crazy.
Super nice guy. Met him a lot. Like great friends.
Super nice. Super nice.
Me and we're kind of going in and out of the lodge, which is the main
Gideon
place, and back to the apartment just to see like how it was going. Like if it was.
Wonder what Gideon and her were doing
really
for real though.
That night, I mean, there wasn't a lot of people, which is kind of weird.
There's got to be an interview for him somewhere. I don't know if anyone has tried to get it from MPD or ISP or whatever, but if there's not, then I bet you the FBI talked to him. Like, I'm sorry, you got a whole boyfriend and you're going in and out of apartments and stuff with this Gideon guy. Gideon was also at the damn formal on Friday night, and he's writing his name on her arm. Come on.
Was there a football game going on at the same time, though?
No.
Oh,
I don't believe
there was
so.
a late game that night.
Maybe there still was. I can't remember.
Davis. So I think it started.
I can't remember there was a game. You went to a pre-game party at the Whites. The Sigma Chi party was like a jersey party because it was game day. Ma'am. Remember. I swear, bro. If this was my child, I would disinherit her. Like, you're not in the will. This is horrible. Instead, they're probably clapping, seeing how fast they can get her to go to law school.
I don't know.
It started
It was at 4.
Oh,
yeah.
It's the Washington State game that was
already
game.
done.
Yeah, so that I think that should have been done before Sigma Chi, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, there's sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I just didn't know. So me and Gideon obviously going back and forth, kind of looking around.
Little Gideon. I wonder how Quinn feels about Gideon.
Eventually they go into the room, apartment, which I think is, I can't remember, I think it's apartment. I can't really remember. He's a super nice guy. Totally trust him. Like, I've met him a lot.
I met him a lot.
There. I remember Ethan was really worried about his, because
Maisie.
They also had their formal that night,
and I know that, like, if it's like a boyfriend thing or whatever, I mean, I don't know. But to this day, I wish that we knew what was making Maisie so upset that night. I also think it's very important because whatever she was upset about that night and whatever the conversation was between them, it prompted Ethan to tell her that he loved her. And to her, that was abnormal. So when something out of character happens so close to something tragic, you have to question it. And I also wonder if Hunter was also messaging her and checking on her just as much as Ethan, because we don't know shit about what Hunter was up to. Again, even when it comes to now in these lawsuits that they keep piggybacking on, Hunter is nowhere. Nowhere.
So as her date. He was texting her a lot because she wasn't answering her, and apparently she'd been calling. Crying. Ethan Chapin.
Yes, no, I know who you're talking about, but you're talking about Ethan.
So we've known this whole time. You're hearing this, right? She's describing everything that we just now found out about the missed calls and blah, blah, blah. Listen.
I remember Ethan was really worried about his, because
unless this is about Maisie.
They also had their formal that night, and so as her date. he was texting her a lot because she wasn't answering
Okay, yeah, no. Scratch what I said. This is about Maisie. My bad.
her, and apparently she'd been calling. Crying.
This is
Ethan Chapman. Yeah.
No, I know who you're
She just
talking
called him
about. You're talking about
Chapman?
Ethan calling us.
Chapin. I can't remember how to say it.
Yeah.
Apparently she'd been crying and she wasn't answering her phone. And he was just like texting her a lot, really worried. I ended up talking to me after everything happened, and she's like, no, like I just fell asleep and I forgot to text, and the last thing he said was like, I love you.
But see, that's a lie. That's a lie. Maisie already told us. Like, Maisie already said that she had been upset about something that night. So, yeah, no, Dylan's like, I mean, unless Maisie just didn't tell her business, because Maisie does not like Dylan. Maisie made that very, very clear in her Amazon series interviews that she does not like Dylan. Shut the F up. She does not like Dylan. So maybe she just didn't tell her business. But we know from her own mouth that she had been upset about something. She had been upset and he had been worried about her. And yes, she ended up falling asleep. But that wasn't just, oh, nothing. I just ended up falling asleep. No, ma'am. No, something was upsetting her.
That's like way later. But
Oh, thank you for the 5 cat lover. Yeah, pretty much. We need a freaking sticker or something. I'm gonna make a pretty much sticker. Because that's like all she says. Pretty much and obviously. Obviously, pretty much. It's just too much.
so I remember that, and then I remember.
Did he say why she was upset?
No, he didn't know why, and he was really worried about her. He's very protective. Like, he was like an older brother, like a big brother to me too. Like, he was super protective of all of us. And then I believe it was me that went to the lodge. And I remember saying like, "Hey, do you want to go to?" Is one of Xana's best friends. We met through Xana, and she was I guess she was at the house.
We haven't heard her interview either, huh? I don't even know if I would know what report, if she was interviewed, if I didn't even recognize the report for this Allie girl. But if she was really close to Xana and they were there that night, we probably should have an interview from her.
She has 2 roommates. One of them I know was there, and they were just having, I think there's like 5 or 6 people total at the house, and it's like a 5-minute walk from my house. So I remember telling me, and like, do you want to go later? We just called it. They ended up staying, so me and ended up walking there. It's like a 5-minute walk. I was with him. We go in there. It's obviously me and Claire, I mean, best friend, and then twin, and then there's also, I believe, I'm almost positive that's who is there.
Okay, so this would be part number 29 with how he has it in the book, which is supposed to be the report. The group of them went to visit Allie, who she had previously met through Xana, and Kinsey was also there, including Dylan, Yessie, Gideon, Jenna Claire, Lakeland, Ava, and Zach, which again is Jenna's twin brother. So I don't know if he redacted this portion that's going to come up here soon in the book because he felt like he had to, because this is about, I don't know. It's around the drug situation, but he has it redacted in here too. And he's supposed to have been able to have heard the unredacted things, right? So he doesn't say, does he say? So he's saying that he's like putting the report in here verbatim, and we see that he's putting names and information that are like redacted names in what he's putting. But I mean, if he's getting it unredacted, why is this part redacted? Like, where's that information? And again, he's not claiming that it's him that's the one that's redacting it for any reason, like personal, maybe medical. So when we get to that point here in a second, I'll let you know that's the one, but it's redacted, which is surprising. Honestly.
Again, I kept drinking more. We were playing Rage Cage drinking game, so I don't know fully how much I had to drink. I obviously was probably drunk at this point.
Prior to that point, how much you had to drink? Up to the point that you don't remember, how much had you had to drink?
So like after the nap, I had about 3 or 4 drinks of seltzers. I'm pretty sure.
Like what type of seltzer?
Like just White Claws.
They're like 5%.
Those are 5%.
They're usually 5, so you're doing the lower end.
Yeah, that's what we usually would always drink.
So this isn't a question of interrogation. It isn't a jam up. Were you doing anything else besides the alcohol?
No, me and never have. Dan and Ethan, they would take Adderall every now and then, but that was the only thing they would ever do. Maddie would never, ever. Kaylee, I remember her talking about it once when she did Adderall, but that was it. I mean, Dan and Ethan were very smart. They were not like stupid drugs at all. I remember all I heard of them doing was Adderall. That's the only thing I've heard of. Me and were never we just never touched that stuff.
You just did alcohol.
Just drank. That was the only thing we did. So we're at her place. Obviously having a good time. My friend, do you know what a Borg is? People do Borgs. It's like those huge water jugs. You pour out alcohol, put vodka and me or whatever. It's supposed to like get you really drunk or whatever. Obviously had drinking the whole Borg, and she was very drunk, and I didn't want her to walk home.
She just said that Lake is the one that drank the whole Borg. She drank lightweight, little baby 5% seltzers, maybe had a few sips, but she just basically said what we already knew, that shit wasn't her that drank that whole damn gallon of freaking alcohol. It was Lakeland. Miss Ma'am was totally fine.
So she had been talking to this guy named Hayden. He's a super sweet guy. I really like him. I was like, okay, well, I can take with me to go home and we can watch Vampire Diaries and just cook popcorn, you know? So
explain to me why the hell she just mentioned the fact that What's-Her-Face was talking to a dude and then talking about how her and Lakeland. Was there a guy there too? Did this Hayden guy go back to the freaking house? Let's listen to that one more time.
And me or whatever. Supposed to like get you really drunk or whatever. Obviously had drinking the whole Borg.
But see, this is where it's weird, and I don't understand like why this is like this. Okay, let me look at the report. Is it like this on this damn report? 31. This dude is stupid. Okay, so for 31 and 32, he has these redactions. Is he not redacting? And then on the report itself, like she just literally went into talking about Lakeland and then going back to the house. So I don't know if there's going to be like another break here or not, but I wanted to show you that on the report, it doesn't have that redaction. 31 and 32 are very much written in there. So why did he redact it in the damn book? 31 says basically what she just said. So he redacted the part about the Borg. Why would he do that? Why did he just redact the part about the Borg? This is on page 157 of the book. Look. And we just heard her talking about it. And it's right here. 31, 32. Why did he do that? So 31 says exactly what she just read. I'm going to read it, though, because it's missing from the damn book, and I don't know why. She described the alcohol used at blank and blank's residence, which would be Allie and Kinsey, which included Lake consuming a whole Borg, in which she also consumed some of the Borg. Based on Google search I conducted relative to writing this report, a Borg is an alcoholic beverage which requires taking an empty gallon container and filling it halfway with water, adding vodka and enough Mio or like liquid flavor additive to make the taste of vodka disappear. The cocktail is often referred to as a Borg, but the nickname doubles as an acronym that stands for the drink's full name, Blackout Rage Gallon. That's number 31. Now, number 32 is she described blank, which is Lakeland, as being extremely intoxicated and that she had continued to consume alcohol. And because of Lakeland's intoxicated condition, Blank advised she invited, so this would be Dylan. Dylan advised she invited Lake to come back to her residence to watch movies, and because of Lake's intoxicated position, she called a sobro, and that's where it continues on. Why did he take that part out of the book and put it as redacted? That is dumb as shit. Why would you redact that? He has no problem putting the previous owner of Kaylee's freaking Range Rover, her full ass damn name, including, I think, even middle freaking initial, the psychopath, in this book. But then he's redacting the part about them drinking a freaking Borg? Dude, you don't make no damn sense. You don't make no sense. Oh, thank you for the 10, Jess. So behind me, this at least I can do considering what you're doing tonight for us in this live. Well, thank you. I hope work wasn't too hard. Take some time and relax. Take some time and relax. Yeah, I don't know why the hell he did that. That's dumb. That's dumb.
And she was very drunk.
But listen again, because I don't know why the hell she is mentioning the fact that that Lakeland was talking to this Hayden dude, and then talking about how she's so drunk I'm taking her home, and they get a sobro. That doesn't make no damn sense. That don't make no sense.
And I didn't want her to walk home. So she had been talking to this guy named Hayden. He's a super sweet guy. I really like him. I was like, okay, well, I can take with me to go home and we can watch Vampire Diaries and just cook popcorn, you know? So
explain to me why she's mentioning this dude. One more time.
Supposed to like get you really drunk or whatever. Obviously had drinking the whole Borg, and she was very drunk, and I didn't want her to walk home. So she had been talking to this guy named Hayden. He's a super sweet guy. I really like him. I was like, okay, well, I can take with me to go home and we can watch Vampire Diaries and just cook popcorn, you know? So
why are you mentioning that? No one stopped and said, why are you telling us about the guy that she has a crush on before telling us that she then took you back to the house? Did he go with you? No one's asking that question. How very strange.
Every fraternity, they have sobros, which are freshmen that are supposed to be sober for that night so they can drive people home. I tell him, I was like, hey, can you get a sobro so we don't have to walk? I mean, the walk's not terrible, but like... She's
asking Hayden to get them a sobro. Okay.
She can not walk very well. We get the sobro.
She couldn't walk very well, but then she walked home by herself later. Not very long later. That's crazy.
Was going to come with us, my friend, but she ended up staying at, I believe. I don't know where she went exactly because of me got in the car. I don't know who the guys were that drove us, but like I trust them because I knew them. I trusted them. They were all part of.
That's crazy.
They're known as being like super nice, trustworthy.
I don't know who the guy was, but Hayden got him there, so I trust him. That's crazy, girl.
Guys. We get home. No one is home. So we go upstairs. The house is kind of a mess, obviously, because we just had that party Friday. Saturday, we were drinking, whatever.
What time is this that you go home?
Oh, let me check again. I don't know if I fully have a photo.
What do you call the freshmen that stay sober?
Sobros.
Sobros.
Yeah. So it was definitely after 1, because I have a video of dancing at 1. So
So this is where things got a little bit misconstrued, and I had to sit back and I had to think about like time zones and all the dumb shit, right? Okay, so we have Lakeland, and again in her interview, which we'll have to review interview number 1 again, I think for chapter 7, but whatever. She says that the picture that she took of Ethan's clothes on the bathroom floor was at 12:43. So then I was thinking, okay, let's talk about time zones, because time zones could be an issue depending on where she was during the time of the interview. But they have the timestamp from her actual like system at 1:33 when she took the picture of Dylan on the couch with the blanket. They are speaking with Lakeland in her second interview together in the same room. And that timeline of the picture of Dylan with the blanket being taken after the picture of Ethan's clothes on the bathroom floor has remained the same. So knowing that she was gone because she has pictures of her right after 2:00 getting home, then it couldn't have been back an hour to where it was like 1:43, because then that would put the Dylan picture at 2:33, and that just doesn't work. So they had to have gotten home by like 12:40. She said the first thing she did was run to the bathroom, which again, I question, why didn't you go into the freaking bathroom right in front of your face when you open that front door? That's literally the first thing that you see is the bathroom door. Why did you go up the stairs, turn a U-turn to go down a hallway instead of just taking whatever you needed to do in that first bathroom? Then you take pictures of Ethan's clothes like a freaking creepo. That whole thing is just odd to me. Yeah, it would have had to have been around like 12:40. It would have had to have been.
I guess at first I thought it was 1, but it could have been 1:30. I don't know. I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember. I'm gonna say around 1:15 to 1:30ish. That could be wrong.
On Sunday morning.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Do you know who the sober brother was who gave you the ride?
No, but like if needed, I can text him. He would know. So we get home. There's popcorn. I always make just a bowl of popcorn for me and Lynn, and I put Vampire Diaries on. I don't know for sure, but I think around 20 minutes later, Beth came home and we just laid down and watched Vampire Diaries. When I first did this interview, I thought it was around 2 when I went to bed, but it could have been later. I don't fully remember. Again, I was kind of out of it. I was drunk. At some point, I did go into my bed. Ended up sobering up, and she walked home. I told her she could get a ride, but she wanted to walk home. I was like,
see, at what point would she have gone into her bed before Lake left? Because according to the timeline, Lakeland left before the girls got there. They did not see each other. The picture's taken at 1:33. You're on the couch. See, she's just all over the place. And then to say, yeah, well, it could have been 2, but it could have been later now. I don't really remember. You have timestamps on your phone. And remember, the weirdest shit is that she messaged Eric asking if he was driving, completely ignored his message when he responded, didn't read it until like 4:20 something after everything's already going crazy and she's in the middle of running down to the freaking first floor. And she's having a whole conversation with somebody in the middle. She knows that she was awake. She can see everything on her phone.
Okay. Do you know what time that would have been?
I don't know when she left. I mean, that was like a normal thing. Like, you were never worried in Moscow. It was normal just to walk home. I don't know what time we went to bed. I have no clue. I remember waking up somewhere around 2 and 2:30. Again, I don't fully remember. I heard Maddie and Kaylee come home. Again, the walls are pretty thin.
Which would have been 1:56.
So Maddie and Kaylee get home from the club. I noticed they have grub truck,
and again, she's got her phone. Meaning she could open her phone right now and see she messaged Eric Gower at 2:10. She can see that there are pictures and stuff that were taken inside of Kaylee's room before this, whatever the frick she's trying to say here. She's full of it. It's in her. She's totally fine with looking at her phone for things on other days, but to verify this timeline, she's guessing instead of looking at the device that can answer these questions. And no one's telling her anything.
It's just like that video that's going around. It's them at Grub Truck. They usually just get mac and cheese. So I can tell they got home from Grub Truck because they got mac and cheese and they take an Uber home. I have like a video of us. Let me see what time that's at.
Oh, now see
the video.
Now you want to look at it. So you're off by like 45 minutes this entire time, just going off an imaginary timeline, and now you want to check. Now, I don't understand why at this point they don't have a forensic report in front of them of a download of her phone information so that they can have the timestamps of her phone calls, the timestamps of her text messages. Why haven't they done this and had this in front of them to check the things that she is saying? It's amazing that there's no balances here. This cannot be normal interrogation interview procedure. And if this is really how it is, where like no one asks you questions, no one like has anything in front of them that they can call you out on for it being false, then what's the point? What's the point? You have them do an interview and then you bring them back in a few weeks later for a second one after you realize all the lies that they already said. Well, now they've had a million freaking chances to try to make sure everything they told you the first time has backup because you've let them go. You didn't have something in front of them to where you could call them out in the moment and make them actually think about the lie that they said. You'll catch them that way. They let her get away with so much, man. Oh my God.
I went up to, so pretty much, I don't know where Bethany was, but she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit. The video I have is at 3:10, so I guess it was a lot later than I thought. Sorry, I don't know. This video I have
this is where
is at
the time. This is where it's a time zone problem because it's not 3:10, it's 2:10.
3:10.
Do we have those videos? It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
Let's see that too.
So it's the Uber driver that we all know.
Is that 311?
Trying to see what they're saying. I heard something about anybody want to text blah blah
A
blah.
lot later than I thought. Sorry, I don't know. This video I have is at 3:10.
Do we have those videos?
It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
Are they saying no one's sober or are they saying somebody is so rude? It's like hard to hear.
3:10.
Have we seen this? Have we seen this somewhere? I don't remember if we've seen. I feel like we saw a video, but I don't know if we've seen this. We have seen this. I thought we had.
Those videos? It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
Maybe we didn't. I can't see it in my head.
So
Maybe I just
it's
don't
the Uber
remember.
driver that we all know.
Is that 3:11 a.m.?
That was 3:10.
Yeah, it
I
looks
thought
like
it was
it's
around
next.
2:30.
What were they asking to text Eric for?
I feel like it was somewhere. Like I feel like it was somewhere. Where could we have possibly? Dateline, maybe? I don't know. I feel like we did, though. I feel like we did, but then I also have like issues remembering it. So maybe we didn't.
Does anyone else want to text and ask if he's sorry?
So it's,
That sounds like they're saying, does anyone want to text to see if Eric's driving is what it sounds like.
yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
Does anyone else want to text and ask if he's sorry?
So it's the Uber driver that we all know.
Is that
Eric.
3:11 a.m.?
That was 3:10. I thought it was around
What were
2:30
they asking to text Eric for?
to take us back to Grub Chuck so we can get more food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Grub Chuck was like,
See, and that's why I want to know who the hell she was talking to in between. Because just because they did not have Eric come and get them does not mean somebody else did not. And there's so many cars that come in and out. That also gives an open opportunity for somebody to get food and bring it to the house. And there's a lot of conversation and Eric does not get answered. And again, this was something that was being reached out to for a very specific purpose. So it's still questionable to me how, like, even after all that, like, no one ordered food, no one went to go get food, no one made any extra food. Because they're not talking about making food either. And then the whole time all of this is going on, Xana and Ethan are not present. They're not a part of any of this. But she's also making a DoorDash order at 2:15 while the conversation between Dylan is happening with the other person and Eric is not getting a text back. Like, the fact that that's all happening at the exact same time, but Xana and Ethan are not even with them is crazy. And it's not Xana that she was messaging because it would tell us. It's not Ethan. It would tell us. And it doesn't. They're not giving us the name. That shit makes no damn sense. That shit makes no damn sense.
the best place to go when you were drunk.
So who's in the house at 3:10 a.m.?
I don't know where Xana and Ethan are.
Okay.
I don't know if they came
And remember, again, it's 2:10. It gets corrected later.
home or not, but I know for sure. I know because in the video we can hear her laughing. So it's me, Bethany, Kaylee, and Maddie. That is who's in that video. and I have a picture of Maddie.
Just to make sure that we have that, could you text that to myself?
Yes, I have a picture of Maddie too, and I'll save both of these and send them to you.
Thank you.
And I can screenshot the timestamp too. I can send it to you after this whole
Yeah,
thing.
that's fine.
And that's on the 13th of November.
That's on Sunday. I guess it's really early Sunday. So I guess that was at 3:10. I thought it was earlier. I didn't know that.
Before we go forward, you said when you got home with,
Mm-hmm.
you said no one was home.
No one was
And
home.
you even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
Oh.
But because
I'm sorry. What did she say?
You said when you got home with,
Mm-hmm.
you said no one was home.
No one was
And
home.
you even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
You went and got Murphy out of Kaylee's room and took him to the bathroom. F you mean you didn't go upstairs? Did she think Lakeland wasn't gonna like tell them? Does she not mention it herself that she went up there to get the damn dog? Why did she just say that?
You know that?
Before we go further, you said when you got home with,
Mm-hmm.
you said no one was home.
No one was
And
home.
you even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
Oh.
But
I never caught that before. She tells them about the dog. Or did Bethany say it? Damn, now I don't remember. Shit. Does she say it? Let's continue. She might say it here in a minute. But she just lied.
because Kaylee and Maddie came home later, that's how I knew they were not there that time.
So what about Ethan and Xana?
Their door was open. I could see that. I could tell that they were not home.
Their door was open at that point when
Yes,
you came?
sorry, I can't fully remember. I don't know for
Okay.
sure if their door was open or not, but I believe they were not there. I mean, maybe they were, but at that moment, I believe they were not.
Okay.
So obviously,
let me step back because that's a fair question. So when you were talking about Ethan trying to
See,
get hold
I
of his
thought it was
sister,
Bethany
did
that we
he
heard
leave
it
your
from.
group to go check?
But it was also Bethany we heard it from, that it wasn't Maddie and Kaylee that brought Murphy out after the girls got back, that it was Maddie and Bethany. And we were like, what? Because remember, Steve Goncalves has all these stories about seeing the girls doing this, that, and everything, including the dog going to the bathroom. And they're saying it's their girls. Well, their girls is Maddie and Kaylee, not Maddie and Bethany. But we also know they're full of shit. We also know they're full of shit.
On his sister?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think he thought that she might be either at her house or like at the formal, wherever it was.
These two comments touching each other are perfect, because Cat Lever said, WTF, she said their door was open and then it wasn't. And Pamela said, play dumb when they catch you in a lie. That's exactly what she's doing. That's exactly what she's doing. Yes, and then of course Lakeland said that Dylan went up there and let Murphy out. And then let him back in. The popcorn was cooking. And while the popcorn was cooking, Lakeland was in the kitchen with the dog. This girl, bro. Ooh.
I don't really know. I don't remember talking to a lot. Me, yes, left that little group to go into the lodge. So I don't know where him and Xana
You
went
never
after.
saw him again.
No, I did not see him again.
So she never bothered, which I mean, maybe it doesn't matter. I feel like I would probably behave a little bit differently. She never bothered to let her roommates know she was leaving that party. Like, even if it's not like going and finding them and being like, hey, I'm heading to the house. You don't tell your roommates when you're heading home. I would. That's my behavior. I feel like my daughter would. My son would. I feel like we would. It's interesting.
So after the video of me, Maddie, Kaylee, and in that room.
Yeah, it was a video.
I did text, and I'm gonna guess you have those text. I can screenshot all of it to you.
Okay.
I texted. I was like, "Hey, are you driving tonight?" He goes, "Yes, I am." And then me and Kaylee were like,
Girl, you never read that message. You never read the message. And I know people can say, oh, you can pull it down and blah, blah, blah. Then why the frick did she open it at 4:27 or 4:24, whatever freaking time it was? Why would she bother opening the freaking text message at 4 something? If she'd already pulled it down, there'd be no reason to mark that damn message as read. Why are you touching that message around that time? That's crazy.
Like, we're not going to go anymore. Like, we just didn't feel like going, so we never did. I went into bed.
And see, I can't believe that. I can't believe that at all. Because there's a conversation she literally starts having right after that 210 message. Girl, I don't believe nothing you say. I don't.
I have a big habit of locking my door because I watch Criminal Minds a lot and it kind of messes up my mind, so I get freaked out about everything pretty much. I don't remember.
Again, when someone exhibits a change of behavior right before a freaking tragic event, you pay attention. When little Miss Cry Wolf doesn't cry wolf and she's the problem, you pay attention. Her friends said she did this all the time. She heard a noise, she freaked out, she called somebody. You're so paranoid. You lock all the doors. You pay attention to everything. But the one night it mattered, you didn't do any of those things. When someone exhibits a change in behavior before a tragic event, you pay attention. She wasn't barely drinking. She's lied to the cops since the second that they got there. She's probably, based on timing, location, where she was in way of the crime, the lies that she's telling about not sleeping for 8 hours, her phone activity proving that she's been lying. She might have been the one who mutilated and posed the bodies for all we freaking know. We don't know, do we? Dylan has opened herself up to be a lot of things in this story. It seems like that's the one that Turvey might be focusing on here. And I have to agree. I think she had a huge part in everything that happened. That's just my opinion based off the facts. When someone exhibits a change in behavior before a tragic event, you pay attention. And these cops just let her go. Just let her do, because none of them were communicating with each other. None of them were communicating with each other. There's no reason why all of these inconsistencies 4 days down the line are not something that they are paying attention to. And then on 12:30 and all the times in between that they had, and no one is catching on to anything. It was so easy for us to see. And they're trained. How's that possible?
I don't remember if I locked my door or not that night, but pretty much there was music playing in the living room, which is very normal. People come home, like our roommates come home drunk with some people, you play music. That's normal on the weekends. Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee by her voice. I don't know how I knew it was her, but I'm pretty sure it was from her voice. And I also...
See, that's another very ridiculous opposite side of the spectrum statement. I knew it was Kaylee because of her voice. I don't know how I knew it was Kaylee, but it had to be because of her voice. You literally were very specific about how you knew it was Kaylee. Just like you don't know how the guy was white. You just knew he was white. Like, I'm telling you, her lawyer is so proud listening to this shit.
I knew that Murphy was with her. So that's how I knew it was for sure Kaylee.
Her dog.
Yes, her dog.
And what time did you go to bed? What time do you think you went to bed?
I have no clue. Somewhere after that video of 3:10. Oh. Yeah, I don't fully remember.
You didn't.
When did you text our that would help us?
Yes, I'll look at that.
Because you went to bed after you texted him?
Yes, I went to bed. I was walking downstairs when I texted him, so it would have been like right after.
And were you using your normal phone texting to talk to these people, or were you using an app or something like that?
What do you mean texting? Like?
So there's multiple ways to text people. You can either text by using your phone through the actual message system, or you use Facebook or Snapchat.
Yeah. So the main two ways we text is Snapchat and text.
Okay.
I switch between both. Like, it's never like, oh, I only text this. Like, I don't, like it's both kind of. Okay.
Do you have a preference on which one you normally use?
No, it just is like if
or does it depend on who you're talking to?
I guess it depends on who I'm talking to and like how important it is. Usually if it's more important, I go through text. But then also like I'll text like my high school friends through more text than Snapchat. Okay. Like it just is random, I would say. Nothing really.
It's not difficult to transition between the two.
No, it's not. Like my friends, I'll text through Snapchat and then I'll also texting her through messages. It just is random.
Okay. So could there be chances we could see gaps when they look at your phone and everything like that? They could see text messages through your normal phone here.
Why would you like lead her into being able to use that excuse?
No text messages in them maybe for a day or two because you're using something
else.
else.
I thought Are you guys able to go like download my Snapchat stuff in there, or
I
is
don't
that not
know.
possible?
So I've been traveling these last couple
Okay.
of days, so I don't know everything that's been done up there in Moscow and what they've been able to find.
Okay.
But if I have information,
That's Blaker, by
that
the
it's
way.
normal for me to do certain things, then it helps them.
Because there is a gap on your cell phone. There's
Okay.
a gap
And
of
that's-
communication.
See, so Gooch is admitting to her right here that they already have the fact that there is a gap in her phone information. And that means that they have the phone information and they're still talking to this chick without having it in front of them so they can call her out when she's not being truthful.
Notifications on your cell phone from Saturday, but it resumes normally on Sunday.
Yeah, that's probably why. If there is any way that you guys could download that stuff, I would really like you to have that just so you can get a better timeline and figure anything out.
Sure.
I don't want to interject too much, but I just got an email from Bill Thompson about specifically Snapchat accounts, all the accounts that you would have on your email, because
Okay, I'm gonna backtrack this. Conveniently, as the interview is happening and this very subject is being discussed, her attorney interjects and says, "Hello, I just got a message from Bill Thompson about this exact same thing." The convenience.
Or
I
is
don't
that not
know.
possible?
So I've been traveling these last couple
Okay.
of days, so I don't know everything that's been done up there in Moscow and what they've been able to find.
Okay.
But if I have information that it's normal for me to do certain things, then it helps them.
Because there is a gap on your cell phone. There's
Okay.
a gap of
And that's-
communications on your cell phone from Saturday, but it resumes normally on Sunday.
Yeah, that's probably why.
See, okay, that's a difference in behavior, isn't it? So if they're saying that everything from before the time of the crime is normal behavior, and then there's all these gaps during the 8-hour time frame, and then after the 911 call, the way that she messages people goes back to the way that it was before the time of the crime, why is that not a behavior change they're paying attention to? They just said that. They just called her out for that finally. Listen to how they say it.
I've been traveling these last couple
Okay.
of days, so I don't know everything that's been done up there in Moscow and what they've been able to find.
Okay.
But if I have information that it's normal for me to do certain things, then it helps them.
Because there is a gap on your cell phone. There's
Okay.
a gap of
And that's-
communications on your cell phone from Saturday, but it resumes normally on Sunday.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Frick. What the frick? There's a gap in your communication behavior. That's not before and not after, just in between. No wonder the grand jury were wondering why the hell she wasn't getting arrested. Damn.
Certain things, then it helps them.
Because there
Oh.
is a gap on your cell phone. There's
Okay.
a gap of
And that's-
communications on your cell phone.
Yeah,
from Saturday,
there's
but it
on
resumes
Zoom.
normally on Sunday.
Yeah, that's probably why. If there is any way that you guys could download that stuff, I would really like you to have that just so you can get a better timeline and figure anything.
People that overly want to help like that, like, please download all my information, please take everything. No, you're full of shit. You and your attorney had this conversation before you entered this little arena.
Out if that's
Okay.
possible.
Well,
I don't want to interject
That-
too much, but I
here she
just got
comes.
an email from Bill Thompson
Conveniently.
about specifically Snapchat accounts, all the accounts that you would have on your email, because I was talking to the detective Blaker about maybe you guys just deleting those accounts so that you're not getting hounded by, the trolls out there.
Yeah.
And
Delete my
he
social
had a
media.
meeting this morning with a forensic detective, and he says, we prefer that the accounts not be deleted. If it would help, we could get your client's login information to Detective Mowry, and he could then change the passwords so your clients wouldn't have to worry about the accounts.
Okay.
So that's just something for you guys to discuss and throw out, that's what they're wanting to know. What
Because you can't just freaking get a search warrant and forensically pull it from the server. Like, obviously you're going to do the forensic download on the device and on all the apps on the device and everything itself. But why are y'all acting like, what? These people get on my nerves, bro. Listen to what she said one more time.
He says, we prefer that the accounts not be deleted. If it would help, we could get your client's login information to Detective Mowry, and he could then change the passwords so your clients wouldn't have to worry about the accounts.
Okay.
So that's just something for you guys to discuss and throw out, that's what they're wanting to know what you want to do with that. If that's easier to just give them your passwords and they can just log in. But I'll let you guys think about that.
Okay.
The one thing with Snapchat is when you do send a text, it can go away. So I'm going to guess you guys can still download that stuff maybe.
If not,
This is where I'm mad. And I don't understand why they're trying to play like this is not how this works. And if this is honestly how this works, then Snapchat needs to it doesn't need to exist anymore. When it comes to Dylan's records, and again, according to Whitcomb, this graph was put together by police in November of 2023. Okay. And I don't understand why, when it comes to Dylan's Snapchat, they want us to believe that they don't have any of this information. Let me highlight it so I can show you. Okay. So when it comes to Dylan's phone records and like outgoing information on Snapchat, in big old 2023 in November, it says message contents unknown. Contents of messages unknown. Okay. But everyone else's Snapchat messages are in here. When it comes to even stuff that's older, they have the Snapchat message. So if they can grab Snapchat messages from other people's information, explain to me why they can't get Dylan's. Look. Hunter Johnson and Ethan messaging each other was Snapchat. Okay? So, how do they have everyone else's Snapchat messages? But when it comes to literally everything in way of Dylan's, it says that the contents are unknown, and it does it here too. Okay. Let's go up to the top. So this is the message where she sends Eric. Let me switch the view here. And if you hear talking, my son's door is open. He just opened it for some reason. So here's the messages. This is at 2:10. Okay, she sends this message to Eric. And then immediately, there's all this incoming, outgoing, incoming, outgoing, incoming. And we don't know what this is. We don't know what the contents are. And again, it says right here that she doesn't read this damn message until 4:29. This is the message from Eric back to her about driving. 4:29 is when she opens the damn thing. That's crazy as hell. And then again, this is where I showed you. She didn't call Bethany. Bethany called Dylan. Okay. And then this is calling Xana. This is calling Kaylee. This is calling Bethany back. This is calling Maddie. And then the messages between her and Dylan. I mean, her and Bethany. She's green, Bethany's blue. So we have all of these. And then we have where Dylan tries to call Ethan one more time. And then we have another outgoing message to another person, a random person with no name at 4:24. 4:24. And then we have an outgoing call at 4:27 to a number that they're not telling us. Outgoing message, call to Kaylee. Another outgoing message. Okay. Then a call to Xana. Dylan sending a message out to Kaylee. Then we have the photos and the videos after 5 o'clock, all the way to 6:25. Then Instagram. All this is Instagram. And then we have 10 o'clock in the morning, outgoing messages. More messages, more Instagram. Indeed. More Indeed. Messages. So much activity. So much activity. No, he's not, ma'am. Sir, ma'am, whoever you are. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's trying to sell some sort of self-help course right now on YouTube or some shit that he's doing. He's definitely not a freaking prosecutor. No siree. You Googled wrong, babe. All this activity. We're still at like 11:15. Like, she was so active in doing things. So active. So active. And then we get on TikTok. I don't know what this is right here. Oh, Musicali. I guess that'd be TikTok, I guess. I don't know. It's weirdly labeled. How am I supposed to know what this is? TikTok. So much. I mean, this is 50 pages, guys. 49 pages of activity. And she's just back and forth. Then here comes her dad asking when he can talk to her. And she pushes it back to the furthest time she possibly could. And then there's Jenna. And then more Facebook, Instagram. And then this is where she finally calls Emily at 11:50. Gets a message from Jenna. And then she's on Instagram. I don't know what this double click widget is. I don't know what that's for. But yeah. Lots of activity here. It's crazy to me how she did not sleep. Like, at all. Super wild. Okay, let's go back to this.
Not that they can also request through Snapchat
Yeah.
for preservation.
Okay,
and then
that's-
see if it would still be there when they get
That's
to
the main thing, because I believe I was like, I called Ethan through Snapchat, not because I like some people I don't have.
So then I am going to question even harder why we have Snapchat messages for Kaylee sending a picture to Maddie at the corner club, that we have Snapchat information for the message that Ethan sent to Hunter about where he was drinking. How can we have their Snapchat information, but we can't get any contents for Dylan's? And the contents of message unknown is on like all of the stuff when it comes to Dylan. Like I'll highlight some more right here and show you. Here's another one between 10 and 10:23. And then there's another one. There's a bunch. I mean, that's just one page. So they can go and they can get Kaylee's, Maddie's, Ethan's. Dylan's snaps are just not accessible for some reason. How do you explain that? How do you explain that?
I have their Snapchat. I don't have their phone number, which is kind of weird. That's how it is.
What's
So,
your login information on Snapchat?
like my user.
User and then your.
So it would be.
And now they're just not talking.
Yes. I have to figure out my password again, but it's probably going to be. I mean, I can reset it so you guys can have that password. I'll try and figure that out.
So your password would.
I would have to. I've had a lot of passwords, so I have to figure that out.
Can I ask you before I forget, because
Remember though, that notebook in Xana's room is opened up to a page that says passwords on it. So I think this is where they're going to ask her if she knew her roommate's cell phone's passwords, because this was there.
I will, because I'm open. Do you happen to know your roommate's passwords onto their cell phones?
No, I don't at all.
So you've never seen them put in their pen or do a
No, usually you don't. You're not really logging out of Snapchat.
I'm just talking just into their phones in general.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they have passwords or not. I have no clue. May or may not know Maddie's, because we're all super close, but Maddie was. So they had like that a little bit stronger connection, but I doubt she knows that. So at 3:10, it's when I asked her,
Dylan's
"Are you
dad,
driving by chance?"
Dylan's dad is not a prosecutor. Dylan's dad is not a prosecutor. Guys, Dylan's dad's not a prosecutor.
3:13, he said, "I am," but I never responded. I just went to bed. So I guess it would have been like 3:15. I went to bed-ish.
So the timeline, and you know this already, it's so critical to us.
Yeah, I remember when I first did the second interview, I didn't know the times, but now looking at photos and text, like I can see better timeline.
Do you know if it ever came?
I don't think so. I would guess he didn't, because I never responded.
So let me ask you a question. You've heard it repeatedly. Have you ever looked it up yourself? Have you ever gone and found his licensing and found when he actually passed the bar? Or are you just repeating information that you've heard several times? He's not a freaking prosecutor. Could you imagine if he was a prosecutor in Idaho? That would explain so much. But
he, we talked to him all the time. Like, we would text him all the time. He knew where our house was. He knew, what Friendliness was, what the Whites was. We really liked him. He was our favorite Uber driver.
Your favorite.
He could know something just because they do probably have cameras, and it probably would be a good guy to talk to just in case. But, we trusted him. He was a super nice guy.
You trust everybody,
got
Dylan.
home safe. I never had, any weird suspicion with him, ever.
How old is
Oh, I don't know. I think mid-30s probably. He has a kid. I know that, and he's married.
So he's talked to you. You've had conversations.
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations, like obviously drunk with him.
So you went to bed after that communication?
Yes, after that communication.
No, you didn't.
I don't fully remember, but I think I was on my phone watching Vampire Diaries for a little bit. I don't know how long.
Did
I
she
don't
say
know
on
for
her
sure
phone?
if I was or wasn't. I guess.
Did she just say she was on her phone watching Vampire Diaries, meaning that the information that she could have actually heard in way of the running and the screaming and blah, 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 could have literally been coming from her phone by her face, not from the living room. So she watched Vampire Diaries in the living room with Lakeland and then watched it again on her phone in her bedroom. I didn't catch that before.
A lot of like any weird suspicion with him ever.
How old is he?
Oh, I don't know. I think mid-30s probably. He has a kid. I know that, and he's married.
So he's talked to you. You've had conversations.
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations, like obviously drunk with him.
So you went to bed after that communication?
Yes, after that communication. I don't fully remember, but I think I was on my phone watching Vampire Diaries for a little bit.
I was in my phone watching Vampire Diaries for a little bit. This is after she's claiming she's in her room going to bed.
After that communication?
Yes, after that communication. I don't fully remember, but I think I was on my phone watching Vampire Diaries for a little bit. I don't know how long. I don't know for sure if I was or wasn't.
Meaning that if she was dozing in and out, because at some point we know that she's awake because she's adding a contact at 3:51. We know that Emily is paying Xana for something at the exact same time. And we know that Molly, the freaking DoorDash driver, that is literally verbatim the description that Dylan claims that she sees in her dream that night of a woman in all black with a big nose coming to the house. Okay. She could have dozed in and out the same way that she was dozing in and out on the couch. And if she did, before something would have woken her up in order for the events to take place that took place at 3:51 on her phone. It's very possible that at some point she was asleep and the damn Vampire Diaries was playing in her face. And that's where everything that she claims in the most innocence of senses would have come from. That is a possibility. I never caught that before. I never caught that she said she went into her room and continued to watch Vampire Diaries in her room. I never caught that before. That is interesting.
Again, I don't know if I locked my door. I have a habit of locking my door, but I don't know if I did.
Remember earlier she said she's really, really good at locking her door.
And I don't remember. I'm usually the one that locks the sliding door at night because Xana and Ethan would get up and forget to lock it. I don't know if I locked it that night. I don't know if anyone else. I don't believe I locked it. But it also wasn't like, oh, you have to lock it. Like Moscow always seemed like a super safe place. Like you walk home at night drunk by yourself or with one other girl. Like that's just the norm of Moscow. So I fell asleep. Usually when I am drunk, I fall asleep a lot better. And during the weekdays, I get a lot more scared about things, but when on the weekends, because
So during the week, she gets super scared about things, but magically on the weekend, all the scary things go into hiding. What the frick? Oh my God.
So I fell asleep. Usually when I am drunk, I fall asleep a lot better. And during the weekdays, I get a lot more scared about things, but when on the weekends, because I have been intoxicated and I am obviously drunk, I sleep a lot better, like a lot deeper sleep, I would say. So
Do you suffer from anxiety?
Yeah.
Even before?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is where there's a bunch of redactions. And let me see if I can see where she's talking about this part. Okay. Talks about vampire diaries. Let me see what it plays after the redaction. And then I'll read the piece. Because this is about her issues that she has. Like, this is the part in the first time that I was like, this has got to be about her mental health, the medications that she might be on, how long she's been in therapy, counseling, things like that. I think that's what they have redacted here. This must be what this part is. I'll read this section in a second. See, I just want to see where it picks up. God, this is long.
Go. I just remember. So I remember waking up.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So the only section, I don't think it's any different. Like, I don't think that he added anything else in here. Yeah. It's the exact same thing. So I don't know why. There must be something like very, very specific that she says that they didn't add to the summary here. Because the section where it's blocked in the interview is definitely present. It's number 46. So in the book, it's page 159 at the bottom. And it says she explained that she previously had a lot of dreams where she had been kidnapped in her dreams. And she further explained these types of dreams started in high school, and she knew they were dreams. And she would let those things happen in her dreams because she realized they were dreams. What the hell does that mean? Explain to me, please. What in the actual shit does it mean? She would let those things happen in her dreams because she realized they were dreams. So what does that freaking mean? If your dreams are about you being chased and kidnapped, so in your dreams you don't fight back because you want to experience the kidnap and everything that happens with that? So you just let it happen in your dream? Like, what kind of weird ass shit is that to say? Okay, that's number one. And then it says she advised she does not suffer from anxiety and denied prior life trauma other than divorced parents. How the hell are you going to sit here and say that you're scared all during the week until you're drinking your ass off on the weekend and then try to say that you don't have anxiety? How are you going to sit there and say how you super lock your doors and blah, 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 all this other bullshit, and then say, oh, you don't suffer from anxiety? You realize that we had a guy come out, or maybe we need to go back and revisit this. I've been wanting to for like a long time. I've mentioned it for probably like a year now since this information came out, really. So maybe less than a year, of a guy that came out and did a video. It was the only video they ever put out there. I don't even know if it's still on YouTube. It probably is. And he claims to be the boyfriend of a friend of Dylan's. And this is basically how he's describing her. Like, she didn't really have any trauma. She was fine. And the whole point about like her not crying with Whitcomb watching her interview, and then how she even says herself she doesn't cry, and the way that she's like behaving is also sort of like the same, to where like he said that they went to go give her a hug and console her, and she laughed at them and called them weird for wanting to do that. That's on track with this kind of behavior. But I would really love to know what she's saying actually in this section for them to put a summary in its place but not let us hear it.
Up around 4:20, I have text between me and Kaylee at 4. I mean, just text from me to her at 4:20. Let me make sure.
Well, I have to step back because I forgot to ask you. After the initial White Claws, what else did you consume?
Like nothing.
Did you have the 3
She's about
White
to
Claws
lie.
on the list?
So yes, so 3 White Claws. Going to the house, I had some of Borg. Obviously, Rage Cage. I don't know what they put in it. I don't believe it was hard alcohol. I think it was just seltzers. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just seltzers that store. I don't remember it being any hard alcohol.
Meaning she barely drank.
It's like just drinking game. I had a little bit of, I don't know how much I would say, of Borg, which obviously has like vodka brunettes. I don't know how much. I don't know how much I drank, but obviously some of that.
Obviously. So made with the same vodka that Ethan liked. That's what it sounds like.
And then I would say I probably had like 2 or 3 more drinks, maybe a few more.
And what were they?
Also White Claws.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All week,
And
nothing.
where were they at home?
Week, nothing.
What do you mean?
Did you drink them at home?
This was at house.
Okay. Did you drink anything at home when you ate
No.
the popcorn?
At Allie's house.
So the drinking had stopped.
Once we left house, it stopped.
And mind you, again, the timestamp for the first picture that Lakeland took when she gets back over to 1122 is at 12:43. So by 12:40-ish, yeah, because I don't know how long it took for them to get back. So we'll just round it to 12:40. No more alcohol for Dylan. And she was already drinking like little bitty nothings.
So at around 2 o'clock, basically.
No, not around 2, homeboy.
I think so. I don't fully know. I'm like trying to think again.
See, that's crazy.
'Cause I
To go be like, oh, 2 o'clock. No, 2 to 4 is 2 freaking hours, bro. Do it for real. You have to add almost another hour and a half to that. Y'all are giving her way too much lenient here.
know
This
the
is
last
crazy.
video I have is house with dancing at. Let me look at that again. That was at 12:57. So I would say, I don't know, 1:15, 1:30.
What step was that?
Let me look at that again.
What is she looking
I'm trying
at?
to think again. Once we left house, it's
I don't know what she's looking at.
Did you drink anything at home when you ate
No.
the popcorn?
no.
So the drinking had stopped.
Once we left house, it stopped.
So at around 2 o'clock, basically, based off of what you're
I think so. I don't fully know. I'm like trying to think again. Because I know the last video I have is house with dancing at. Let me look at that again. That was at 12:57. So I would say, I don't know, 1:15, 1.
Okay, this is the section that I have written down on this paper. Okay. This is where it gets confusing. So she's already been off with the time for like a minute now. Okay. And she's calling 2:10 with the messages to Eric Gower 3:10. So she's saying, what time was this? Did she just say 11:57?
Let me look at that again. That was at 12:57.
Okay. She's saying 12:57 is the last video that she has at Allie's party. Well, if she's calling 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, then when she's saying 12 o'clock, she must mean 1. But that would be 1:57. And that would be a minute after the girls get home and not at that party. So this is where the back and forth with stuff really is like not only misconstruing the timeline when it comes to trying to figure out the time zone problem, but the timestamp that we have for Lakeland's phone of her being at freaking 11:22 and taking a picture of Ethan's freaking clothes on the bathroom floor is 12:43. So how is Dylan having a video on her phone at 12:57 at the party, but Lakeland is at 11:22 taking pictures of Ethan's clothes on the floor? See what I mean? So even with the time zone difference, there's still a problem here because Dylan's timestamp has her at the party at closer to 1, and home chick taking pictures of Ethan's clothes is at 12:43. So whose is accurate? If Lakeland was so drunk that Dylan had to bring her home, obviously she's not at 11:22 by her little old self. So how does that work? They didn't even like, this is so stupid. What does it say on this stupid ass timeline? See, I'm really confused about this section too, because in this damn timeline, it says Dylan sees Xana for the last time at Allie's. For 12:04. But see, when it comes to Dylan calling for a Sobro for her in Lakeland, they have it between 1:15 and 1:30 based on her interview instead of being based on her freaking phone report. And what's crazy is down at the bottom, when it comes to when Lakeland leaves the house and when Dylan goes to her room, they're basing that on Bethany's interview. So I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what to think. It's either she was still at the party at 12:57 taking a video, or the timing is wrong, and it makes even less sense because that would put her at the party at closer to 2 freaking o'clock in the morning when we're supposed to know that she's at 11:22. So which is it? Is Lakeland's timestamps wrong? Because that still would have her taking a picture at 1:43 instead of 12:43. And then the timestamp of Dylan on the couch would be 2:33 instead of 1:33. And that way is behind after Maddie and Kaylee got home, and Lakeland's not supposed to be there at that point. So see how none of that adds up? Like, regardless of how you try to straighten it out, none of it works. These should flawlessly go together in a timeline that does not have any of these stacked gaps, misconstrued times. I hate this case. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Thank you for the $9.99, Anna. I appreciate that. Thank you. That is annoying. That is so annoying. Somebody's going to need to clarify that. Then they need to stop giving us information. That's the biggest part that pisses me off too. And I'm going to rant about this the whole time that we're going through this damn chapter in this stuff. There is no reason for this to be a timeline that is made by the police to be given to the prosecutor, okay? This far after the crime. There is no reason why they are using timestamps from interviews. You've got everyone's damn actual data at this point. No one should be, no. The only thing that interviews should be being used for at this point is to corroborate if they're being honest or dishonest when it comes to what the data says. There is no reason for there to be a timeline created based off of interview information. This is the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever seen. This is literally being created a month after the original preliminary hearing was supposed to have happened. And it's this effed. That's why it's everywhere. That's why there's pieces of the timestamps that aren't in order. That's why there's gaps. Because they're using interviews, and that's witness testimony that you can't trust. Why are you using that? Like, the frustration is top tier here.
So I would say, I don't know, 1:15, 1:30 left, just basing off these videos that I have. So we got that sober home, obviously. What we watched Vampire Diaries, had popcorn. Maddie,
No more alcohol.
no more alcohol. So then I guess I told you that rest of the part.
So you're in your bed. You said so. We interrupted you. So you awakened at somewhere between 4 and 4:20 a.m.
Oh yeah, I have text.
She doesn't actually say anything about adding a contact at 3:51, does she? Like it would be physically impossible for her to be so freaking passed out after being awake at 3:51 to do that in order for her to have been awoken. That's not how that works. Plus, remember, at the scene, she does not tell Noons that she was woken up. She says she's trying to go to sleep. She's trying to go to bed. That means you haven't yet. You did not fall asleep and then get startled awake by noises. That's the opposite of what you said at the scene.
That I texted Kaylee. So on my phone it says 5:22 because the time changed, but Moscow's an hour behind. So
now
at
they catch
4:22 in Moscow.
40 minutes into the interview, and now the time change is brought up. Not by the ISP detective, not by the Moscow police officer, not by the attorney, by Dylan. That's insane.
I guess would that change also my Snapchat video times?
Yes.
So then all of this would be an hour behind. That kind of messed everything up. Sorry, then I guess everything would be an hour behind.
But on your phone now, you're saying at 4:22 you texted Kaylee the first time.
But now since we're in Boise, it changed to 5:22. I don't really know why.
Because the phones are connected to satellite
so
systems.
We're an hour ahead.
Yeah, an hour ahead, and I made sure because I sent a screenshot to my mom that had my time, and it showed my mom's time, and obviously switched over because of Boise time. Sorry, that really confused me.
What did you text her?
I said, Kaylee, what's going on? Please answer. So.
Why did you ask that?
I'll start from there. 4 a.m. around 4 to 4:20. I don't know if I was still drunk. I probably was. I don't know.
No, you weren't even drunk when you got home. Shut up.
I woke up out of nowhere.
She's so full of
I heard
shit.
her playing music.
How do you know it was her? I guess I should ask that.
I
Remember,
don't
she just
really know for
answered this
sure why I
question
knew it was
a
her,
few
but I think
minutes
it's because I
ago.
heard her voice and she's probably singing. I knew for sure it was her when she walked up.
She's probably singing. So was she or wasn't she? The frick you mean probably?
It was her. I guess I should ask that.
I don't really know for sure why I knew it was her, but I think it's because I heard her voice and she's probably singing.
Probably.
I knew for sure it was her when she walked upstairs and she said someone's here. That's how I knew for sure that it was Kaylee. So pretty much she walked up the stairs normal, wasn't weird or anything, and I was like, okay, and I can go back to bed.
So she shouted out to you, somebody's here?
Not to me. I don't know if she knew I was awake, but so she walked up the stairs with Murphy. I think she got to almost about the top of the stairs just by how many stomps there was. And she said someone was
she heard
here,
everything.
frankly, but it wasn't a yell because I know for a fact it wasn't yell or shout because did not hear. And from what I heard, it's between talking and yelling. Wasn't yelling.
She used the word frantic. Did she not use the word frantic, or that she sounded scared and that it was at the scene is how she described it. So that's another thing that you will notice, which you guys already know, but it's important to point out that the more that she interviews, the less scared Kaylee was, the less likely it was that she needed to actually be worried. But she continues to slip up, even in making these changes and making this sound less severe than it was supposed to have been from the original telling. She still slips up and talks about how scared she was and how freaked out she was and blah, 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 whatever. She still slips up and says that stuff while trying to downplay what she originally said in way of Kaylee sounding like she was freaking out because someone was there and she screamed it and she ran down the stairs and Murphy started barking and it was a whole scene. She tries to make it sound like it's nothing. But it's too late because you already told us. And there's messages that show that you were freaking out. You and Bethany were having the conversation. You're frantically trying to call everybody in the house. But now you're going to downplay it. It's because the less that she can act like there was a reason for her to call 911, the less trouble, if any, she's going to end up being in. This is her lawyer. This is her lawyer. And if her lawyer didn't think there was something to protect Dylan from, this would not be the case. They would be like, I don't give a shit, spill the beans. You didn't do nothing wrong. You're a stupid idiot who didn't do anything because you're too stupid to do the right thing. And that's just what it is, girl. You're stupid. Like, what else is there? Tell them what you did. But no, instead they're creating this entire narrative, downplaying the truth for a reason. Dylan's lawyer probably knows. If anything, not like being told from Dylan, I don't think Dylan ever would actually say anything. But there's no way that Dylan's attorney is not like questioning why we got to keep doing this with this girl. Why do we have to keep fabricating these stories? Why do we have to keep doing this with her over and over again? Why does everything keep changing? That lawyer's not stupid.
Just in between there. I believe I was also very drunk. I don't know how much of this is real. Like, I don't know if my mind was like doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Like, half of the stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue. But
she's so pathetic.
In that moment of what I think I heard,
she's so pathetic.
Was her saying someone's here. Again, I think it was more like between talking and yelling. I don't know for sure. From what I remember, I think she like ran down the stairs pretty fast and then it just stopped. She wasn't freaking out, but she was running pretty fast. It's like I was kind of like, what in the world? Like,
so she ran down the steps real quick and then it just stopped. Like someone snatched her up off the floor and she just stopped running. Like, is that what we're supposed to believe? That's crazy.
What is this? Like, doesn't make sense. And I didn't think anything was wrong because nothing ever bad happens in Moscow
She's
ever.
So full of shit.
So then,
and you know that she knows what she's saying is shit because then she breathes in real deep. It's like her reset.
Kind of like, what in the world? Like, what is this? Like, doesn't make sense. And I didn't think anything was wrong because nothing ever bad happens in Moscow ever. So then,
did Kaylee sound stressed?
Yes, kind of. I think I don't know for sure.
What was Murphy doing? Was he barking?
I think he was barking again. I don't remember fully. I think he was barking.
Murphy a barker? Does Murphy bark at strangers?
We don't get a lot of strangers, so I don't know. Think so.
What would make Murphy bark? What normally, under normal circumstances, would make Murphy bark?
I mean, at this point,
he just wasn't really.
This is the question.
But you heard him barking,
for real.
You think, or?
Yeah, I think so.
This would be the question. This would be the question. I literally read a story today of a girl that has, and I'm not saying this is Dylan, but there is a girl that had like just issues, like some sort of fog situation, and she like disappeared 3 times, was found twice. And then the 3rd time I never found her, but it was like years in between. And she was just like living this whole other life as like this Jane Doe. And then they found her and brought her back. And then like medications fixed some things. And then a few years later, she disappeared again. And they found her like 2 weeks later in the woods somewhere. She didn't know what the hell was going on or how she got there or what the last 2 weeks had been like. And then a few years later, she disappeared again. Like she doesn't have a memory. Also, people that take Ambien and shit like that have been known to do some crazy shit in their sleep and they don't remember. The fact they never even tried to think that that was even a possibility here with how crazy she sounds, with the inconsistencies coming out of her mouth, with the lies that she keeps spreading out of her face is insane. They never even wanted to even entertain the possibility. I just don't understand. And I get like she doesn't have wounds on her, which is a big problem. She doesn't have wounds on her. It's difficult for you to sit and be like, okay, well, Bryan Kohberger doesn't have anything on him, so y'all are crazy because there's no way that somebody didn't fight back. Well, Dylan doesn't either that we saw. Her hands look freshly scrubbed. Her hair looked like it had been showered at some point and like left to dry. That's why I think, if anything, she's responsible for the aftermath. I think she has, and this is just my opinion based off the things and the bullshit coming out of her mouth and the constant freaking lies that we have documentation of. Okay? Maybe not the actual act, but I don't know why, but the second that we heard about like the other stuff that happened to Kaylee, the post-mortem injuries, the posing, the blanket after the posing, and then the blanket on top of Ethan, I feel like Dylan had some fun in that house afterwards. I think she's sadistic. We've seen the pictures of her with weapons. We've seen the pictures of her in the masks. We know the pictures that she had in her room. We see the issues that she obviously had. The cleanup, that was not something that you could lickety split and have done. There's literally no blood on the third floor. The blood drops stop right at the damn metal threshold of Maddie's bedroom. Same damn thing downstairs. There's no blood on the damn floor. It's all on the damn border. It's on the wall. There's hair on the wall. There's stuff in places that don't make sense. Handprint type marks being left on rails. There's one weird ass spot on the wall by Dylan's door. There's no blood on the floors. Not even a drop. In between. On the floor, in the hallway, leading to Xana's room, on the floor, coming out of Maddie's room, going back to Kaylee's, going down the stairs. There's just no spots on the ground. That shit doesn't make sense. That only happens if someone purposely came in and cleaned the shit up. And with the doors wide open, the smell would not linger from whatever was used to clean. We have the balcony door open. Kaylee's door was open, meaning that the air could go right out of the third floor into Kaylee's room and right out the balcony. Then the kitchen was open. And then the freaking bottom floor was open. It was seen by the guy walking this dog. Who knows if windows were open? There's no blood on the floor. We have proof she went upstairs. She just lied to him about going up in the first place and getting the dog. I never went up there. Yeah, you freaking did. I think she did shit afterwards. I think she's responsible for the postmortem wounds on Kaylee and Maddie and for covering them up and for covering up Ethan. But it would say a lot about her hatred for Xana if that's the case, I guess, because she didn't cover her up. She was left literally the way that it's described by Turvey is spread eagle. How humiliating. In your underwear, on the floor. And again, something else that's mentioned that I've said for a long time. How's it feel knowing you were used, Emily? Lied to, lured over to uncover the scene by the stager, because that's what I think happened. Again, this is my opinion based off of the actual facts that we have here. And you know what else? I was thinking about this earlier today. Remember a couple days ago, we were looking back through the 11-12 camera between 6 and 7 because someone had mentioned that they saw Murphy around like the 6:48 mark. And so we went and looked, and damn sure it looks like Murphy. It really does. It looks like Murphy comes out by the dumpster by Jack's house in between 11:19 and Jack's house. But then I think about the door being open. And I think about Murphy. And I really wonder if maybe Dylan left the sliding door open in the kitchen so that Murphy would get out. And I know that I have a lot of questions about Jack, and those questions don't go away just because I now have like another whatever in my brain because nothing's been answered. But I also wonder, did Dylan leave that door open? Possibly. Doors open. So that Murphy would get out and somebody would notice and maybe walk up on the scene as they bring Murphy home? I don't know. But I also find it strange that at that same time frame, and I'll do a separate little cutout of that later on, of that video. like you sort of faintly hear a female speaking right before it. And then I think it's like 6:48 and 17 seconds. You can like see Murphy, or who I think might be Murphy. It sure looks like it could be Murphy. It's definitely a dog, because cats don't do what that thing did. That was definitely a dog. And then it takes off and it goes back towards Jack's house. Now, the problem with that is that you can't see Jack's door or anything from that angle, but you hear a male voice outside at about the same time. So I don't know if that was something that maybe she did in order to try to lure someone in to uncover the scene. And maybe, I mean, I want to say maybe nobody noticed Murphy, or maybe Jack did notice Murphy, but didn't really think anything of the dog being outside to go to the bathroom and going back towards the house, because that's normal for the dog to just be able to like leave and go to the bathroom and come back. That's what they did. There's like a million different possibilities here, but that's something that I've been kind of wondering about because of how she had Emily come over. So I just wonder if maybe that was number one, was to try to get somebody to bring back Murphy and uncover the situation. Oh my God, door open. Oh my God, what's going on? Hello, hello, is anybody here? And then coming across the bodies. I don't know. I have lots of thoughts about stuff. I just wish that we knew the direction to actually go with it. Because all these weird ass things didn't just happen by coincidence. There's just no way. I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts.
Like what I think I heard.
Can I step back a second?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this, because you've been consuming alcohol, but I have to ask you because you have gone.
Here we go again with the silence. Yeah. This is redacted in the report too. This would be section 52. This is section 52. And it is redacted in the report. And I don't know, what did she ask right before it went silent? Oh shoot.
But you make Murphy bark. What normally, under normal circumstances, would make Murphy bark.
Yeah.
He just wasn't really much of a barker.
But you heard him barking, you think? Or
yeah, I think so, from what I think I heard.
Can I step back a second?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this, because you've been consuming alcohol, but I have to ask you because you have gone.
Okay. So I wonder if this is talking about maybe psych meds, because she says something and then I hear have gone. I wonder if she ever spent time in a mental facility, which wouldn't be a big deal. It happens. It happens. But I wonder if she did, and maybe they're referencing alcohol mixing with medication right here. Because I don't know another reason why this would be redacted. I really don't. Let's see how long this goes.
When in the backyard.
Okay.
So.
So you heard Murphy barking, but Murphy's barked before.
I mean, so when in the backyard there's dogs out there and he would bark at them. I don't think he ever really barked at people. Again, I don't remember fully. I'm just guessing off of what I think.
And I moved forward.
But I do think I remember hearing barking when Kaylee said that. And I just something about her running in the.
And see, that's another thing when it comes to the way that that Asget chick has tried to put the timeline together. She has Murphy being in Kaylee's room and then coming out of the room and going into Maddie's room and seeing them being attacked, and then he's barking, and then Xana comes up the stairs. And that is so not even in the middle of what we were told by Dylan. And that is so not even full of shit, right? But when it comes to her story, the story has always been that the dog was downstairs on the second floor with whoever it was, Kaylee or Xana, because that's up in the air for the investigators too. And that's crazy. So I don't know where she got that. I don't know why she decided to, the Asget girl decided to change that and make it seem as if Murphy was upstairs the entire time, because that's definitely not at all the way that Dylan put that story out there. So the dog would have had to have been barking as the person the dog was with was startled by something. That's the only way that that works. And the dog was not upstairs. The dog was with Kaylee. The dog was with Kaylee.
It was really fast because of how fast she was stomping. I think
hear that.
Fast
yeah,
stomping.
from what I don't know if it's real.
No, guys, don't pay attention to anything that this damn Nathan channel is saying. That damn Nathan channel is that same stupid psychopathic idiot that was in here the other day that said that listening to me was like a chalkboard and blah, blah, blah. Remember the one we kicked out of here the other day? It's the same damn person. It's the same damn person. They have another account. That's why I've been talking and I had it paused and I was looking over here because I pulled up this thing in order to make sure that I was seeing the shape of this idiot's face the way that their face looked before. I don't know how you're going to come over here and you're going to run that mouse some more and you got the same damn profile face. You didn't even bother. This person is still emailing me. They're emailing me from an email that I haven't even blocked yet because I haven't even opened it, but I know that it's them because it's the same exact same freaking email address that emailed me when this idiot was over here the other day. Audio for audio. Get the hell out of my chat. You're not going to come over here and talk shit to me, call me all kinds of crazy shit, and think I'm going to give a freaking hell what your ass has to say. Take it somewhere else, girl. Take it somewhere else. Or boy, whoever you are, because you got Melanie on the damn thing, but then it says Nathan. I don't want nothing you've got going on. You ran your damn mouth. I don't care. Goodbye. Goodbye. Now I'm going to block them. You are a troll. You're a stupid psychopath. You done came in here and running your mouth to me, and then you want my help. Maybe don't call me all kinds of names and say how freaking annoying I am and how my voice is like a chalkboard. Bye. Ugh. Like, how many accounts has this idiot made? Seriously. How many accounts? I know I'm not the only person blocking this person. Ugh. Like, I've got a good memory, bro. Like, the second, and the faces over here when I'm looking at this shit is tiny, okay? They're like that little big. From that little big, I can see her face, and I knew who the hell it was. She's a freaking, drugs are bad, okay? Conversation over. Get on my shit. Weirdo. Weirdo. Okay, here we go.
Or for my mind, just drunk and awake. I don't know really.
Well, that's important for us. So
yeah,
we can't tell you whether or not that was reality.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue. I keep trying to remember, but I don't know what's real and what's not. Pretty much from that night, and it's kind of frustrating not knowing at all. I don't remember who I called first. I don't remember when I called them. I mean, I guess I could look on Sunday from my phone.
Was this at the time you heard Kaylee running?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me look from Sunday.
What's Kaylee saying?
She just said someone's here and then nothing else from what I remember.
But it sounded like you said you heard her say someone's here, then heard the friend.
Yes. That's what I think I remember.
So
like she walked.
She was wearing shoes or not wearing shoes?
I think she was wearing, because all the girls wear those Doc Martens, whatever. I think it was those. I don't know. I have no clue, but I'm pretty sure it was shoes because of how loud it was. Again, I don't know for sure.
Which again, Kaylee was wearing, the last time we saw Kaylee's feet, she was wearing those little white tennis shoes, and it was Maddie that had on those thick boots. But we also see several pairs of those throughout the house. So she's right. That's the one thing she's been honest and right about, is that pretty much everybody in the house had those.
From looking at my phone.
Yes.
Okay, so I called
Cats
at 4:19 a.m., which I didn't know. I guess I called before I texted Kaylee. And I think that's when she said something about firecracker, which I thought she was saying that there, like someone threw fireworks in her house because she heard like I don't know what she heard, and something about like a light. I guess you talked to her. I don't fully.
Here we go. Okay. There is a fingerprint. I see y'all arguing. We're just going to nip this now. There is a fingerprint on the sliding door. If you go through the forensic reports, they matched it to, they tried to match it to Kohberger, to Johnson, to Mortensen, to everybody and their mamas. Not really, but they tried to match to everybody, and it's not a match to anyone, including Kohberger. But to sit here and say that it's law enforcement, we don't know that for sure. We know that there was a print on the floor that they claimed was law enforcement, but there is nothing in the reports that say that the fingerprint that is on the glass, the latent print on the kitchen slider, is a cop's. So if you have the report that says that, then please produce it. But that's not what we're going to go off of here, because we go based off of facts, like you were just told. So if you have the proof of that being a cop's fingerprint, or something where, just like with the other print, they said, hey, we believe this is an officer's, we're not going to pay attention to this, then I would love to see it. But we're not going to argue about things that for now we don't have any proof of.
No, I didn't understand it. I was out of it, obviously, probably still tipsy and just woke up. I thought she meant someone threw fireworks in her house, which didn't make any sense. So after that, I called Xana at 4:20 a.m. And then next, I called Kaylee as well as at 4:20 a.m.
And what, did you leave a message or anything?
No. And then I called again at 4:20. I don't really know why. Then I called Maddie at 4:21. Then Maddie at then Kaylee at 4:27.
So you never left your room?
So after I heard Kaylee say that, from what I can remember is I opened the door, and I do remember like looking up the stairs and then looking to the side, and I could kind of see the living room, but not fully. And I just remembered.
Now, remember, one of the original rumors is that the first time that she had to open the door, she yelled, shut the F up the stairs. And I'm only mentioning that because she just said that she thought that the first time she opened the door, she looked up the stairs. So I wonder if she said that to like maybe her friends later on about like whatever. I don't know. But that was one of the original rumors. I just don't know where it came from. Who even started all that? Let's stop for a second. Who even started all of those like little extracurricular little rumors that were happening in the very beginning? Because there was no one by name coming out that actually knew anyone that was speaking. So where did all that had come from? I'm guessing like 4chan or maybe Reddit, like people just talking online. I don't even know.
Like seeing nothing. So yeah, slept the door and locked it because I was freaking out. Like I didn't know if there was a guy there.
See, freaking out.
There or not. Like, I don't know.
But nothing happens in Moscow.
I opened the door again. Again, I don't know if this was real or if my mind was just like playing with.
And again, the fact that for every damn thing that she answers, she has to preface it with this is so. They should have said something to her by now. Chick, we get it. You don't know for sure if you're crazy or not. So can we just get on with it? I'm tired of hearing you repeat yourself. She's doing that, over-explaining and prefacing an explanation of this might not be real. So if I've got it wrong, it's not my fault. Literally every 30 seconds. How is this not a glaring red flag? That's crazy.
With me, but from what I think I heard was someone was crying in the bathroom. And I think it was Kaylee. But I don't know. I couldn't tell. And I just.
Which bathroom?
The one me and Xana share on the second floor.
So the second time you opened your door?
Yes. And again, I don't know for sure this is in the bathroom, just like what I think happened from what I think I heard and all that. And then from after like the crying, I think I heard someone, like this guy's voice I had never heard in my life, just saying like, no, like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. But it wasn't in this nice way, like it was a weird, creepy way from what.
And see, to me, one of my very first things when I heard her say this was it from one assailant to the other? Was it from one assailant to the other? Because like the next chapter, chapter 7, really gets into like really specific verbiage, description wise, when it comes to what Turvey was saying to Whitcomb about Xana and Ethan being attacked at the same time. Basically everything that we've already assumed, because from the very beginning we were questioning how come one floor didn't call 911. We got 3 floors. There's people occupying all freaking 3 floors, and none of them call the cops. Well, how the hell does that happen? How do you have people awake and hearing things and moving around and everything going on upstairs, but then nobody downstairs that's awake and moving around is calling the cops? Like, even take away Dylan's dumbass, you still got Ethan and Xana, and we know that Ethan was at least up on his right elbow with the way that he bled. We know that she was apparently awake. That's what they want us to believe, that she was awake, that the food had just gotten there, blah, 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 whatever, their whole freaking narrative. So you're wanting me to believe that one person was able to hold one person down while they brutally attacked the other one and then reverse? You're trying to tell me that somehow or another, the damn fight that Xana put up, that in the middle of that damn frenzy, that stopped somehow. And Ethan was attacked in order to stop him from interrupting the rest of what happened with Xana. I'm sorry, but no. Nowhere in shit does one person make that make sense. So it took me back to one of my original theories with this was one assailant to the other. It had nothing to do. They were not talking to whoever was crying. They were talking to each other about killing her to end the crying, is what I think it was. That's what I think it was.
I think I remembered. And I'm pretty, I mean, again, I don't know anything for sure.
See?
I think I called out for Kaylee and Xana because it was the second floor, and I was just like, Kaylee, Xana. And so if someone was there, they would have heard me. And I don't know.
So when you heard his voice, where would he have been when you heard it?
I think the bathroom. I don't know for sure. It could have been.
And that's another thing I don't understand is why she's so insistent. Because even though she's about to say, I don't know for sure, blah, 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 she's so insistent from the scene all the way to the end that this is coming from the bathroom. How do you know? How do you know? Like, seriously, think about it. Just commonsensical. Think about it. You're here. Off to this direction is a whole living room that leads down to the first floor where there's like this space where noise can echo up. All right, there's number one. Then you've got the living room in itself, closer to the hallway. She's not claiming that she's looking. She's just claiming that she's listening. She's not saying which direction she's looking or anything. She's hearing the sound, okay? How the hell do you know that it's not coming from the echo chamber down below, that very open space in that exact same area of the house? How do you know it's not coming from the hallway? How do you know it's not coming from Xana's room? Why, throughout all of this, are you so adamant that it was the bathroom? How would you even be able to tell that? You can't, is the answer. So I don't know why. That's what she keeps on insisting. But that shit's never made sense to me. And that's been her story from day one.
It just seemed too distant from the living room, so I just in my mind, like I think in my mind just suggested, okay, bathroom. That's what I think I hear. Like I think it's bathroom.
And what was it again? He said, I'm sorry.
He said, no. He said, it's okay. I'm gonna help you. I think that's what he said. Again, everything's kind of fuzzy still. I don't fully remember.
Was it directed at you?
No.
I don't fully remember. She's lying. Every time she tells a hella lie, she breathes in so dramatically deep.
No, she said, it's okay. I'm gonna help you. I think that's what I said. Again, everything's kind of fuzzy still. I don't fully remember.
Was it directed at you?
No. I think what he was saying that to was whoever was crying in the bathroom.
She's so freaking weird.
And I from what I think I remember, it was a male voice.
And what did you think? What were you thinking at this time?
I mean, I don't even know what I was thinking. I was just like, what in the world is going on? Like, who is that? Like, are they talking to the girl crying? Like, I don't.
And you thought the girl might be Kaylee.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what I think I thought.
But you're only
that's what
because of the position of.
That's what I think I thought.
talking to the girl crying. Like, I don't.
And you thought the girl might be Kaylee.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think I thought.
But you're only thinking that because of the position of the bathroom in their bedrooms, but you don't know that it's Kaylee.
Yeah, I have no idea if it's Kaylee. I have no.
Or if it's a bathroom. Or if it's the bathroom.
At all. That's just what I'm thinking at that moment. Is like, I just thought it was Kaylee, but now I'm like, as that moment, what I thought was it was Kaylee. Now, after hearing more stuff and thinking more, it could have been Xana. But from that moment, I thought it was Kaylee.
It's more important. That's what it's going to do. Yeah. It's more important because I know you've talked to. It sounds like.
Now, again, that's a big question that a lot of people have. Like, could it have actually have been Xana? And that's something that we're probably going to sit down and talk about like separately in a video, because if it is Xana, that does change a big dynamic. We've questioned, how did Kaylee go upstairs, freak out, run back downstairs, get attacked somewhere else, and then land in that bed? And we also have to realize here that at this point, yeah, we know that there's blood on the bed. And yeah, we know that there's blood on the pillow where Kaylee's head apparently was for a super long time because it's already soaked. So she was moved after the soaking was done and it was already in the pillow, and she was moved to the position she was in. But when it comes to Dylan's story here, it is a different dynamic in way of Kaylee being in the bed with Maddie and Xana being the one playing with Murphy. And you do have to consider that, because why else? Not really why else, but the reason why Xana would have been like, if it was Xana, okay, I'm going to bed, and like turning things off and going upstairs is to take Murphy to Kaylee. Okay, that makes sense to me. That's a possibility. Regardless of if it was Kaylee or Xana, there's still no way this was one human. There is still no way that it ends up the way that it ends up, and the scene ends up the way that the scene ends up with one human in 3.5 minutes. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. So while it is detrimentally important that we do know if it was Xana or Kaylee, it doesn't take away the fact that there's no way that one person did this. And it doesn't take away the fact that everything they're telling us about Kohberger, evidence-wise, does not equal the truth. Nothing that they're telling us points to him. Even with the damn DNA on the sheath, even more because they're telling us that there's DNA on the sheath and there's so much bullshit around all of it. There's no way. But that's why we want the phone details, because Xana's phone will say if she was actually awake and walking around the house. As far as we understand, it's going to have that information. But they're not releasing to us stomach contents to tell us that she had even eaten anything. So we have no real guarantee that while all of this is happening, Xana's even still alive, or Ethan. We have no clue. They're not proving anything. They don't know when they got home. There's no paperwork that shows when they got home. There's nothing in the phone records that shows when their phones connect to the Wi-Fi to let us know when they get home. There's nothing there. How are we still at that conclusion of no conclusion this long after the case? And it just so happens to still be Xana and Ethan that have been an entire secret pretty much this entire time. This case gives me a freaking migraine. Eventually, they're going to have to release some sort of activity. They're going to have to. We have to eventually, as the public, be able to see when they got home. And if that information is somehow not in their phone records, like in their analytical reports of their forensic downloads of their phones, that's a problem. Especially considering the fact that Ethan's phone was on the floor with Xana and Xana's phone was on the bed with Ethan. That's not something that just happens with this kind of insane bullshit that's going on. And then the password notebook left open on the desk is always just in my brain. This is just, I know we've heard this 1,000 times. We've talked about this damn case, this interview, the bullshit information, the lies coming out of her freaking mouth 1,000 times. And it never makes me not mad. This is just so stupid.
Dustin's interview.
Yeah.
Don't allow, if you can't, don't allow those,
Yeah.
that information to influence what you knew at the time that we're asking you these things were happening, because we're trying to figure out who did this, and we can't have those influences drive our, we're trying to.
Yeah. So
Well,
like,
thank you, Bluebird. Thank you for the $4.99. I'm happy to be back. I have so much content to catch up on with your channel. I can't wait. Girl, there's a lot. Man, there's so much that's been happening. This book, the leak investigation, the stuff with Turvey. Now, Cy Ray's got a book coming out in a couple of weeks. Oh my God. So much.
at that moment,
You thought it was Kaylee.
I thought it was Kaylee. I totally thought it was Kaylee.
Had you ever heard that male voice before?
No, I've never heard that in my entire life. It was not Ethan's voice whatsoever. I know Ethan's voice, and it was not Ethan's voice at all.
And the tone of the voice, what did it sound like?
It was like almost like a sorry but like creepy tone. I don't really know how to explain a voice. I guess it's kind of hard to explain, but it wasn't like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. It was like, no, like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. Like it wasn't like this frantic like.
See, okay, now she just said frantic. We're gonna go back 10 seconds. She just used the word no twice now in this statement, and she never said that in the previous statements. So to say no, I'm gonna help you, is that like somebody doing something wrong, and then that's like the other person's response? Because that's twice.
It's kind of hard to explain, but it wasn't like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. It was like, no, like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. Like it wasn't like this frantic like I'm gonna help you. It was just like it was just weird from what I remember.
Can we still?
See, it was just weird. Maybe she's saying not frantic. It was just weird. But adding the word no in front of that just it changes it a little bit. Like they failed to follow an instruction correctly. Huh.
It was like, no, like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. Like it wasn't like this frantic like I'm gonna help you. It was just like it was just weird from what I remember.
Can we step back for a second?
Yeah.
I don't watch Vampire Diaries. It's not my genre. But I'm not. I like scary movies. And I will tell you, I watch Halloween.
Vampire
every year.
Diaries
Yeah.
is nowhere near scary.
What was on the Vampire Diaries going on before you went to bed?
So Vampire Diaries is just about this girl and these two guys that are vampires that like fight between her. It's not supposed to be scary. It's just like those kind of like rom-com, like fictional, like dystopian
Rom-com?
kind of movies. I don't remember what episode we were on. I'm gonna be
Girl,
honest.
you're
I don't
making it sound
remember what
more
I
special
just
than it
remember watching
actually
Vampires.
is.
I don't remember what episode it was, but we saw like
Do the vampires rescue girls?
kind of. I guess you can have to like. I guess I would look it up to understand it more.
No, the only reason I'm asking is could that seed have been planted in your mind from a movie you had just been watching?
In
mean,
your
it's-
room,
I guess
apparently.
it could have. I mean, it is vampire. Like I guess I don't know, but I mean, it's like vampires. One of the vampires is always dressed in like a black suit.
Damon.
So like that could have been. I don't know.
Yeah, she
When
called
you
it a
were
rom-com.
jolted
What?
awake, or when you became aware. Is that normal for you? Do you wake up under those circumstances, or do you wake up naturally?
Well, I have like a lot of times like my mom will come in, I like gasp because I get freaked out a lot, like really easily. But
See,
the fact that I jumped up so fast and locked my door, like as fast as I did, not normal at all. I don't know, like something just came over me. It was like
the fact that I jumped up so fast and locked my door, but nothing happens in Moscow. It was a weekend. I drank so much. I normally am so freaked out over the week, but you know what? That weekend just makes it all go away. But I jumped up so fast and locked that door. Dylan, I can't stand your ass, bro.
get up, lock your door.
So something in your mind was processing. But
Yeah.
You don't know what it was.
I don't know what it was at all. I have no idea.
When that first happened, was Murphy barking?
I think so. I don't know for sure. I think I heard barking, but again, I don't know for sure. It could have been in my mind, just like, I don't know.
When you opened the door the first time to look up and down the hallway
Mhm.
and up the stairs, was Murphy barking?
No.
If we played a drinking game every time this idiot says something about it not being real or a dream or her brain playing tricks on her, we would all die of a freaking alcohol overdose before we even got halfway through this interview. I didn't realize how many freaking times she says this shit. I'm going to have to torture myself and listen to it again and count it. Pretty sure we'd all be dead by now.
Well, I guess
That's
I
freaking
shouldn't
crazy.
say no. I don't know for sure, but from what
Do you remember Murphy was barking?
I don't think so. I think he was only barking when Kaylee said something, and then I think he left the house. Like I like, you know, when sounds get more distant and you can hear them getting more distant.
This was a weird part.
That's what I thought I heard, and I think he went out of the house, like out the back door, which means that back door, I think it would have been open.
See, this part's odd because we know at some point Murphy did get out. We know at some point Murphy is lost. We know this. We heard this from Bethany. Because her and Maddie go to take Murphy out. She says she's out there for all of 10 seconds before she turns around and leaves Maddie, as drunk as Maddie was, leaves Maddie outside with the dog. The dog gets lost. He runs off. Maddie tries to contact Bethany to see if she knows where Murphy is. Notice that Dylan never says a word about Murphy being missing at any point in time. She doesn't say anything about it. In this part, she says, it sounds like he was away from the house, like he was moving away. But never admits that she knows that the dog was missing at some point. Everybody has a different story, and they all were in the same house. Because there's stuff that there's stuff that Dylan talks about that Bethany doesn't talk about, and there's stuff that Bethany talks about that Dylan doesn't talk about. And then we also talked about this already in way of like the phone calls, because Dylan is claiming that she saw a person. Bethany is claiming that she heard something, and neither one of them have the same story. How the hell is that possible? There's some like time warp shit happening. I don't understand.
Is he a very skittish dog?
I mean, he's a puppy. I don't know if I would say skittish. I mean,
Is he easy to scare?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't really know for sure.
That's what I asked too.
I only like
I don't know.
I met him in
That was
August,
what I asked.
so I wouldn't like know a ton. I guess you could say. I mean, he's still like a
So
puppy
I
in
have
a
to
way.
go back because we recorded this.
Yeah.
When you say he left the house, you're talking about the dog.
The dog,
Not
Murphy.
the subject that was.
From what I thought and from how I could hear him barking, I thought he had left the house.
Was that the second time or first time? Because the
First
second
time.
time when you opened your door,
First time was my thought. I guess when I opened the door, I think like I just looked around, I didn't hear any barking, then I closed the door, and I think that's when I could tell Murphy was barking like out, like leaving, I guess. I don't really understand it. My mind's like things are just almost like misplaced, I guess. Like
because you've been through a lot.
yeah,
a lot
it
of
just doesn't make sense. Like none of it makes sense at all. Like I feel like there's pieces missing that I don't understand why.
Could be the alcohol as well.
Yeah, that's what I
Please.
thought. So after the crying and the guy's voice, I shut the door again. I locked it. I kept opening and locking it.
Did you continue to call?
I don't know. So like I can see I called Kaylee at 4:27 a.m. and then I called Xana at 4:28. So I don't know when those calls are between opening and locking the door from those 3 times, because I think I opened the door 3 times and then shut it 3 times. So I don't know when those calls are between. I thought maybe I called back the first or second time, but again I don't know because before I even opened the door.
You didn't call Bethany.
just
She called
don't
you.
know.
Processing any danger.
No, it was just like, I mean, obviously I was scared because I was like, why is there someone in the house? But like when I thought about it, I was just like, I mean, we have parties here a lot. People come in and out all the time. It's normal for people to come in like with other people. Like that's not weird. But I mean, I just didn't understand like what was going on. Like it didn't make sense to me at all. Like I never would have thought, oh, like intruder, murderer. Like that never crossed my mind once.
You're freaked out. You have dreams of being chased, dreams of being kidnapped, that you just allow the shit to happen because you know that it's a dream. That's another thing that's really crazy to me is that she made sure that she prefaced that shit. She made sure that she prefaced in her dream. She just basically sits back and allows the crazy, bad, horrible, murdery, kidnappy shit to happen to her because she knows it's a dream. While she's constantly every 5 seconds making sure that these officers understand that she doesn't know if it's real or not. It could have been a dream. As the excuse for while she let what happen. She is like kind of telling it without telling it, if you really freaking read between all the lines.
That's what I don't understand.
So I want to tell you, from the first time I heard the story, the perspective I had, not your story, but hearing it from the detective sergeant, I thought,
Right
this is why it's important, that the offender was talking to you.
No.
That you're going to be okay.
No.
It was directed at the person crying in the bathroom.
Sorry if that got mixed up, but like.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
This is why it's important. Who do you think that person was talking to?
I think it was Kaylee, and I think the guy was talking to Kaylee in what I think was the bathroom.
That's important. But do you see my perspective?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Then
Yeah.
that means he knows you and he wants to protect you. And that would be important for his investigation.
That makes more sense. So obviously I looked where that.
Yeah, that makes more sense. It totally makes more sense that the cop that doesn't like obviously understand that I'm lying to her just said to me that obviously the assailant knew who I was. That makes perfect sense. Does it, Dylan? Does it? You see how she tells it without telling it? Yeah, it makes perfect sense that the person that did this knew who I was. Of course it does.
Second time, I don't know who I called before, after, whatever.
It's on your phone now?
Yeah, it's on my phone. And
So did you ever call anyone outside the house?
No, it didn't even cross my mind. I was just calling my roommates, it's like my closest friends who I trust. I called Ethan at one point. I mean, let me go on Snapchat. I don't know if it's still there or not.
If it is, can you take a screenshot of it so we don't lose it?
Well, you lost it. Apparently.
And nobody's answering the phone. What about?
She answered the phone.
And what'd you say?
I don't remember what I called her. I don't know at all. And I have the text, but I just remember her saying something about fireworks. That's firecracker. Fireworks. That's all I remember. I don't remember what I said to her. It just says Sunday. Ethan couldn't talk. I mean, do you want me to screenshot it still?
Yeah. Timeline.
There's no time. There's no.
It just says Ethan couldn't talk. Oh, is that like the message that pops up when you call someone and it doesn't answer through that?
Fireworks. That's all
Ethan couldn't talk right now.
I don't remember what I said to her. It just says Sunday. Ethan couldn't talk. I mean, do you want me to screenshot it still?
Yeah. Timeline.
There's no time. There's no time on it. I don't really know why.
Why is there not a time on it?
Through Snapchat?
Yeah, that was through Snapchat.
That's weird.
But the reason I call Ethan is because like Ethan's the one that we trusted. It was like if Ethan's here, then we're safe. Because me and are always freaked out at that house. Like someone's gonna. I don't know. Me and are always kind of freaked out by that stuff, and we would hear Ethan and be like, "Okay, Ethan's here. Like we're safe."
We're always freaked out, bro. Except for the weekend when we drink, and then it's fine. But we're always freaked out.
It doesn't matter, he's 6'3", big guy, like we're safe. That's why I called him. But he obviously didn't answer, and I thought maybe he was still at or he was at home. I don't know.
Do you think that was somewhere between 4:20 and 4:27?
I have no clue. Okay. I don't have any memory, really. So obviously after I heard, what I think I heard was crying in the bathroom and that guy talking to
Tell me why I literally heard it in my head like the movie.
I opened the door again, and Is
that the third time?
Yes, this is the third time. And I don't know how I knew it was someone, because from my mind, it's like I was once wearing these like blurry glasses. Like it's so fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure.
So fuzzy and cloudy, but she knew that Xana's body didn't move a hair in 8 hours. She could see her on the floor. She could see that she was in her underwear. She could see that she was in a sweater, and she could see that her room was messy. But it's just so blurry and fuzzy, and I just don't know. How are they not calling her on every bit of her bullshit right now?
Figure of someone wearing all black, and it was like they had the ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see that all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think of.
And the lie. Because again, Maori, for one, Noon's not a mention of the shit. Okay? Not a single freaking even fragment of a sentence regarding freaking eyebrows. Okay? Then she talks to Maori. And Maori literally, for some reason, out of all of the facial features he could ask her about, he very specifically asks her about eyebrows. You see his eyebrows? You remember what his eyebrows look like? No, I don't remember his eyes either, was her answer. So how did it go from your direct no, I don't remember his eyes either, to all I can remember are his eyebrows? How? How did we get to that? And they're just like, oh, okay. And you know what gives even more? And I've mentioned this already. What gives even more to this whole thing about how the person knew her is the fact that she refused to do a damn composite. And I've said the entire time, because whoever the hell it was going to end up looking like was going to be someone that was going to be recognizable. Why else would you deny that? And lie. And lie some more. She's so full of shit, man.
And he was holding this item. I kept calling it a mini vacuum, which makes absolutely no sense. Why would he hold a mini vacuum like that? I just remember thinking that.
I mean, you think he was a male?
Yes, because of the voice I heard. I don't think it was female at all. And from what I remember, he was like, from looking at him, was like the figure of what I saw was about my height, maybe a few inches taller. That's how I knew. And when I got interviewed the first, second time, they're like, what was his shape? And I remember saying, like, from that moment of seeing him, I think he was like more, he wasn't like muscular, but he wasn't like super skinny. So it was like it was like skinny toned, like that basketball kind of type, like the skinny but toned.
You know what I'm calling you for?
I think around my height, maybe a few inches taller.
You're loud, bro.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so I think it could
Okay,
have
go
been
eat your
around
chicken.
5'10" to 6 foot, somewhere around there.
Where was he at in the house when you first encountered him?
So
Slade's door was open, and he's loud. He answered the phone. Oh, I thought my door was closed. He knew I was calling him. He knew I could hear him.
So my room, so it's like, say it's right here. There's this little wall right here that's like this. So this side, kitchen, other side's living room. I think he was walking past my door and like saw me. I mean, he had to know if it is like, if I did see this, if it's all is real and it's not like imagination dream, like if it is real, let's just like say that it is for somehow.
Why? Dylan, Marie Mortensen, why do you have to repeat this every 30 seconds? It's so like exaggeratingly so. And also keep in mind that she's saying that this is happening as he's like passing in front of her door. Somehow it ends up switching to, as they're walking out of the back slider, he turned and looked at me. How did it go from that to that? And nobody said a word.
He had to have heard me call for Kaylee and Xana when I heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom, from what I think I heard.
How many feet away is he from you?
I would say about 3 feet from what I remembered. Again, that could be off because I was obviously probably still.
That term right there. If it was an imagination dream. She's trying to use any word she can pull out of her kindergarten vocabulary list to make people believe that she don't know if it's real. Like, insane. Insane.
A little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. But I remember like what I think I remember was like this item, and it was like what I explained was like it looked like this like cylinder little thing that was skinny like this, like about this long, and then it went like a triangle almost at the end. And I remember one of the cops saying like a bow or something. I can't remember something about that. And it was like the bow.
And again, no composite sketch, and they didn't have her sketch this out either. We have a picture of her drawing what like the mask looked like, and it looks like a freaking Among Us character. But they don't have her draw out this cylinder-shaped skinny rod thingy with a bow at the end. What? With a triangle at the end. Why wouldn't you have her draw that?
Bow and arrow kind of stuff.
Where was it at when he was holding it? Where was?
I don't know. It was. I think it was lower, or it could have been higher. But like.
But it's in his hands.
Yeah, but when I
lower, higher, taller, shorter.
When I saw him, I thought firefighter. Like, because what said firecracker, so I was like, hey, firefighter. Like maybe he's like holding it to take out the fire. But when I thought about this, fire didn't even like occur to me like it's a bad thing. Like I never thought, oh, fire, we have to get out. That didn't occur to me at all. I just thought firefighter, like he's gonna help us. And it wasn't like, oh, there's an intruder, like this is bad. Like it didn't ever occur to me. I don't know why. And
how are you going to sit here and say that after just telling them how you heard voices and you heard yelling and you heard crying and you heard stomping and you heard barking and you heard someone say, oh my God, someone's here. And what? This shit is so ridiculous. It's like a good movie. It literally gets better every single time because you catch even more stuff and you just know more things in between and you can just call it out even more every single time and it just gets better. Fine wine. What the shit is wrong with you? If this was my kid, I would have to send her somewhere and have her brain rewired. What the hell are we hearing here? This is insane. This is like psychopath. That's what this is. This is crazy.
Like he's gonna help us, and it wasn't like oh, there's an intruder. Like this is bad. Like
no one's talked about it.
Occurred to me. And I don't know why.
No one's talked about it.
I know he looked at me
hasn't
like
been released
his
yet.
Eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how, but I just remember him like. What I think I saw was he was walking out.
Maybe
he saw me, but just kept walking. Like he didn't stop. He didn't like say anything to me. And I just remember saying no, and I slammed the door and locked it. And that was like all I remember. And
So you say no, freaking out. No, and you shut the door and you lock it because you're freaked out. But in your brain, you're thinking, fireman's coming to help me. What? I don't even know what to think. Like, this is so ridiculous. I really did not want to stop so much and talk so much shit about this interview. But what in the frick? I cannot believe that there's anybody out there that listens to this shit and sympathizes with her and calls her a victim and wants to donate to her GoFundMe. How do you believe even a second of what she is saying? Oh my God. There's no common sense left. There's no common sense left.
I don't know if he actually went out the back door. That's what I think happened.
So is that the sliding door?
That's that sliding door. I don't know for sure. That's just what I think I saw in my mind. I'll text.
I know, damn.
What did you do? So maybe there's something
makes me sick
that you did immediately afterwards in relation to what you saw.
I'm looking at text between me and real quick.
Did he not say anything to you?
From what I remember, nothing at all.
Do you know how far you opened the door?
I don't even remember the third time. I don't know if you could see my whole body. I don't know if you could just see my head. I don't remember at all. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the text between me and...
Which would further prove it would have had to have been, if it happened, right there at her door. Because we know from looking at the house that if you're standing in the threshold of her doorway, you can't see where the door opens, the slider. I don't even think you can really see the slider itself. Like your view basically stops at the oven because there's that wall right there before it kind of goes like this way and then makes it to the slider. There's that wall where the little closet is underneath the step, and that basically cuts off your point of view from her doorway to actually see the slider. So if she would have tried to stick to the story, or if they would have tried to stick to the story of her seeing the person walk out the door, she would have had to have been like a few steps outside of her doorway, like either towards the kitchen or leaving her room and going into the living room and turning and looking at the door as she's in that doorway that leads into the living room.
I think it will help. Okay, so at 4:22, I said, no one's answering. I'm really confused. She goes, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Xana was wearing all black. I don't remember how all black came up, and I think I might have called her and said there's someone wearing, I don't know.
She
then at
called you.
5:23, I said I'm freaking out. It was like a ski mask almost.
5:23?
4:23, sorry, the time change. And she was like, shut the fuck up, like, actually. And I said, like, he had something over his head and mouth. I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. And you can tell I'm obviously freaked out and drunk because, like, the spelling is off. Like, I spelled something with a B and an F. And when I said and, I just put ND. And I spelled wrong. I spelled I wrong. And then I said, my phone is going to die, fuck. And then she said,
you can be frantic and misspell things without being drunk. And again, it's been 4.5 hours since the last time she had alcohol. She was not drunk.
come to my room, run down here. That was at 4:23. I said, I'm scared with no A, a capital R. I'm going to guess you guys have these texts because it's on text message. And she says,
feel safe to leave your room?
I don't know, but I did. I don't know why I did. Like, it just didn't occur to me that anything was wrong. But obviously, yeah, I was
Bethany's downstairs?
downstairs, so one floor down. She goes, at 4:25, she goes, yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. So I opened the door for a second, and I just sprinted. And I don't know why. I feel like it was stupid of me to open the door. Like, I don't know why I did that, but I didn't see anyone. I mean, I was scared, but it wasn't like anything was wrong. I was just, like, freaked out that someone was in the house, but it wasn't like, oh, this is bad. Like, you know, like, I just didn't think about that. And
I got up and I locked my door. So fast. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? I'm so scared. I'm so freaked out. But you know, I just didn't really think of anything bad. Girl, you sound like you have multiple personalities. Like one person is experiencing something and this other person is over here experiencing something completely differently. And in some weird freaking scientific experiment, the two timelines got put together and they're in your brain all together at the same time. And they're fighting about who's going to say the next sentence. You sound insane. Insane.
And I literally told her, I don't know if this is real or not. Like, I don't know if my mind's playing with me. I don't know if this is like a dream of some sort. So, from what I remember,
and they told us that.
This is
her
how the
friends
fourth
told
time
us that.
door. I go outside, I sprint. As I think I sprinted again. It could have been just like running, and I think I'm sprinting. I don't know. I see Xana in a room, and she's like on the floor, and I'm like, okay, she's just like drunk and passed out like that. Maybe she just drank way too much tonight. She'll be fine in the morning. Like, she's with Ethan, from what I thought. I didn't see Ethan. I just saw the door open. From what I remember, I think this
she came up with all this shit.
I remember her just on the floor, and I don't think she had any pants on except for underwear. And I was like, oh, like that was normal for her to like just wear underwear around the house because we were all so comfortable with each other. Like, that was not weird at all. So I thought nothing of it. I was just like, okay, it's fine. And I was almost too scared to go look into her room because I was like,
did you hear that?
So comfortable with each other. Like, that was not weird at all. So I thought nothing of it. I was just like, okay, it's fine. And I was almost too scared to go.
I was almost too scared to go look in her room. She went there. She went then. She saw everything then. I was almost too scared to go. Girl. So you didn't just see the shit in passing. You went down that hallway. You went into that bedroom.
To like just wear underwear around the house because we were all so comfortable with each other. Like, that was not weird at all. So I thought nothing of it. I was just like, okay, it's fine. And I was almost too scared to go look into her room because I was like,
almost too scared means you got over it and you went because you weren't too scared. You were just almost, girl. Unbelievable.
Comfortable with each other. Like, that was not weird at all. So I thought nothing of it. I was just like, okay, it's fine. And I was almost too scared to go look into her room because I was like, I don't know if there's a guy here or not. I don't know if someone's here or not. Like, I have no clue. I don't know if like my mind's freaking out or not. All I knew was that I was awake. She had been calling me. I needed to go down to her because we could be together.
But you saw Xana.
And mind you, I've said this already. Little Miss freaked out. Little Miss paranoid. Little Miss cry wolf. Little Miss Red Riding Hood over here sees a guy in all black after hearing crying, stomping, yelling, screaming, chasing, a voice she doesn't recognize, freaking out, locking her door, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then sees Xana on the floor in her freaking thong, legs spread apart on the ground. And she doesn't go check and see if Xana had just been assaulted by a damn stranger. Xana could have just been raped. And Dylan would have just went down to Bethany's room and not given a shit to even check on her? Because that's that temperature. If you are a person and you are in a home where there's a bunch of people and you see a freaking dude in a freaking black outfit and a mask and he's carrying something creepy and you're hearing all this crazy shit and then you see your friend on the floor and she's in her thong with her legs spread open, you don't bother to go and check on her? Even the guilters should be pissed at this little piece of shit that we're looking at on the screen here. I'm sorry? What if that would have been the situation? Like, take the murder out of everything and just say they lived together. And this was the situation where Dylan saw some person in the house that was a complete stranger to her. She didn't recognize the face. She didn't recognize the voice. She heard all this other stuff. And then she just sees Xana on the floor like that and goes on about her day. How many other things did you turn the other cheek for, Dylan? How many other things are you just okay with looking past and making an excuse for? Her parents did a horrible job. And I'm not perfect, but I can damn well say Dylan's parents did a horrible job. This is gross.
Here or not. Like, I have no clue. I don't know if like my mind's freaking out or not. All I knew was that I was awake. She had been calling me. I needed to go down to her because we could be together.
But you saw Xana on your way by.
Yeah. So when you go, from my room to get to the room, you have to go past the living room. To pass the living room, you look like, so here's my room. I'm coming out this way. I walk down into the living room. I look to my left. That is where Xana's room is. Like down this little hallway.
Is lights on or anything?
There were lights on.
Oh, I forgot about the
so.
power
I'm
tools.
Sure again, but I think so because I was able to see her.
In her room, the lights are on?
Yeah, and I don't know if the bathroom lights are on. I can't remember. I think they were, but again, I don't know. Like everything's kind of wish-washy. I can't remember.
Is Xana saying anything?
No, I thought she was just passed out on the floor. Like I thought she was just taking a nap. Like it happens. Like you get too drunk, you just like the floor feels fun. Like sometimes when we're all kind of drunk, we're just like, okay, I just want to fall asleep on the floor. Like it just feels fine, you know?
No.
Yeah. Because that's like something you actually desire is to sleep on the damn floor. This idiot will just say any freaking thing. Anything.
At what point after you encountered the man, did you think that there's something about Xana that isn't normal? You never thought that?
Yeah, I never thought anything was wrong. Like I thought she had just like fallen asleep. I never thought she drank, like she was unconscious. I didn't even think that at all. I didn't think anything was wrong.
She didn't think she was unconscious. She didn't think she had drank too much. So that story, instantly we know that at that moment in time, she's not thinking, well, we're going to rewind it. At that point in time, she does not think that Xana drank too much. Is that what she just said? She didn't think that she was just an unconscious person? That's what it sounded like.
Floor, like I thought she was just taking a nap. Like it happens, like you get too drunk, you just like the floor feels fun. Like sometimes when we're all kind of drunk, we're just like, okay, I just want to fall asleep on the floor. Like it just feels fine, you know?
At no point after you encountered the man, did you think that there's something about Xana that isn't normal? You never thought that?
Yeah, I never thought anything was wrong. Like I thought she had just like fallen asleep. I never thought she drank, like she was unconscious. I didn't even think that at all. I didn't think anything was
I didn't think that at all. So you're admitting now that when you walked by, you didn't think that she had just drinking too much and passed out on the floor. But you just said when you're drunk, the floor's fine. You know, sometimes you just want to be on the floor because the floor is fine. I am sorry. There is not one subject that this damn freak gets asked about where she doesn't go from one end to the other and back and forth 80 times before the freaking sentence is done. There's no way that I could be a cop and deal with someone like this because I would have probably punched them through the freaking wall at this point. This is crazy. This is insane. This is intentional. This isn't somebody just being a freaking idiot. This is not an airheaded dumb person. This is very, very intentional. Very intentional. This is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Wrong at all. So then I stopped for a second, look at her, like, okay, she's fine. Like, she's just asleep. Like,
She's fine. She's
her bedroom light on?
totally okay.
I think so. Again, I don't know for sure. Everything's
How far is Xana from you when you first see her? What's the
2 inches
It's
away
like,
because she
I'm
was
right here.
almost too scared.
it's like behind that window.
Unbelievable.
From where I am.
Almost
Like,
too
it's pretty-
scared.
It's a pretty long hallway, I would say.
Is her
Almost
bedroom
too
at the end of the hallway?
Yes, the very end of the hallway, and like I couldn't see much. I guess like I could just see her. I could see the top of her head because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit, and that was it. I didn't see anything else. I didn't see anything wrong. Like it just looked like a room. Like yeah, she was drunk, probably messed it up a little bit. It didn't look.
And now she changes it again. Yeah, she's probably drunk. Da, da, da. You just said that you just thought she was taking a nap at 4 o'clock in the morning. She's taking a nap. This is insane. Thank you for the 5, Bunny. Does she think she's pulling it off at this point? Like, does she think this lady? Yeah. I think so. I really think so. I mean, we know that because look where we are. They bought it, bro. They bought it. They bought it.
From what I think I saw, it didn't look super messy at all. Like it just looked like there was a few clothes. You know, that's normal for all college girls. Like it's normal.
So this distance you're talking about, would you have been able to see her if the lights were out?
Probably not.
So some light had to have been on.
I think so. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you guys have night lights in your
No.
house?
I don't. I
So
mean,
nothing
I
would be lighting a
don't.
wall?
I mean, we have this.
But there are, because string lights are basically like your night lights. So no, there was light everywhere pretty much. Soft light, but light.
So some light had to have been on.
I think so. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you guys have night lights in your
No.
house?
I don't. I
So
mean,
nothing would
I
be lighting a
don't.
wall?
I mean, we have this. Well,
I also find it funny she's asking a house full of grown-ass people if they've got night lights. That's funny.
I guess I shouldn't say that because we have like little twinkle lights that go around, like
Decorative?
Soft light.
yeah. So I guess that could have been it. Maybe there was just decorative lights, and that's how I saw Xana. I don't know. And we have this little Scentsy thing. I don't know if it's on. We're pretty good at turning it on and off, so it's not like
Yeah, on the
going
bark
all through
part.
all night. But it does have a light.
Yeah, okay. So there's the Cincy situation. I don't know how that honestly ever got like brought up in way of Bethany because it confused me for like a really, really long time too. And I thought maybe I just hadn't seen it. But so many people were saying that the Cincy breaking could have been the flash of orange light and like the sound that Bethany heard. And for some reason, my brain had it like in the spare room or something like that. So we were looking around in there the other day. I was like, well, there's this like broken thing right here. And there's like this cord, but that's not a Cincy. This thing's not even like plugged in anywhere. Like that doesn't even make any sense. The Cincy's upstairs. So the Cincy in way of like light would have been in reference to seeing Xana, but that damn thing doesn't produce enough light to even cast a shadow down that hallway. So I don't really think the Cincy had anything to do with it regardless, but also I don't know why people thought that the Cincy on the second floor breaking would have caused an orange light down way below the stairs and the flooring in Bethany's room. No, something underneath the door. Like something bright enough, according to Bethany, from underneath the door is what woke her up. But I also have questioned, was it actually underneath the door? Because we looked at the damn door and there's no space, hardly at all, between the floor and the door, bottom of the door. So then we also know that there's a piece of the blind in her room that's kind of broken. So I've just always wondered if maybe it was outside lights, something outside. But we don't hear it. We've also gone back in and we've tried to like listen at that time frame to see if we could hear anything that sounds like it, and I don't hear anything that sounds like anything that would have been loud enough to wake anybody up like that. So Bethany's whole story is odd as shit too.
I don't know if that was on.
Where's the Sensi light on normally? Where's it located? I'm sorry.
So from my room, you first walk into the living room. There's like, so there's like, let's say this is the door to the living room. Right to your left is this bar cart with like some alcohol and like some decorative stuff. Right to your right, there's this little table that has drawers, and that's where the little Sensi thing is.
Oh, thank you for the gifted memberships, Wisteria. 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to those who got gifted those. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then the couch.
Would you have been able to see Xana with that light from the living room? All
I don't think so. I don't
Not
think
just
so.
the Sensi.
Because in our world, for an offender to leave lights on a house, you increase the risk of identification. They would rather the lights not be on. So it's important that we get this straight.
I mean, I think Santa's lights were on. I
There's
can't
no
remember.
way.
I mean, the kitchen lights were on. Where they want us to believe the person came in and out, the lights were on. There was lots of lights on in that house.
You could have seen her otherwise, though, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to plant a seed in
Yeah,
your
I
head.
know.
But
But
think
like,
about where you're at when you see her. If all the lights are off, you wouldn't have been able to see her normally?
well, I mean, we have so many twinkle lights, so I might be able to. I have no clue. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
No, that's again. I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting you should tell me something you do not know.
Yeah, I don't know if her lights were on or not. I have no clue at all.
But you could see her.
I could see her. I know that I could see her.
And which way is she facing?
You were
Which way is
almost
it?
too scared to go down the hall.
So like, let's say like that couch is the back of her wall. That's where her head is, and her legs are towards like forward towards me.
And then what is she wearing?
I don't know what her shirt is. I can just see her wearing underwear, and that was normal. Like, she was really comfortable with us. She would wear just underwear around the house, and that was fine.
I don't know why you have to constantly over
No,
detail that.
I don't think so. I think
Why are you constantly having to tell us how normal it is for Xana to be in her underwear? She's in her bedroom with her boyfriend. Even if she wasn't comfortable around y'all, she was in her freaking bedroom with her boyfriend, who just so happened to also be naked, minus some socks. So why do you have to, every single time you mention the fact that she was in her underwear, why are you over explaining it? Dylan. If you put the same weight on how she's over explaining everything else, it really makes you wonder why she's doing it.
I don't think I did. I thought she was maybe just asleep, so I didn't want to wake her up. And then I like ran down to bed. She could hear me walking down, so she opened up the door, so I didn't have to wait for her to unlock it. And I just locked the door.
Bethany heard you coming down the stairs, but she didn't hear crying, screaming, stomping, chasing, dying, fighting, heads being tossed up against the walls and banging all over the place and leaving hair marks in places. None of that, but she could hear your little bit old footsteps coming down the steps. What? She could hear cups falling off the table, but she can't hear what's being chased. The stomping, the screaming, the crying, all the stuff. None of that, but she can hear you coming down the stairs and some cups falling. Ugh.
And I was like, I don't remember what we talked about at all. I don't know if she does. I have no clue what we talked about. I just remember us being scared a little bit, but like, we didn't think anything was wrong at all. We thought, okay, maybe someone's just passing through. Like, maybe we just like, the house would make a lot of noises too, because I think it is an older house. And it's like, I'd be at night and hearing just like, you know.
Not really older, but remodeled and made of freaking cardboard, for sure.
Like the cracking noises when houses make when they're older.
Settling.
Yeah, that would happen quite often. And so we were kind of used to that, and we just didn't know. And she just said something about a light in her room, like a firecracker or a firework. I don't fully remember, and it just was kind of weird. I was like, what? I don't remember.
I really wonder if, again, it was like the timing is just off, and maybe Bethany heard Molly shutting her door and her headlights come through the window. And her timing is just off. Maybe that woke her up for like a split second. But then the other sounds in the house is what woke her up to the point to where she's calling Dylan. Because I don't know what else that could have possibly been. That is such a strange detail. Strange detail.
I remember I talked to her about the guy. I don't remember if I talked to her about what I saw or what I heard. I have no clue. I just remember like we fell asleep pretty fast in our bed. We didn't think anything was wrong at all.
You did not fall asleep in that bed.
I have to ask you, you were running at first, and at what point did you stop running and she heard you walk to her room? You said at first you were running, and you must have felt comfortable at some point.
Well, I guess I was running. So when I got out, I stopped and looked at Xana for a second. This is what I think happened. Then I ran down the stairs. I kept running. I don't think I was walking at all. I think I kept running until I got to her door.
So it's important that it's not what you think, it's what you know.
I don't know any of this. Okay. I don't know at all. This is all from what I think happened because I
don't know at all.
I don't know what is real and I'm just like, my mind's waking up. So I don't know at all.
So of the things we've been writing, are most of it what you believe and you remember happened, or you're thinking what happened?
This is all what I remember, but I don't know if anything of it is real. I don't know. I can't differentiate if anything is real or if anything is a dream. Or if it's just like imagination. I have no clue, and I've been trying to figure it out like the past 2 days. Like what is real? I don't know at all. That's what it's just like. It's frustrating because I'm just like, I want to know, and I keep thinking about it, but I can't tell the difference anymore. Like I don't know it's just all like mixing together, and there's pieces that just don't make sense. Everything of it just doesn't make sense. So none of this I can say I know for sure. None of it I can say I know for a fact that happened, because I don't.
But you know some things that are factual because you have a timestamp on your phone.
Yes, the stuff on my phone, that is factual.
She had no problem.
No, but you remember.
As far as I can remember, she had no problem on the 13th answering these questions. She's just now starting to be like, oh my God, I don't know for sure. It could have been a dream. I don't really know. On the 13th, she had no issues. So the fact that they're even letting her entertain, I don't know, I can't remember, I don't know. That's crazy. Like actually crazy. They should be, the same thing that would be happening on the stand should be happening right now, okay? They would have put her on the stand. They would have asked her questions. And if she would have answered something differently than what she said in any of these interviews, those interviews would have been played or quoted to her verbatim in court. The way this should have happened is they should have had her information from 1113 in front of them so that when she answered something like a little crackhead, they could be like, no, ma'am. Right here at this timestamp of this interview, you said this. So this is the answer then. Now, why is this the answer now? So what happened in between? Do you want to change your answer? Because this is what you originally said. Now explain yourself. I don't understand this. Like if this is literally how all of these investigations go, no wonder shit never gets done. No wonder people get out that are guilty as shit. No wonder justice is never actually justice. Because these are two different departments, broskies. This is MPD and ISP together. This shitty. Unbelievable. I'm sure the FBI is not any better.
I remember watching the movies.
I remember before everything, like from when me, Kaylee, Maddie, and Bethany in Kaylee's room, all of that beforehand, I remember that because I remember exactly that, like all of that. I remember. Again, like I don't remember what episode of the Vampire Diaries we were watching, but I know it was Vampire Diaries because I remember putting it on.
You don't remember got home. You don't remember what time?
I don't remember.
And remember, the TV's still on in the living room. Like it's on the save screen, but it's on.
I think I went to bed before. I think I went to my room before she left. That I have no clue about. I don't know when she left. I don't know where she went. I don't know. I think someone told me that she walked home. I don't know exactly who. I don't know when went to her room. I don't know.
No idea about Lake at all.
That stuff I don't know about because I think I was in my room before that.
Do you think that you opening the door three times is part of what you're trying to piece together, or
Yeah.
it actually happened?
I think it's what I'm trying to piece together. I don't know for sure if it fully happened. Like, it's just like
She's so full of
I
shit.
don't know if my mind's like making up stuff like at that moment when everything was happening. I don't know if my mind was trying to make stuff up so that I can remember it. Like, I just don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know how to.
I don't know if I was trying to make stuff up as it was happening so I could remember it. What kind of what? Back up.
Part of what you're trying to piece together, or
Yeah.
it actually happened?
I think it's what I'm trying to piece together. I don't know for sure if it fully happened. Like, it's just like I don't know if my mind's like making up stuff like at that moment when everything was happening. I don't know if my mind was trying to make stuff up so that I can remember it. Like, I just don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know how to fully explain it, I guess.
Well, what's important for the detective sergeant and myself is that you're not telling us something that's not true.
Yeah, I know.
That's the most important.
Sorry, I had to have him bring me a water, and for some reason Don couldn't open the door, and it's not locked, so Slade had to come to the rescue, but we're good now. We're good.
Yeah.
thing here. The fact you can't remember, I understand that you're traumatized,
Yeah.
but that you're not intentionally telling
Yeah,
us
I know.
things. Okay, do you
But this is
understand
like,
why?
yeah, this is all stuff that
Not
this
intentionally
is what I
not
remember
telling
from
us
that
things
night.
right.
Again, it's something I don't know if it was real or what happened, but this is what I remembered. Some of it could be real, some of it could be not. I don't know. This is what I
So full of shit.
think I remembered.
So watching you, and I've done hundreds of interviews, and
Yeah.
so as the detective sergeant, I believe you're recalling some things from memory. The dog barking isn't something you can make up. It's not something
Yeah.
you felt. Either the dog was barking.
The dog barking isn't something you can make up. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What? What a weird statement.
Of interviews, and
Yeah.
so as the detective sergeant, I believe you're recalling some things from memory. The dog barking isn't something you can make up. It's not something
Yeah.
you felt. Either the dog was barking or the dog was not.
You
know what
definitely
I
could
mean?
make
Yeah.
that shit
So
up. What do you
the things
mean?
we hear is different than the things we think we saw.
Yeah.
What we hear is something awakened you, some
Okay.
noise, and then you heard crying.
Yeah.
That you heard that.
Yes.
You're not filling something in. Something brought you out of sleep.
Yeah.
And
She
it's
wasn't
probably
sleeping.
what you're suggesting is that you heard somebody crying. You don't know if it was Kaylee. We're not
Yeah.
certain because you don't know that, right?
Yeah.
You know somebody was crying. Was it a
Yeah.
woman?
Yeah, it was a woman. I know that.
And were they saying anything?
No, they were
Whew.
just crying.
Was it unusual for your roommates to cry?
I mean, I feel like all this, like, I wouldn't cry in front of my friends. I'd cry in my room. I wouldn't really cry in front of my roommates. Like, we were comfortable enough, but if there's like my own situation going on, I wouldn't. I guess I don't know.
What the crying sound like?
Just like,
Do you ever cry when you're frustrated?
yeah,
Do you ever cry when you're hurt?
yes,
Do you ever cry when you're scared?
yeah, and I don't know which one it was. I don't know at all.
You just heard crying.
I just heard crying. I can't process what kind of.
This is a freaking weird ass question. Why are we trying to gauge the tone of the crying? It's crying in the middle of the freaking night after someone is saying someone's here and they're screaming and they're running and they're freaking out, and Dylan's freaking out because she's hearing everything and she's hearing the footsteps and the running and why are we asking the tone of the crying? This is a weird conversation right here.
Crying it was.
What kind of
And
crying?
I'd cry in my
it
room.
was?
I wouldn't really cry in front of my roommates. Like, we were comfortable enough, but if there's like my own situation going on, I wouldn't. I guess I don't know.
What the crying sound like?
What did the crying
Just like-
sound
Do
like?
you ever cry when you're frustrated?
Yeah.
Do you ever cry when you're hurt?
Yes.
Do you ever cry when you're scared?
Yeah, and I don't know which one it was. I don't know at all.
You just heard crying.
I just heard crying. I can't process what kind of crying it was.
Happy-go-lucky crying,
So I have
apparently.
learned through interviews, and the detective sergeant knows this, and so there's what you hear is not necessarily distorted, but what we see can be from trauma, right? But what we hear is distinct, right?
Yeah.
What I heard, what I smell, that's unique. So what you heard is as important as what
That was Dylan's phone.
trauma, right? But what we
It rings and then you hear her sigh before she turns the ringer off.
hear is distinct, right?
Yeah.
What I heard, what I smell, that's unique.
See? Ugh. That's her phone. The fact that it's just like on the ringer and she's got no respect for the fact she's in the middle of the interview is so crazy.
Necessarily distorted, but what we see can be from trauma, right? But what we hear is distinct, right?
Yeah.
What I smell, that's unique.
Oh, yeah, that's still.
So what you heard is as important as what you saw to me.
Yeah.
We always ask this, did you smell anything unusual?
No. Didn't smell anything.
Cologne, anything like that?
Nothing.
Perfume?
Nothing.
What you thought you saw when you saw the figure in the hallway,
Yeah.
3 feet from you, you thought it was a male.
Yes.
And you thought he was holding something, but at the time, your view of it was it could have been a vacuum cleaner.
A mini vacuum. Yeah.
And what was around the person's waist?
I don't know. I don't think I looked at that. I just remember all black.
So she's saying mini vacuum. That would be like the little handheld thingies, right? But that wouldn't really work. Because they're not like little cylinders. So that's another thing. I really wish that they would have had cameras of this, because at some point she does, like, with her hand gestures, like point out how like skinny it was and like show like more than what she did in Mallory's. You could tell by how she's describing it. I wish they would have at least shown us that.
Clothes.
Oh, I thought you said you saw a triangle. What was in the
No, that was
She did.
from what he was holding.
Okay.
All right, let's go back because she's confusing the shit out of me.
Thing.
Perfume?
Nothing.
What you thought you saw when you saw the figure in the hallway,
Yeah.
3 feet from you, you thought it was a male.
Yes.
And you thought he was holding something, but at the time, your view of it was it could have been a
Thought he was
vacuum
holding
cleaner.
A
something.
mini vacuum. Yeah.
And what was around the person's waist?
I don't know. I don't think I looked at that. I just remember all black clothes.
Oh, I thought you said you saw a triangle. What was in the
No, that was from what he was holding.
Okay. So can you describe that again for me?
It was.
Okay, so she's mentioning the waist thing because I think the way that Dylan, or I think the reason why she's mentioning the waist thing, she must think that Dylan said something about there being something on the person's waist. And I think that's kind of what it sort of like alluded to before, because I remember thinking like something similar. But she is saying no, that it's basically like the position in which the person was holding the item was like at waist height, is what I'm understanding from this.
Clothes.
Oh, I thought you said you saw a triangle. What was in the
No, that was from what he was holding.
That's what I don't understand why they didn't do
So
it.
can you describe that again for me?
I don't know.
It was like cylinder like this, I guess like about that long, and then it went out and in like a triangle.
And how was it? How was the
Cylinder
person
like
holding it?
this, and then it went out and
I don't
in
know.
like a
I have no
triangle.
clue. I can't remember that. I just remember seeing it, and I don't remember if he had one hand on it, two hands. I have no clue. I don't remember how he was holding it exactly.
Were there lights on in the hallway?
I don't
One-handed,
know.
two-handed.
I can't remember.
Was the triangle out
But there
this
was-
way?
there
Was the
was
triangle
lights.
up? Was the
There were
triangle
no
down?
lights
Like,
on
there's
the
so
wall.
many questions they could be
Do you
asking
leave
her.
lights on for your roommates if they decide to stay out late, out of consideration since they are your roommates? Do you leave any hallway lights on or anything?
I mean, for me, I like to leave a hallway light out there because it just makes me feel better. But I don't know if I did. I don't know if anyone else did. That's something I don't know.
Because you went to bed ahead of the other people.
Yeah,
in the house.
I don't know.
Do they not ask her if the light in the living room, I mean, if the light in the hallway right there was on when she sees the person coming by? I don't think they ask her specifics about that. But I know the kitchen light was on, because the kitchen light's on when the cops get there, at least anyway. I mean, it doesn't mean it was on the whole time. But Molly even said when she went to go drop the food off, in the most innocent of senses, because I've got questions about her, Bill Thompson's little bestie over there. But even Molly says that when she's looking around, that the lights are on in the kitchen. She can see them through the slider. So that's important to note. That's important to note for sure. Thank you for the 10 play, girl. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I guess like even if there wasn't an additional light on right there, then there would still be enough light in the kitchenway. But there's just so many other questions. There's so many different things, so many different ways that these questions could have been asked to get better details, considering that Dylan's trying to literally evade every question. Oh man, I hate the fact that so much of this is handled with the FBI, because like we're probably never going to get it. There's going to be like 20 years down the line, something's going to happen, and then they're going to be released.
Would it be unusual for you guys to leave your lights on?
No, that would not be unusual at all. I mean, Xana and Ethan like to turn them off, but like sometimes I would leave them on. We would go down and get food, and in the middle of the night leave the lights on. Like that was normal.
Maybe not a sawed-off shotgun. I guess maybe like it could be. But also, I guess just like a gun, period, honestly. For it to be like sort of cylindrical and then to have like a sort of like a triangle shape, or like the butt of a rifle has like a triangle type shape, sort of. Which I know that we've like talked about like the possibilities and stuff before. And I mean, I know that they're telling us that there's no bullet wounds or anything like that, which is fine. But weapons like that can still be used for coercion and control. I don't know why they didn't have her draw the damn thing.
I didn't ask this before. When was the last time you saw Xana?
At 4. So that was when Ethan was trying to call his sister, wasn't answering. Xana
There's several different options.
that was not the same video. That like Xana was with him. And I just said, like, I don't know if I told him where I was going. I don't know if I told him when I was leaving. I just knew I was told yesterday if they wanted to go.
And that, I think you left there at 2 a.m.
No, that was before then.
What time? Can you give me a time frame?
I'm trying to figure that out.
And she was with Ethan.
Yes.
The party.
So I know for sure from this video I was at 12:49. The last video I have is of Xana holding a White Claw at 11:04. So in between that time, I'm gonna guess more towards the 12 side is when I went to.
So you have a video or a picture of Xana at 11:04
Yes.
p.m.
Yes,
with
I
a
do.
White Claw.
Yes.
And then you're at 12:49.
For sure, yes, I have a video of that. I could have been there before then. I don't know. This is what proof I do have.
And that's what you've been using to piece some of this together.
Yes. I mean, I didn't fully look at my phone and stuff until my mom was like kind of asking me about that, and that's how I've been like.
You're at 12:49.
For sure, yes, I have a video of that. I could have been. So in between that time, I'm gonna. That was before then.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear something.
That like Xana was with him. And I just said, like, I don't know if I told him where I was going. I don't know if I told him when I was leaving. I just knew I was told yesterday if they wanted to go.
And that, I think you left there at 2 a.m.
No, that was before then.
What time? Can you give me a time frame?
I'm trying to figure that out.
And she was with Ethan.
Yes. So I know for sure from this video I was at 12:49. The last video I have is of Xana holding a White Claw at 11:04. So in between.
So at 11:04, the law enforcement timeline has that's midnight. That's 4 minutes after midnight. Hold on. Yeah, this is where I'm confused because they're taking this information and getting it misconstrued, in my opinion. Like I think they're confuzzled. All right. She just said that at 11:04, she has like a video of Xana holding a White Claw and she was with Ethan. That was right before she left to go to the party. These damn cops have that at 11:04, Dylan sees Xana for the last time at Allie's and Xana is holding a White Claw. Or, well, they have it actually in here as 24:04, which is 12:04, and we already know that they're all off. But it has it right here. Okay. Where are they getting in this that this is happening at Allie's house? Where are they getting in this that Xana is at Allie's? Because what she just said was that she left Sigma Chi. Like they're asking when she like moved places. I don't know how the hell we backtracked in this damn interview to that conversation when that shit's already been talked about. But that's what's happening right here. And it has, let's see, where's it at? Okay. It has Dylan seeing Xana for the last time at Allie's, and Xana is holding a White Claw. And then we have Xana responding, Ethan responding to Hunter apparently about still being over there and drinking. And as far as we know, Xana didn't go to Allie's party. So what they're asking here basically is like when to when, what's your timestamps? And so at 11:04, she has a video from Sigma Chi of Xana being with Ethan, and Xana is holding a White Claw. Then at the 12 whatever timestamp that she's giving them is the last thing that she took at Allie's actual party. She's not saying that she saw Xana at Allie's. That's not what's being said here. And the cops put that in this damn timeline.
Sure, from this video, I was at 12:49. The last video I have is of Xana holding a White Claw at 11:04. So in between that time, I'm gonna guess more towards the 12 side is when I went to
Allie's.
So you saw.
So she's got 11:04 video of Xana at Sigma Chi with Ethan. She's got a White Claw. 12:49. Last thing she has at Allie's before her and Lakeland go to her house, which is still confusing as shit because Lakeland's timestamp for taking a freaky ass weird picture of Ethan's clothes on the damn bathroom floor is 12:43, which is 6 minutes before 12:49. This is exhausting. Okay.
You have a video or a picture of Xana at 11:04 p.m.
Yes. Yes,
with
I
a
do.
White Claw.
Yes.
And then you're at 12:49.
For sure, yes. I have a video of that. I could have been there before then. I don't know. But this is what proof I do have.
And that's what you've been using to piece some of this together.
Yes. I mean, I didn't fully look at my phone and stuff until my mom was like kind of asking me about that, and that's how I've been like
I bet
trying to understand time zones. I get timelines, I guess.
Can I ask? It's not a judgment question.
Yeah.
Did Xana and Ethan ever stay at Ethan's house?
No, I don't really know why. I think Ethan. I don't know why Ethan always just liked to be at our house. Xana.
Does he have roommates? Does he have roommates?
I don't know. All I know was that because of his grades, he wasn't allowed to live at. So he had to get an apartment. I've never been to his apartment. I don't know where it is. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if Xana's ever been there. We just never asked about it. We didn't even care. We liked having him there. So
we can't get any information about it either.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, did Xana ever go to Ethan's house?
I don't think so. I think not every single night she was at our house.
So this is an odd question. You just brought up something. He couldn't stay with his fraternity because of his grades, but we're not even through this semester yet.
Last semester, that's how they depend everything. So let's say you get below that what you're supposed to get semester ago. That means that's at the end of last year. Yes, that means for this semester, those are the rules you have to follow.
Yeah.
And if this semester you get better grades, then the next semester you'll be fine.
Meaning before him and Xana got together, his grades were shit and he was really messing up and got kicked out of being able to live there. After him and Xana got together, his grades went back up and he was about to be able to move back into the frat.
So he had to come into this semester in an apartment.
Yes.
It's not like he was there and they kicked him out.
No.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
So don't beat yourself up because maybe we can come back and talk some more. I know that Detective Sergeant Blaker has questions. I have some more questions, but don't let that wait. I can see the weight. of like, I wish I could give them more.
Yeah.
What you're giving is important.
Yeah.
So when you went to bed, who was still in the house? When you went to bed at 3:00, 3:10, but at 3:11, who was still in the house?
From what I know of Kaylee and Maddie coming home.
And again, that's the 2:00 hour, not the 3:00 hour. Which they've already addressed the time zone problem, so I don't know how Gooch is still talking about 3-something.
Those two.
Regardless of the fact that we know that Home Shake was not going to bed.
Just Kaylee and Maddie? And like,
But I know Xana was home from what I saw. I don't know if Ethan was with her. I did not see Ethan.
What did she just say?
when you went to bed, who was still in the house? When you went to bed at 3:00, 3:10, but at 3:11, who was still in the house?
From what I know of Kaylee and Maddie coming home, those two.
Just Kaylee and Maddie? And like,
But I know Xana was home from what I saw. I don't know if Ethan was with her. I did not see Ethan. He could.
She just said I knew Xana was home.
Kaylee and Maddie coming home, those two.
just Kaylee and Maddie? And like,
But I know Xana was home from what I saw.
I know Xana was home.
From what I know of Kaylee and Maddie coming home, those two.
just Kaylee and Maddie? And like,
But I know Xana was home from what I saw. I don't know if Ethan was with her.
You know Xana was home, but you didn't know. Okay, well then that changes everything else because they've been saying this whole time that they didn't know where Xana was. Okay.
I did not see Ethan. He could have been home with her. He could have not been. I don't know.
How do you know that she was there though? Before you apparently went into your room to do whatever the hell you're talking about. Because that's not the case. Like she just said Maddie and Kaylee because they knew that they had gotten home. So when did Xana get home? Or is she only saying that she knows that she was home because that's like who the cops are telling her she actually heard, even though in her mind it's Kaylee? Like this whole statement right here just like threw me. I don't know how to interpret what she just said.
just Kaylee and Maddie? And like,
But I know Xana was home from what I saw. I don't know if Ethan was with her. I did not see Ethan. He could have been home with her. He could have not been. I don't know.
but when you went to bed, you said still in the house.
No. That was. Are you talking about the first time I went to bed? Like early before all this happened?
Oh, I see. Yes, because
Yes.
they came home from the grub hut.
After
Yes.
left. Yeah.
Yeah, the girls came
And you
back
don't-
after Lakeland left,
Well,
apparently.
was with you?
Yes, I know it was home because I went.
Bethany was home
After
with her.
everything of all this, I went to bed with her in her bed.
At what time?
I don't know. I have no
After
clue.
the fact.
Somewhere
apparently.
after, I would say 4:30-ish. I don't
Mhm.
know how long all this happened. I tried to remember and I tried to give a time frame, but in reality, I don't know at all.
So at some point, we always ask this, at some point, you weren't perceiving a threat.
And never perceived a threat ever.
Ever.
I mean,
Even with the guy.
Why does this still piss me off so much? Never? For 30 minutes straight, basically, you're freaking texting your damn friend back and forth. Well, less than that. You're texting Bethany back and forth and talking about how freaked out you are, how scared you are. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Hear it? What? So I jumped up so fast and locked that door so fast. Ma'am. Never? Liar. What the?
I don't know at all.
I don't
So
understand.
At some point,
I
we
don't
always ask this,
understand.
at some point, you weren't perceiving a threat.
And never perceived a threat ever.
Even,
mean,
even with the guy in the hallway?
I mean, yeah, it freaked me out, but it wasn't like in Moscow, like in a tiny town, you
See?
never have to worry about that. It's never like, oh,
That's her go-to answer. That's her go-to answer. When she starts getting asked questions, she instantly goes to stupid college idiot. That's her answer for everything.
this is bad. Like it just isn't. I never thought about. I've like robbery never crossed my mind. Something happened to my friends never ever crossed my mind. Oh, like it just was like people come in and out of our house. Like that's how it is in Moscow when you live out of house. Like people come in and out all the time. Like because you know them, you know everyone in Moscow. It's so
She's
tiny.
insane.
Like it's not weird.
So did you know this
She's
person?
insane.
I don't remember. I don't remember what his face looked like. All I remember is I don't like just like thinking of like the covering of the forehead and the mouth. That's all I remember, and the eyebrows. And I just went, oh,
what
wow.
was covering it?
I don't know. At the time, the way from what I texted it was a weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes and because I saw his eyebrows, and I think I saw his nose and like this part of his face, but I don't know.
Do you know what a balaclava is?
No.
If I showed you a picture of
Which again is so crazy because we have a picture of Dylan in a pink one at a party. A pink balaclava, or whatever the frick you call it. And what else is also interesting here is that she says that she saw the person's nose, but we know that Kohberger's nose is very prominent on his face. But yet she sees his photo on 12:30 all by herself, going and checking it, and doesn't recognize him. You would know if that was the nose that you saw that night. And instead she denies any recognition.
I don't know which one of you, a balaclava. Could you tell me if it looked like that?
Maybe, I think.
So it's something that we use. We use it in cold weather gear, and sometimes we use it on raids when we don't, like if we're working narcotics, we don't want offenders to know who we are so they can't come after us and our families. So we wear these things called balaclavas,
Okay.
which are issued. Anyone can buy them. It's not unique to law enforcement. It's not unique to any other population. But we buy
Interesting
them
how
to
she
show our identity when we go and do raids, so suspects can't figure out who we
instantly
are,
goes to that.
to keep ourselves and our families safe. If we showed you a picture of a balaclava, could you say if this is what it looked more like?
I think so.
He never said anything directed at you, the person that you saw in the hallway.
Never.
Was there movement going on? Thank you.
That could have been. I think that could have been it.
Okay, possibly.
We have a drawing of it somewhere. We've talked about it.
Was this, you couldn't see his mouth?
Let me see if I can
No,
go
and I
find
don't
it real
remember if I
fast.
saw I don't remember if I saw his nose, but I know I saw eyebrows, and I don't remember his eyes look like. I just remember seeing the eyebrows, but I mean that could be it. I mean that would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered.
And so I don't know this. Detective Blaker knows a lot more than I do, and I probably know some things too, but have there been any issues leading up to Sunday with anyone that you can think of that would have done this to you, your roommates?
So obviously the cops will tell us anything weird. About a month ago, Kaylee was taking Murphy out and she just saw like this figure like watching her, and it freaked us out for like a day or two, then we forgot about it, like it wasn't a big deal. Like
I'll also say again, and I still have to do a video about this, but when it honestly, situation, Bethany was the only person Kaylee called, and no one else knew about this situation until after the murders took place. And even Dylan, when she's talking to Mallory, states that after talking to Bethany, and then she starts saying this story, Dylan did not have firsthand knowledge of this.
people live up like I guess you maybe have seen my house. When you go out in the backyard, there's like that hill of all those brushes, and there's like houses up there. It could have just been like someone walking outside their house. I don't know. But like obviously it freaks us out for a second because we're in all house girl. That's why we all girls. So we loved having Ethan because it's like we always were like no one's gonna come to our house if Ethan's here. Like we would always talk about that. Like we feel so safe with Ethan's here because it's like 6'3" guy. He's pretty big. Like it's like. You wouldn't really come to a house when there's a 6'3" guy here. And then another time, I also told the cops this. I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. Kaylee had told us she went to Winco. I don't know what she was buying. Xana was in the car. Xana waited in the car for her. Kaylee is very good at being aware of her surroundings. She's always been like that. And she noticed this guy was like following her, and I think what she said that was this guy didn't have any stuff. It was just kept following her, like wasn't checking anything out. This guy kept following her, And she knows that she got to the register, this guy was like still following her, so she rushed out of Winco into her car and got in the car, threw the stuff on Xana, locked the doors.
Now, I also tried to get these interviews that they did with these two guys that were at the Winco, because their story was that they were just trying to like find girls to ask out or some shit. And I was denied those interviews for privacy reasons. So unlike the Sigma Chi brothers and everyone else that's friends with these people, and that Scott guy that we heard, the officer that we heard, these two Winco guys that were also, I think, part of the alternate perpetrator possibility, like evidence that was submitted, they won't let us have their interviews. I tried. And they told me no, which is crazy. Let me also show you, I have the video that we did back on March 27th, 2025 that shows the drawing that Dylan drew. That's the mask that Dylan drew. Open eye area right here. And then like this square. And this is released. This is part of a public record that's out there. I don't remember which one this was. Let's see if the link still works. Oh, yeah, it does. Usually, like, they'll do updates on things and then the link stops working. So when did this come out? 3/24/25 for bushy eyebrow motion in limine number 7. And since the link is still active, if you guys want this document, I'll put it in the link in the chat. All the way down here. There it is. This is the mask that she drew. And again, you've got a square spot right here. And then a square spot right here. And the first thing that I thought of when I saw this is those masks that they wear in Afghanistan and like places that are real dusty, where the nose and stuff is, like it's got like this extra flap. But this shit doesn't make any sense with the way that she has the dimensions, because the person's nose would be like here's eyeball, and then like the bridge of the nose and the nose, like around this area. You know what I mean? Like, so seeing the nose here wouldn't really make a lot of sense with the way that this is. But instantly when I saw this, I thought the mask that they wear, like in super high wind, super high snow, super high sand area, where it has, I know it looked like an alien, where it has like this drape over. So I don't know. Like, how are you seeing the nose of the person? I mean, it might even be lower than that. Eyes, yeah, maybe like in this area. I feel like. I mean, I don't know. It's very odd. Very odd. But yeah, we definitely talked about that, because that was like the first thing that we really got from her before the plea. So they can get her to draw a freaking Among Us alien, but they can't get her to do a freaking composite sketch or get her to draw the thing that the person was apparently carrying.
She could see out of her side mirror camera that the guy was right behind her in the car. And then she went home.
That too.
Like, it kind of freaked us out for a second. She was like, just be like careful when you go to the stores. And like,
how many weeks?
Probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. When we've been hearing like stuff on TikTok of like stuff happening at Target and Walmart, just people like, I've been hearing a lot of stuff about sex traffickers at stores, and it's like we worried about it. We were just like,
happens at Target a lot.
Always go together, but it wasn't like a big deal, I guess, because I don't know. You just don't want to think about that. Whenever anything happens, you never think it's going to be you, pretty much. Like, you just don't think about that. And then
Let's step back a second, though. The guy at the store, is he in his car when he's close to their car, or he's actually physically following her?
Physically following, yes.
Does he say anything to her? Did she say?
I don't think so.
I think I've even asked for the footage of this. Of like the Winco security footage. We haven't seen anything of that, have we? I feel like we might have seen a small snippet of it. But like the parking lot stuff, the walking out to the car, I wanted to see all of that, but they won't release anything in my requests. I need to put that on the Google Drive.
So I don't remember her saying anything about that.
And that was at Winco, not Walmart.
Winco, and she never she was a little freaked out about it, but she wasn't like let's call the cops right now, like all this, like it wasn't like a big deal, really. And there was another time, like obviously our front door, it's fixed. I don't know how well it's fixed, but our door was broken for a little bit where like you would have to shove it to close it. And like I talked to some girls last year and they'd be like, yeah, we would leave our doors so broken, we had to leave it wide open. Like it would just be wide open. But I couldn't handle that. So I would like just shove it in there. But pretty much me, Maddie, and Bethany, we left the house to go to Starbucks and we came back.
Parents' weekend, which was the weekend before this.
I don't know, like 2-3 weeks ago.
2 to 3 weeks before the event.
Like as of right now, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay, thank
Ish.
you.
Maybe more, maybe a little bit less.
You went to Starbucks over by them all.
Yeah, that one.
Again, weekend before the crimes took place, because it was parents' weekend. Bethany has the same story. Her father was there. And Jeff Kernodle, Xana's dad, is the one who fixed this door. So it was literally the weekend before the crimes took place.
And we come back home and the door's wide open. So we call Ethan. We're like, Ethan, are you home? He goes, no. And we tell him what's going on. He just laughs. Like, it's not a big of a deal. Like, you guys are fine. So we walk in and our washer's going. And that was normal.
Weird.
Like, we were all washing clothes and it made a sound. We all screamed because we were freaked out. We go into the spare bedroom on the right and we just grabbed Ethan's golf clubs. And like we were kind of joking around, but we were also kind of scared. Like it was like, oh, like no one's going to actually be here. Like nothing ever happens, but we were also like kind of like, it's kind of creepy, you know?
So the door was closed.
She's ridiculous.
We don't know. We don't know if we closed it. We have no clue.
Okay.
Yeah. And the door was broken. So we don't know if it was like, that was when it snowed. So maybe like the wind busted open or like, we just didn't know. So we got like Ethan's golf clubs. We went through the whole entire house. No one's home. So we're like, okay, like we were just being stupid. Like stop. Like we need to stop freaking out. You know, like just calm down. And those are the only like 3 weird things I would say.
Did you guys ever call the police?
No, because
Not
it was
on
just
the Winco?
no. Like it was just like you don't want to be that person that calls and it's like nothing. You know, like it wasn't that big of a deal. Nor was.
But according to your little friend, you are that person, baby. All except for whenever you needed to be that person. Which is what's so crazy to me.
The door thing, like no one was in the house. We're like, okay, like it doesn't matter, it's fine.
Did any of your roommates ever say to you that they have been freaked out by somebody recently? That in any interactions, they worked, I saw 2 of them worked at the Greek, that Greek.
They never had anything weird, never. And like we would always talk about stuff. We never had anything weird. Remember one night, this was pretty recently, she heard someone scream. So
Bethany.
She had one of our friends who lives at Identity pick her up and she stayed the night there. But none of us, the rest of us heard that. So we're like, okay, like that didn't freak us out. We were just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, Bethany said that a few days, I guess, maybe less than a week or so before the crimes took place, around 1 something in the morning, she heard a scream and it freaked her out so freaking much. So much. That she had someone come pick her up in the middle of the night and take her out of there. Isn't that insane? It's so insane.
Like
because only one of the 6 of you heard it.
Yeah, and it wasn't like we have so many people, like we have a lot of neighbors around us. Like again, like Moscow's small. Like I have friends that go to Seattle and Chicago. They have some weird shit happen, but it wouldn't happen in Moscow. You know, like you never expect that. And nothing bad's happened here in a long, long time. So you just didn't think about it really. I'm like, yeah, I would get freaked out
Brainwashing
at
is
night,
so
just
heavy.
'cause that's how I am. I always get freaked out at night, just like worrying that someone's there, but there never was.
So I have to ask you a question, and it's not a judgment, so I don't.
You never expect that. And nothing bad's happened here in a long, long time. So you just didn't think about it really. I'm like, yeah, I would get freaked out at night, just because that's how I am. I always get freaked out at night, just like worrying that someone's there, but there never was.
And the one time there apparently is, you don't do shit about it. Your worst fear, your paranoid fear that you have every freaking night, except for the weekends when you're drinking, because that's when you get your good sleep in. The one time it finally happens and you don't do anything. You're so paranoid all the time that someone's there and there never is. And the one time there is and your dumbass doesn't do anything. She's making herself sound so damn pathetic. There's no other word for it. Pathetic is about it. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Thank you for the $4.99, Kawanda. Were you able to file a class action lawsuit against this clown? No, not against Dylan, unfortunately. I think the only thing that we have any sort of chance with in way of any sort of lawsuit is the appeals that we need to start filing for the issues that we're having with the FOIAs. That's why I want to try to get stuff done this next week coming up. Like, I know that we should be having a hearing still on Monday in way of the EWU versus Moscow FOIA lawsuit. And I've been saying this for like a couple weeks now. I need to buckle down. I need to sit down. I need to go through everything. And I need to get all of the FOIA stuff that we've ever requested. I need to get all of it moved over. I need to get all of the receipts moved over. I need to get a ledger of everything that we have spent. I need to pay attention to the things that they've redacted. Even though we don't have a list of the things that they've actually redacted, we know what they're hiding. We know where there's silence where there shouldn't be. We know when they're doing stuff they're not supposed to be doing in these files. I need to be able to compare the stuff that we've paid for and gotten to what EWU has gotten. And I really want to send all of my information over to them because it's not just EWU. And it's not just Moscow. It's ISP. It's everything that Moscow claims that they have access to, that ISP says that is with Moscow. But then Moscow wants to deny that they have after I already have the receipt from ISP telling me that it went to Moscow. So it's just a big circle of dumb shit. Because like ISP told me they've known for a long time, and Amber told me they've known for a long time that there is no freaking pocket recording. They can't find the pocket recording of Kohberger's interview, and they can't find the damn transcript. You can't find the transcript? And that's not FBI property because Gilbertson had it on him. The ISP officer had it on him. The only thing that the FBI should be able to have actual access to with the way they're pulling their bullshit is the actual one that was recorded on the Pennsylvania recorders for the jail. The barracks, wherever the frick they were. Those recording systems. That's the only ones that the FBI should be able to say anything over. There's no reason for them to be able to make them lie. Or did they snatch it? Did the FBI come in and take it? And that's why they have to tell me, oh, there's no transcript and oh, there's no recording because the FBI took possession of it. I don't understand how this entire thing is happening in front of our faces so blatantly. It's just insane.
So I have to ask you a question, and this is not a judgment, so I don't want you thinking, I believe what you're telling me, but you're not telling Detective Sergeant Blaker and I anything that will prevent us from solving this. You're not trying to fill in pieces because I'm not saying maliciously to prevent us or to assist us because that won't help us. Do you know what I mean?
I know.
I
understand.
And it's not a judgment.
Yeah.
I just don't want to, we don't want to follow this path and spend time and find out that this is really.
Thank you for the 1999 Charlie's Only Angel. Yeah, I mean, it's so ridiculous at this point. like it's sad that we have to sit here and like react to this way and like laugh at some of these parts, but just the extreme ridiculousness. Like, girl, you have to be hearing yourself and knowing how ridiculous you sound. Like, how are you not hearing yourself? I think that's what's so astonishing to me.
You're not absolutely certain, but there are some things. I think the things that you heard.
Yeah.
I think the crying and the voice. I don't think that you could.
Yeah.
You could create that in your mind. Those are things we hear. That something.
The sound in your voice, the sound and the voice, you can create that in your mind, but she can't create Murphy barking. Because remember, Home Chick just told Dylan that you can't make up a dog barking. That's not something that you made up. Obviously, that really happened. What?
Brought you out of your sleep.
Yeah.
You didn't sleep through this whole thing, and at 11 o'clock.
No, I mean, I can tell I was awake because I was
Yes.
calling and texting
Yes.
people, and I remember texting.
That's your
and calling.
evidence that
Yeah.
you were up. And
Yeah.
you were moving around.
Yeah, and I, like, from the things I saw, it's like what I think I remember, but again, like, I don't know how real it is. Like, I don't know if my mind
So
made it up or if
ridiculous.
I did. Or, like, if it was actually, like, you know, real or something. Like, not I did, but, like, saying if my mind made it up or if it was real.
So the voice you heard, you believe you heard a
I believe I did hear that. And I believe I did hear someone crying. Kaylee, I guess I should, what I believed at that moment, I heard Kaylee crying.
And you believed you heard a male voice saying.
I believe I heard a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
And it wasn't directed at you.
I know it was not directed at me because I was more distant. I could tell it was not towards me at all.
So this is a question I have to ask.
Yeah.
If he saw you, why do you believe you were spared?
I don't know. I've been asking that like nonstop. It kind of freaks me out because I'm just like, I don't really understand why I was spared. Like, I'm a girl. I am 5'10". I'm not that insanely strong. A guy is a lot stronger than I am. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have. That's what I don't understand. And I've just been like wondering, like, did he know me? Did he not know me? Like, was it because he didn't know me and didn't want and felt bad, or was it because he didn't know me and knew I wouldn't recognize him? Like, what was it? That's why. It's just like, that's why I want to. It's like, if we do find this guy, that's like one of the first things I want to know. It's like, why did you not? You didn't. He never ever tried to open my door.
What was just redacted?
Was it? That's why. It's just like, that's why I want to. It's like, if we do find this guy, that's like one of the first things I want to know. It's like, why did you not? You didn't. He never ever tried to open
Why is that redacted?
my door. That's what I know. I know nothing. Like, no one tried to open my door. Like, he could have stabbed the, from what we know now was a knife. He could have stabbed the knife through my door, tried to open my door, anything. You probably could have kicked down that door if you wanted to, but he never did.
So I do know this, and so does the detective sergeant. He passed by occupied rooms that posed a risk that he would be apprehended if you hurt him. So the question is, he passed by occupied rooms.
And again, she's also claiming that as she's hearing stuff happening, that she's yelling Kaylee's name out of the door. So not only would whoever this person is had to have passed her up after hearing her obviously open the door several times, say whatever she's saying, calling whoever she's calling before the second bedroom attack, but also on the way out. On the way up, on the way down, and then on the way out. 3 times. At the least. So it's interesting that it's either he knew who I was, so he spared me because he knew me, or he didn't know me and knew I wouldn't be able to recognize him, so he didn't bother. But that it doesn't matter if you recognize his ass or not. If you're looking at his damn face and you know that the cops are going to be called because you just murderied up some people, then you are leaving a witness open that can describe you. And instead, she looks at the man that's arrested and has no recollection whatsoever of that being him. Even after changing her story about what she remembers and what she doesn't, she still does not recognize him. This whole thing is so twisted. And then for Gooch to even like put that little bit of information in there to let Dylan work off of, I don't know if she did that on purpose. I mean, she probably did do it on purpose to see how Dylan would take maybe some bait and run with that. This whole thing is so insane.
To go to other occupied rooms.
Yeah.
You had to go by your room to get to the other 2 rooms.
Unless
that's her
he
freaking
got-
go-to for everything.
I remember Kaylee was kind of worried about someone climbing that balcony up there. I don't know if someone could climb it, but I feel like if someone really, really wanted to, they could. I mean, I don't know how.
Was there snow there though? There was snow, correct?
I think so. I don't remember.
Is this where she starts talking about how they'd have to scale the wall?
I'm not planting a seed to make you
Yeah, I
swear
know.
that you'll never sleep again. That is not my goal.
Yeah,
here.
I know.
But we're trying to figure out, is it somebody you knew? That knew that was your room and bypassed the room because they weren't intent on harming you?
I mean, that's what doesn't make sense is like, they had to have known our layout to want to go past my room, to not go to Kaylee.
Occupied room.
Yeah, that's the thing is
important.
like,
What are they redacting right there? Bethany's name, maybe?
Harming you.
I mean, that's what doesn't make sense is like, they had to have known our layout to want to go past my room, to not go to Kaylee.
Occupied room.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, I don't, from what I remember, I don't think I locked my door that night. I don't think I did. And that's what weirds me out is like, if I didn't, how did he go past my room, not even care that I was in my room? Like, he probably knew all of us were at home that night. And it's just like, I feel like it is someone that we know. And I feel like it's someone that had probably been in our house either last year when girls used to live there or this year somehow. I don't know. It just is weird to me that when me and Beth were talking about it, like, he had to have known the layout of the house. He never went to the room. What if Kaylee was living down there? He wouldn't have known unless he knew us and knew the house. That doesn't make sense.
Well, in our world, to pass an occupied room,
It's
to
really
go
weird.
to unoccupied rooms becomes concerning if the direction comes from the door he enters, has to make him walk by.
That's a good point. I mean, the mask could have been put back on after the fight, but that is a good point. The hair in Ethan's hand is probably the most damning information that we've received from all of this chaos with this book. Now, I know that there's some chain of custody things too. I'm still trying to look through some things and see if I can find exactly where it's Talbot and where it's the sheath DNA, like the way that it's being described. I need proof of that because there was a lot of stuff that went back and forth between a lot of places, and that includes different samples of the DNA from the sheath before and after a result, buccal swabs or whatever, buccal swabs, whatever that were collected and then sent back for comparisons to certain things. There was a lot of back and forth with a lot of stuff when it comes to DNA that's supposed to be Kohberger's. So I'm still trying to piece all of that stuff together because there's some things that I've seen and it's a little bit misconstrued and I still don't have it like straightened out. But I don't understand how they have like presumptive testing. I guess I need the dates. But I don't understand how they have like presumptive testing for things that belong to her. The cleanup situation happening, hair in Ethan's hand, a story that she has about a person that didn't touch her because maybe he knew her and maybe that's why she was spared. And like nobody's really like just putting all of that together to try to come up with some sort of theory that actually makes sense of Dylan has to have like known someone. Like actually. You're not this damn inconsistent. You're not this damn adamant that they believe that you think that you don't know for sure if this shit's real or some sort of cracked out dream. You're not repeating that 25,000 times if you're so innocent of something. Like this is excessive. And that's where she really told on herself. This is highly excessive.
Like my door is almost right in front of the view when you walk in that sliding door. That's the first room you see. He didn't go to my room.
That's why we wondered if you know him.
That's what I mean. That's what it has to be. Like he had to have known who lived in what room, like where everyone
Can you think
was.
of who that could be?
No, there's no one. Like every person that like knew Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, and Maddie loved them. They never had any grudges. Like everyone loved them. It was never like I never heard anyone say, "Oh, I hate them. I hate this. They did this. They did that." They never had any bad things. said to them ever.
That they told you.
Yeah, that they told me, or like what I heard. I mean, like in Moscow, once
They
rumor
only lived
starts, it
together
doesn't go
a
away.
few
Everyone hears
months.
about it. Like it's just such a small town
few months.
for a college town, I guess I would say. Everyone knows everything. So like if someone hated this person, you would know. And I never knew.
Did they ever say they had an issue with a patron at the Mad Creek?
Never.
What about an ex-boyfriend or?
See, I want to know why they're asking that question to her on this date. Especially after the story that we heard from that Scott guy. Because it had to do with Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. The story from the Scott guy. So that's interesting that she's asking that.
If someone hated this person, you would know. And I never knew.
Did they ever say they had an issue with a patron at the Mad Creek?
Never.
What about an ex-boyfriend or anything like that?
No, I know Kaylee and broke up, but I talked to Kaylee about that, and she was like, "Yeah, we mutually decided to do this. We're still friends. We still talk. We're still on good terms. We share Murphy. Like we're good." And
Like they co-parent Murphy?
yes, like that. And I trusted, and I mean, I didn't know him as well as I guess I didn't know him as well as I knew Ethan, but I trusted him. He
I noticed
was
that.
a super nice guy. Never, ever, ever had I heard him
I noticed
be rude
that.
to Kaylee
Isn't that
once in
weird?
my life. Never heard anything. And
the Mad Greek is no longer even open. The owner was assaulted and decided at that point that she was done, is how I'm understanding it.
because we all will talk about relationships and stuff. Like I never heard Kaylee say, "Yeah, he did this to me. He did that." Like nothing ever concerning ever came. I think it was just like they had been dating for such a long time. It was time to like roll its course. That's what she said. It was like it's time to roll its course. Like we mutually decided it's time.
How long did she date him for?
I don't know. I think it was. I don't know. I mean, you could probably figure it out from social media. I mean, or talking to her mom. I don't know.
Or Jack as well?
Yeah, Jack as well.
So she told you that Jack handled it well. Did you see that Jack handled it well?
Yeah. He came up like.
No, it was a front. He was seeking mental health help from the school before the murders took place. Brett Payne checked on him in May of 2023, March 2024, something like that. The hearing where it was 2023, the hearing where Ann Taylor is telling the court how the 11-12 stuff is all chopped up before we then find out that everything is apparently okay and we still don't have any audio. When we were going through those reports talking about when Mowry gave that information over to Taylor, because it was like that freaking morning of the hearing or some shit like that. And the very next report is Brett Payne calling Jack Takor and asking if he ever reached out and got the help that he was supposed to based on the reports they had from the university for him. So no, he did not take it the way everyone is acting like he took it. Let's be serious.
He would come over and talk with Kaylee and play with Murphy. And it was never weird, ever.
Was she dating anyone else? Or seeing
Yeah.
anyone
She
else?
started talking to me, and I believe John knew, and it wasn't like a
Mason.
big deal at all.
I don't really believe that. But
I mean,
okay.
the whole on the video on Twitch of the Grub Chuck and Jack,
That was Jack.
that's kind of what made us interested in that, because I guess you know that had
Jack.
anger
Yeah.
issues. He was a hunter. He had multiple hunting weapons.
But I want to know, how does she know that? Like, this is a few days later, okay? And at this point, Emily Allant has already said she saw it, she questioned it, she called it in. So is this Emily Allant that's giving Dylan all this information about, oh, he hunts and he has these weapons and whatever? Because I don't remember Jack saying that he really knew who the hell Dylan even was. Or Bethany. So where is she getting all this information?
I mean, I'm not saying it's him, because I can't say that. Like, that could ruin his life and he could not be it, you know? But from what I know, I don't know if you know this yet, but my friend who was best friend with Xana, we went to like a balloon ceremony for all of them. And I was talking about,
Must be Emily.
She said, yeah, one time, like, he just, like, I guess Ashley and Ashley can both tell you that he, like, kneed one of their best friends in the stomach and, like, just pretty much beat her up for some reason, which I don't know why you would beat up a girl. Doesn't make sense. But he was kind of for in your shoes. He didn't have any connection to except for which Kaylee was talking to, which is just a weird coincidence. Like, it could have just been coincidence. We don't know. I mean,
she's saying how Jack Showalter didn't have any connection to Mason, the guy that Kaylee was seeing, one of the guys.
You that he, like, kneed one of their best friends in the stomach and, like, just pretty much beat her up for some reason, which I don't know why you would beat up a girl. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we had heard something about that. That was Jack. How come that wasn't brought up in the interviews? That wasn't brought up in the interviews.
But he was kind of for in your shoes. He didn't have any connection to except for which Kaylee was talking to, which is just a weird coincidence. Like, it could have just been coincidence. We don't know. I mean, it's just like, that's the only thing we can think of, and I don't know. It's just weird.
Who did he punch in the stomach?
I don't know her last name, but I know her really well.
Did she call the police on that? Or...
I know her really well, but I don't know her last name.
No, I mean, I don't think she did.
What was the issue of her?
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, you could probably try and talk to her about that. She would probably know. She knows more than I do. I mean, all like this part of is all hearsay. Like, it's not what I know. It's what other people know that have told me.
That's important.
Yeah.
What is her name?
I have to look up her last name.
Please.
Please.
I believe.
What?
Let me look at her Instagram real quick.
Please.
Sorry. Well, hold on.
I know. Constant.
I currently don't have my insurance. I had to
Constant.
deactivate it.
No, that's okay. We can figure it out.
You
We
had
have
to
access
what?
school records.
What'd she say?
I currently don't have my insurance. I had to deactivate it.
She deactivate? Okay, see. Jesus Christ. All right. I cannot wait to get my chair next week so that I don't have to keep dealing with this little squeaky ass thing that I'm dealing with. That's number one. Okay. Number two. She just said at the beginning of this, when her lawyer conveniently, at the time that they're talking about the Snapchats, butted in saying that they just got an email from Bill Thompson. They just said that they did not want the social media deleted. They just said they do not want the social media deleted. She just said she deactivated her Instagram. Did she think deactivating it was going to remove its existence in its history? Is that what she thought was going to happen? Okay.
No, that's okay. We can figure it out. We
Okay.
have access to school records as well.
Yeah,
She's
that would
doing
probably
there
be-
as well.
Well, she used to be, but now she's at maybe, I think, yeah.
Was that a recent event?
Yeah, she decided to switch from, like, last year she finished out
Good
in
morning.
Ryan and switched to CWI, like, as of this semester, I believe.
So who told you the story about punching in the stomach?
It was,
Okay.
and then I talked to her about that earlier today, and she explained that a little bit more. So they both know about that. And which I think you wrote down her last name.
Yes, how this got. So most of the students have left up there. Do you happen to have any phone numbers for any of these people?
Huh?
Do you happen to have phone numbers for any of these young women?
I have a phone number, but I think you guys have her phone number as well, because she was at the station with us.
She was at the PD with us?
Yeah.
Okay, we have.
Yeah. Sorry, my dad just calling me. I'm just gonna text him back real quick.
Her dad's
This is
calling
your
her.
stepdad? Are they out there
Stepdad,
freezing?
that's when I said that out there. My actual dad.
Are you freezing them out?
No, we have a casita back there that has heating.
Oh,
I'll
good. I
just
was
text
worried.
them
I was thinking they're going outside and we're going to keep them there 2 hours. And it's like 20 degrees.
They've been working.
Sorry, I was texting him.
So I always ask this because I don't know everything. Neither does Detective Sergeant Blaker. We don't know everything about what you know. Is there something he haven't asked of you that is important for us to know? that you think, why didn't they ask me? And so we're going to ask you, is there something that we haven't covered that you think is important for us to figure out what happened here?
Nothing right now. I mean, the only weird thing that we had was that no one took our DNA at the station, which I know you guys are doing now, which I'm totally free to give up. But the one thing is about the DNA stuff is Friday night we did have a party, and you have most of those people, but like there's going to be a lot of DNA, and we had parties about every single week. That was normal. We did deep cleans, but like I don't know if you can take away every single DNA just from a deep clean. I don't think you can. So it's just like I hope you find something, but it may be really hard because we have people over all the time.
Yeah,
When
we
did you
understand.
do the deep clean?
When was do you know when Parents Weekend was?
Yes, it was the weekend.
So that we did the deep clean either Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's been there the whole time.
There is-
He's been there the whole time. He maybe asks like 2 freaking questions. But that's what I said. I said, as horrible as this interview is, there's 2 different agencies. She's with ISP and Blaker from MPD is also there. He's just like in the background. Yeah.
There's evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to
Yeah, this is where they tell her that they found evidence that they think the suspect left. Listen to how she says there is. She sounds concerned in her instant response. Listen to it. Listen to the tone.
Do you know when Parents Weekend was?
yes, it was the weekend.
So that we did the deep clean either Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. So that's important.
One more time, because I saw my thing just like did crazy. Hold on. Yeah, listen to the tone.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
Like, I know she's going to continue talking here, but that initial reaction, you can hear it. You can hear it.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
And then the the exasperated, okay. This is a response.
Parents Weekend was.
Yes, it was the weekend.
So that we did the deep clean either Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
I would
what's
love to
important
see
is
her
there is
face right
evidence
here.
in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's important.
Well, that's good. It's her trying to get back into character.
Yes, it was the weekend.
So that we did the deep clean either Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's important. I'm glad what you're volunteering.
Interesting, right?
That you're willing
Yeah,
to-
I mean, I like when they asked my phone, I was like, I don't care what you find. I don't give 2 shits. Like, I just want you to find this guy. That's all I care about.
And see right there, I don't care what you find. I don't give 2 shits. That's an emotional response to what she's reacting to about what they found. We're just going to listen to this whole part again.
Was
Yes, it was the weekend.
so that we did the deep clean either Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's important. I'm
And
glad
then
what
she
you're
gets
volunteering, that
defensive.
you're willing to-
Yeah, I mean, I like when they asked my phone, I was like, I don't care what you find. I don't give 2 shits. Like, I just want you to find this guy. That's all I care about.
This is like the most telling. I think this is like the most telling section of this interview. Honestly.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, in the scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's important. I'm glad what you're volunteering, that you're willing.
Yeah, I mean, I like when they asked my phone, I was like, I don't care what you find. I don't give two shits. Like, I just want you to find this guy, and that's all I care about.
This is the most telling portion of this entire interview. I think this is the most responsive and real that we've heard her. And I know it's just a voice, but you can hear it. This is interesting. I need to clip this whole thing. Just this little spot. Very revealing.
Is there anything you want to ask of us?
I'm really glad that we decided to, even though I really did not want to, bro. Oh my God, we've been live for how long? Because this interview was over 2 hours. I already knew that we were going to be live for like late. But I also haven't been able to sleep over the past maybe like a week. I have been nonstop, not being able to go to bed until like the sun is up. And even then I'm having to like force myself. So I knew if we were going to be going late tonight, it wouldn't really be a big deal. Plus, like, we don't do sleep time on Friday. So the boys are playing video games. Like, they're just having fun. I'm glad that we went back over this because I don't think I would have listened to that tone change. I don't remember hearing it like that before.
Both days, I'm pretty sure.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
That too, that
it's
breathe,
important. I'm glad what you're
breath right there is
volunteering,
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I like when they asked my phone, I was like, I don't care what you
Then the
find.
defensive.
I don't give two shits. Like, I just want you to find this guy, and that's all I care about.
Yeah, that's all very telling right there. I wonder what's going through her head at this moment.
I don't know if you can tell me, but is there any people of interest, anything?
And then instantly, bro. Instantly, she wants an answer. Oh shit, what do they know? On top of, oh, maybe he knew me. This girl is telling on herself. We're going to listen to this whole spot over.
Offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's important. I'm glad what you're volunteering, that you're willing.
Yeah, I mean, I like when they asked my phone, I was like, I don't care what you find. I don't give two shits. Like, I just want you to find this guy, and that's all I care about.
She's thinking.
Is there anything you want to ask of us?
I don't know if you can tell me, but is there any people of interest?
Instant
anything?
follow-up. Holy wow.
Well, some of the ones
Wow.
that he's been provided before, we're doing the follow-up. Those are the first ones we're doing follow-up.
So there are like people of interest.
Yes,
Oh,
but not
Not
suspects.
suspects,
So
people
we
of
want,
interest.
what's important is we're like you. We
Yeah.
don't want to ruin somebody's reputation.
That makes
if they
sense.
have no involvement whatsoever.
That's what my mom was telling me. Is like they're not going to like in the press conference. They can't say anything if there are people of interest because that would just like let's say it isn't that would ruin.
The press conference just happened the day before. At this point, they can't even promise that the community is safe, much less tell you if there's a suspect. What do you mean?
His whole entire life, you know. So I understand that part. Like you can't say someone's a
You're
suspect.
important though. I mean, we're not trying to put extra pressure on you, but
Yeah.
you're important because maybe you did see. You're the only eyewitness that put somebody
Yeah.
in that house.
Yeah.
That's why it's important if you can sort through it with who's.
You're the only eyewitness that can put someone in that house. If there was ever someone else in that house. Because there's that too. I mean, I don't know how the hell she would have been able to do it on her own. I don't think she could have. I mean, crazy shit's happened, but I don't think she could have. But it's a good thing that that statement was put in her face. You're the only person that can put a person in that house. That means Dylan is in control of the entire thing. And they let her know that too. That's the problem.
To put extra pressure on you, but
Yeah.
you're important because maybe you did see. You're the only eyewitness that put somebody
Yeah.
in that house.
Yeah.
That's why it's important if you can sort through it with who's your may I ask.
Oh, what's wrong?
I mean, they're qualified. They did this. I don't make light of this because
Yeah.
I work with victims all the time with trauma. Right? They didn't just start their practice yesterday. This is somebody
Yeah.
established.
She wants to know who the
It's
person
in
is
a
assigned to her.
I can't remember her name.
And she's been doing it a while.
Yeah, she's been doing it for a while.
So can you keep working with?
Yeah, I'm going to. I met with her yesterday. Really liked her. She's
victims
really
advocate, victims therapist.
I feel good with her.
And the good thing is, I've worked with victims for 42 years. The further away you get from it, you're going to start piecing things together. The trauma is just too raw and too real right now.
Yeah.
And you've lost your friends.
Yeah.
That's compounding. These are people you were connected to.
Yeah.
And you cared about. In time, things will start to fall into place. And for your own peace of mind, I want that to happen for you. I'm not selfish. Yes, it is somewhat about the case, but it's also important that at some point in your life, you get to move on beyond this trauma.
Yeah. So let's say like somehow I piece something together. Should I call you and be like, hey, like I remembered something? Like
they're blocking the counselor's
But what if it's
name.
something like I don't? But all this is like I don't know for sure. Even if I don't know for sure, but I think this is piece of my memory. Should I still?
Yes.
Okay.
Because what if it is real?
Yeah.
And we don't know about it.
I mean, that's the main thing is like, I wish I could understand if
Such
anything
bullshit.
of this was real. But seeing that guy again, like, it was just like cloudy. Like, what if he wasn't even there? But like after everything's happened, like I think.
What if he wasn't even there? Yeah. What if you were hallucinating because you're crazy? Or what if he wasn't there? What if he wasn't there in the way that you are describing him and you literally were only giving Bethany a story because you didn't call Bethany? She called yo ass. And you claim to have seen this and heard this and oh my God, and lock your door and jump up and oh my God, thousands of times, and you didn't call her. You didn't call her. She called you. And that's what I've always said since we found out, since we got the damn timeline. What would have happened if Bethany would have never called Dylan? And the conversation about Dylan seeing a dude and all this other bullshit and all the text messages. Oh my God, that's scared. Oh my God. What if none of that would have happened? And if Bethany wouldn't have called Dylan, it wouldn't have happened. So then what would have been the story? Bethany would have been the one to wake up and walk in through the house and see the bodies and banging on Dylan's door the next morning. Oh my God, everyone's dead. Freaking out, calling the cops. Is that what would have happened? Probably. Dylan was dead set, in my opinion, for someone else to come across that scene regardless. Regardless. There's a huge possibility. More than ever, that every single detail down to there literally being someone dressed in all black walking around that house could be completely fabricated. I mean, could the people that did it still have been dressed in all black with masks on? Sure, probably. I don't know. But that's not always necessary. And sometimes people don't show up for murder in a costume. They just come in their clothes. Yeah, every little thing. If in some way Dylan saw something, there's still a huge possibility, even with it, that it's not real. But that's also what she wants you to believe, which is the big problem, because she's a problem. She's a problem. So it's really hard to try to even make sense. You can't even try to make sense or even try to figure out which side it possibly could be with her, other than the fact that we know that she's just straight up lying. Without a doubt, 100% fact, she's lying. And that's because her story keeps changing. The truth doesn't change. The truth does not change. The truth is a constant. There's not one piece about anything that she has said that was remained the same, other than the fact that she got up and opened the door 3 times and then somehow ended up in Bethany's room. That's the only shit that stayed the same.
It was there, but it's like how much do I actually know is real? How much do I think is like made up in my mind?
Do you think you can remember enough of him to give a composite for a composite artist?
No.
2 people, not enough.
No. I don't remember what his eyes look like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what his eyebrows look like at all. Really, I just remember thinking.
We're going to go back in a second. So she just said earlier she recognized the nose. Now she's saying she don't remember the no. She said earlier she saw the nose. Now she's saying she doesn't remember what it looks like. And then what did she just say about eyebrows?
To give a composite for a composite artist, 2 people, not enough.
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like. I don't remember what his nose look like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what his eyebrows look like at all. Really, I don't know exactly what his eyebrows looked at
like at all, really? Because you're making the shit up.
But like after everything that's happened, like I think he was there, but it's like how much do I actually know is real? How much do I think is like made up in my mind?
Do you think you can remember enough of him to give a composite for a composite artist?
No.
Not enough.
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what his eyebrows look like at all, really. I just remember thinking like eyebrows.
I don't remember exactly what his eyebrows looked like at all, really. No shit. No shit. And you know something else? Let me show y'all this, because I think I mentioned this before. Hold on. Okay. The Nancy Guthrie case, we have photos and video of a man with a very odd mask on. And if you really look, look at how prominent the stitching is on this mask. See how thick this is? Can I make this bigger? Or is it just going to get smaller? Of course it will. Can I open it? Okay. Do you see how prominently thick this material is around the eye? Right here. It's literally in the area where your eyebrow is. Also. Now, I know she's got like an open face thing, but there are masks that are built with this thick around the area. One eyebrow, open spot, super thick, bushy, could literally just be embroidery. It could literally, in the most innocent of senses, because she's a dumbass, be embroidery on the mask around the face. And not even have anything at all to do with eyebrows at all. And it just be literally the embroidery for a thick ass mask. Because it would look like a unibrow. It'd look like one puffy thing.
So like I couldn't even like.
Earlier you said because they were bushy?
Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like I don't remember the shape. I don't remember like the color. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember.
And when you saw him outside your door, was he moving? Was there movement going on?
I've been trying to think through this, and I've been trying to think like what do I remember from that? And I just like I don't remember if he was just like standing there or if he was walking. But what I think was going on was that he was like slowly walking like across from the living room to the kitchen out the sliding door. That's what I think I remember.
So I haven't been to the house. Is there a drop from the sliding door? Can you walk?
That's a lot of watching a person.
So pretty much you go out to the sliding door. There's just
so before he was 3 feet away from her and he was right there and she doesn't know whether he saw all of her body or just her head because of how she was peeking out the door, blah, 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 whatever. And now it's from the living room across the kitchen out the slider. Like you're watching the person go from the living room to the kitchen to the slider. That's crazy considering that you can't see the opening of the slider from where your door is.
It's like this gray cement patio thing. Then let's just say your back is at the outside of the door and you're looking outside. To the right, you have to go, there's like some rocks and some bushes you have to walk down. Then to your left, there's just like this hill, like these bushes, and then behind, like kind of to the back side, you can walk past my window. And there's like this hill of like bushes and stuff, and then up there's like houses. So I mean, it would be kind of hard to like run up it or run down it because there's all those like rocks and stuff.
Especially in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so I'm kind of confused. Like, if there wasn't there, why that way? Like that doesn't seem like the smartest and fastest way. But I mean,
which direction is the front door from your bedroom?
The front door, you have to go, again, out to the living room and downstairs. When you hit the bottom of the stairs, directly to your right is the door. So it's like kind of a little bit of a walk.
So it's a typical tri-level.
Yeah, typical, pretty much.
Typical tri-level? No.
Can you think of anything else right now?
No, I'm trying to. Oh, this was something else that I remember. Cars do come by a lot, but I remember looking out the window. I just remember. Well, I think it was a black truck. I don't know for sure, but like that is normal for people's cars to go by. But I don't know if that could be something. It was just like car driving past.
Now, this is a vehicle that she sees after she's down in Bethany's room, and I think it's the black SUV that comes in at 4:29 because she talks about seeing the brake lights. And if you listen, it sounds like they're sort of like putt-putting right there. Like they're going past 11:22, but they're going real slow. And it just sort of sounds like the way that your engine sounds if you're just kind of like coasting and then like pressing the gas for like a second just to get some momentum and then you let it go. You know what I mean? It's the same time frame as this 4:29 thing.
Past our driveway.
What time was that at?
That was right when I went down to see. So I don't know exactly when that was.
Was it moving? It was in movement?
I was moving. I wasn't stopped at all. It was moving. And like people drive by our driveway to go like around like this side housing neighborhood a little bit. Like we hear cars go by all the time. Like that's not weird, but
when you were making your way to the room.
That's not when I heard.
Oh.
It was when I got into the room. I don't know why I looked out the window, but I looked when I just saw a car like driving by. I believe it was what I guess I shouldn't say I believe because I don't know for sure, but I think it was a black truck. But I don't know for sure. It could have been. It was just dark, and I thought it was a black truck.
But there was a vehicle there.
Yeah, but it was like it wasn't stopped. It was moving, and like from my window, again, my window is like, if like let's say this is the front of my room, this is my back room, this is my window right here. There's like a neighbor. I guess you know there's that neighborhood up there. I can hear cars go by right there all the time. Like that's normal.
The side road that goes back to the back parking lot.
From what I think the car was just going up to that neighborhood. But again, I don't know. But I thought I'd just let you know, just in case it
could have been a suspect.
Yeah, like I don't know. It could have been, but who knows?
And you said you sure it was a truck?
I don't know. I think it was a black truck from what I'm thinking, but again,
it was an SUV.
For sure.
Were the headlights on?
I couldn't even remember. I can't remember that at all.
What drew your attention to it?
I think I just wanted to look at the window for some reason. I don't know why, but I remember seeing the red lights on the back of the truck.
Brake lights.
Yeah, I don't really know why. I remember seeing that. It was like, I don't remember if there were headlights or not. I just don't know about that. But I just remember seeing the red lights, kind of.
You've been through a lot. In time, you'll remember more from my experience working with.
Yeah, we did this video. It was given back to them because Mallory is a stupid moron. It was given back to them because Mallory is a stupid moron. We did this video. I talk about this a lot. Mallory's a freaking moron. Okay. Gunderson got the SD card. And what's crazy to me is that in the report, Mallory doesn't mention who gives him the SD card. He just says that he gets it. So I don't know why he didn't mention that Gunderson got it because we see it on camera. But they couldn't get anything from it. Like the equipment that they had, they couldn't get anything readable off of it. So they gave it back. That's why it's not booked into evidence. It has nothing to do with anything else besides stupidity. He's a moron. A moron, okay? He pretended that he had to do all these extra things, go grab the equipment from 1112, bring it to the police department, get the camera light, bring it to the apartment. He thought that he had to do all this extra shit. When at the end of the day, almost a week later, he just downloads the app to his work phone and logs in with the same credentials Home Chick's been given to everybody and their mama to look at the camera. That's what happened. He's an idiot. They didn't have the equipment apparently, or he didn't know what he was doing, and he couldn't get anything off of it, so he had to give it back. And then he went through all this dumb shit back and forth, and didn't accomplish anything. Mallory's an idiot. He's not an expert in any shape, form, anything, any way, shape, or form at all. Literally at all.
Victims, you'll remember more. So anything, even if you don't think it's significant, we would still want to know.
Yeah.
What are your plans?
Yeah. Yeah, he had one week's worth of training time, and he's an idiot. I just don't understand how he even had his job after that. Like, they allowed the footage that they used for like so much of their case here. They know it was manipulated. Well, I can't say that the cops know that somebody else manipulated it. I feel like somebody else might have manipulated it. But for sure, they know that other people had access to it. Because Mowry even writes that in his report. And we know that the Goncalveses got access to it from Jack Ducour that night. Because Jack went over there and got it. Because he was friends with them. And again, I don't know if you log in, use the password and have administrative access, I don't know what you can do. It's also not a Ring camera like Idiot puts in the book here. It's like, is it Home something? Nest something? I don't remember the name of it, but it's not a freaking Ring camera. It's a light bulb camera. But no, Mowry's an idiot. No one's ever going to convince me that that man's an expert in anything electronical or whatever the hell this is. No, he failed. They all failed with that. And I think that that's the reason maybe why Chief Dollinger is not getting back to me about anything, because like I'm calling y'all out for being dumbasses. How did y'all not do anything about the fact that for 6 days people had access to this footage? And again, the report on the 19th, when Mowry finally gets the information from downloading the app and logging in, which again, he had this on the 13th. He had the login information on the 13th, but didn't want to go that route. He wanted to go the I'm a smartass and I'm going to do whatever I want to make myself look special route instead of taking it simple. He ended up having to just do the login anyway 6 days later. But I don't know how, A, they don't do anything or didn't try to get a warrant to get the information and the access information. I don't know why the hell Ann Taylor, I think I said this the other day whenever I got like real into this. I don't know why the hell Ann Taylor did not have a search warrant to the company to get access to all the IP addresses and everybody that logged in that week's time, especially given the fact that when the feed was interrupted, the person who's watching called Mowry, or it was either an email or a phone call. I can't remember which one. But in the prosecutor's reports that were released in the drop where they had a bunch of the forensic reports that were not redacted until they snatched them all back, in the Latell County prosecutor reports, which are actually like the LCPA or whatever that home dude here mentions a lot in here. It's not redacted. So you've got like the guy's name, the girl's name, all the names are in there. But the dude who was watching it literally tells Mowry about SV1. On the 19th, he tells Mowry, hey, I was watching that. By the way, check out this car. And they ran with it from there based off of what that guy told him. Because they would not have had access to watch anything until the 19th. And they took what he said. Mowry put it in a report, showed them, and they took off with it. Crazy.
It's just to stay here. It's a hard decision right now, isn't it?
Right now, there's a candlelight memorial I'm going to with some of my friends. That will be, I think, just like when I got to, I guess I gave the name. They all knew Maddie. Talking to them was really nice because
talk about
so
the
they
memorial.
were super close, and it's just like nice knowing that other people are going through this too. Like it's not just us. Like
I wonder if this is because there was more than one, obviously, but I wonder if the one she's talking about here is the one where Steve went and tried to talk to her and she lied to him to his face. I wonder if this is the one that she's talking about.
There's so many people.
Yeah, it's redacted right here. I'm trying to go in and find that report I was just telling you about so I can show you. Yeah, it's still redacted. Still redacted. Check and make sure the ticker's still going. Damn. I'm trying to see what part this is. Damn, this is a long ass redaction. This shit's still going.
Really? That's interesting.
So
What the frick did they just say to her?
Really? That's interesting.
That's crazy. I'm trying to see where this. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what the hell this is right here. Because I was looking for that report, so I'm trying to see. I need to listen for a minute or two before it goes silent, and then I'll go forward.
And it's just like nice.
So I'm trying to match up to the book, but we've already seen he's redacting pieces in the book that's not redacted in the report. So it's hard when they redact it in the interview. I'm trying to do all the comparisons on all three different formats here, and they're all different.
It's not that other people are going through this too. Like, it's not just us. Like, there's so many people.
Okay, they're talking about the memorial. Okay. Okay. So right here, it's about a girl named Sophia and her mother that are planning a memorial event, and that's helped her emotionally. She advised Bethany is crying a lot over this, but she has not been crying. And then it shows that section 102 is redacted, but is it redacted in way of what this is showing? Why? See, he did it again. He's redacting something that's not redacted. 102 says here, she explained blank used the word disassociate to describe her emotions. That's talking about what her counselor said. And look. Why? Why is he redacting pieces in the book from a public report that's already redacted where the pieces in the damn public report are not redacted? Why is he doing that? He is literally claiming this stupid ass interview is being put in here verbatim. I can't stand Chris Whitcomb. Chris Whitcomb, you will forever always be on my shit list. You and your funky ass. Where's the word? You see that word right there? See that word right there? Where's the verbatim, bro? Because you are not copying this damn thing in here verbatim. You're playing dumbass games, is what you're doing. What a dumbass. See, he's doing what he's complaining that they're doing. Being stupid, being secretive, and redacting things when it's not necessary. He's redacting things that we actually have information for. But then again, he also continues on with in this book talking about how it's Xana's blood on the damn table. And I can't help but throw up in my mouth a little bit of how stupid he sounds. Ugh. I cannot wait to write a book and blow all of them out the water. Turvey's beautiful. Chef's kiss when it comes to Turvey. I was talking about that earlier. Like in my book, when it comes to the notes, I'm like, right here, I'm like, I can't stand this MFer when it comes to Chris Whitcomb, because he's putting that Kohberger's cars of 2017, and he sounds like a dumbass because he can't even get the most simplest things correct. I mean, he was a Fed, so I guess that explains a lot. But then we start going into more of Turvey's information, and he is literally saying all the things that we've been saying and questioning all the things that we've been questioning in way of Dylan, but he's doing it based off of things that at that point we hadn't been able to see yet, which is everything we're going to talk about tomorrow for chapter 7. But it's like about the post-mortem wounds and the cuts on the neck and on the shoulder and the stuff in her bedroom and just so many things about Dylan. And I'm like, damn, he really has been questioning the shit out of her this entire time. And even Whitcomb puts in here that at this point, like at the point where Turvey really starts talking, he changes it. He changes what seems to be like an opinion, really. He starts trying to make it seem as it's definitely like a more constant. Let's see, where is that where he kind of changes it to where like he's not really just like giving his opinion anymore. He's really starting to be really a matter of fact here. In his mind, okay, on page 198, Turvey was no longer trying to come up with theories. He had already formed his own opinions. In his mind, this had moved past the point of accusations, and it's talking about Dylan. No, I hate Chris Whitcomb. He's an idiot. He made everybody who actually gives a shit about this case look like a damn fool. Right now, he is the representation that we have out there in the media. His dumbass who can't get anything right, who can't even go back to his own facts in the book because he didn't really pay attention to what was in this book. He doesn't care. That idiot who has so many facts wrong that were public information that don't have anything to do with release of documents or secret files or back-end information or you having some sort of source somewhere. Basics. He makes us look like a freaking idiot. He makes all of us look stupid. And that's, I think, the thing that makes me so mad about people that are just like kissing his ass because he's on the side of asking questions. He makes us look stupid. He makes us look like we'll just say anything, even if we know that the information is no longer true, like with Xana and the changed report. He's literally referencing the changed report, saying that he knows exactly why the report had to be changed. And then he continues on with what the original report said, knowing it's no longer relevant. He makes us look ignorant. Chris Whitcomb can kiss my fat ass. Turvey can talk all day long and I'll listen to everything. I really wish he'd look at Shanquella Robinson's case down in Mexico. I know he does a lot of stuff down there. No, Chris Whitcomb's a loser. He's no better than Jennifer Coffin Gagger. Idiots. Straight up idiots. Okay, so now we can move past this point and go back to where we were.
I called her.
Okay.
So that's interesting.
I want to know what was said right here. What's so interesting, Dylan? What's so interesting, Dylan?
Really? That's interesting.
So I have to ask you because I never did. And I think
I think he'd like Delphi. I mean, he might look at it. He might have already seen it. I don't know.
So I guess I'll start from that morning. I woke up. I don't really know when. I know that she called. I think that she called.
She can't even start the sentence because she knows she's freaking lying. Listen to all of that.
So I guess I'll start from that morning. I woke up. I don't really know when. I know that she called. I think that she called. I called her at 10:50, but I believe it was later.
The same.
No. I don't know how I knew, but because I'm looking at everything there, like the call was at 12. So I think I called her close to like 11:50. I think it was 11:50, not 10:50, from what I remember. But it could have been 10:50. Maybe I just am mixing everything.
Oh no, ma'am. He is a liar, and I've already proved he lied, and I'll reprove it again. Feel free to go double check. I think the video's out there. He lied. Oh yes, he did, ma'am. On Devil's Advocate's interview, he is asked very specifically about Xana's stomach contents. And very egotistically, he says that he's seen them, but he doesn't want to talk about it. Lana's interview, a few days later, he's asked very specifically again about Xana's stomach contents. And this time, he straight up says, I don't know. I've never seen any pictures or the report. Yes, ma'am, he's a freaking liar. Yes, he is.
Up. Again, that was on Snapchat because I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now. Pretty much me and Bethany, I woke up and I kept like going in and out, and I kept having these dreams of like.
Is that not who she was talking about? I'm talking about Chris. Okay, I didn't see the Turvey part. Correct. Okay, so Chris is a liar, and Turvey is not who said that. Correct. I'm glad y'all caught that. Yeah, it's getting late. Yeah, you're right. Chris lied. He came out and said he saw Xana's stomach contents to try to act like he knew things, try to act like he'd seen things. And then he got asked again 4 interviews later and said, no, he's never seen it. So that's another reason why it's hard to trust him. And I think a reason why when Turvey was asked about the ping pong table, he didn't want to talk about it. He actually made it sound as if he's really not too happy with Chris and the way that he wrote this book. And again, I'm just assuming the same way that we're listening to Dylan's inflections when she answers things, I'm getting this from this situation. He said that the ping pong table was more of like a fangirl, fanboy detail, and that people needed to just, it's irrelevant. Xana's blood on the table. Things that he was very specifically asked about in way of things that we know that Chris has in here wrong. He didn't want to even entertain it. He didn't even want to entertain it. So I know that originally he was probably very willing to have this information come out. But I don't really think he's too happy about it anymore. At least not some of it. Now, I know he's done another interview with this channel that I've never heard of before in my entire life. Let me see real fast. Because I was actually going to put a poll up earlier today. And I was going to be like, okay, do we want to listen to Dylan or do we want to listen to Turvey? Like, regardless, we're going to have to do the Dylan stuff anyway. Let's see, where's it at? So tomorrow during the day, we'll probably go to this one. But I don't know who the hell Donna Rotuno is. I have no idea who this person is right here. But she also has Fox News. Like as a contributor person? And I don't know who this is. I've never seen this lady's face before. But they have a 39-minute interview. Yeah, I've never seen her before. I also don't watch the news like that. So there's that. There's that. So we're going to watch this tomorrow, I think, during the day. I think that's what we're going to do. Because I don't know what he says, and I doubt that he's going to be different. Chris Whitcomb was very indifferent. Like, depending, he kind of does like what Steve does, but he also is just very much just a kiss ass. Because, again, he basically said that the attorneys that he spoke to before talking to Anjanette Levy were basically stupid compared to her because she's the only one that asked the right questions. Like, he's very... I don't like him. I do not like him. But thank you for catching that because I did not read that it said Turvey in the beginning of that. But Christopher is a liar. And Christopher is his name. It is in the front of his book. Chris sucks.
This woman, I remember just having this like big note.
I can't believe this is the part. Okay, this is where she's dreaming of Molly.
It could have been 10:15. Maybe I just am mixing everything up.
Dreaming of Molly.
Again, that was on Snapchat because I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now. Pretty much me and Bethany, I woke up and I kept like going in and out, and I kept having these dreams of like this woman. I remember just having this like big nose, and she was wearing all black, and it was like a joke that they were coming to the house like trying to prank people. Like, I just had these dreams about this guy, but it was actually a woman. She was super nice. And eventually, like, just these weird dreams about everything.
Woman in all black with a big nose coming to the house. Like the woman with the big nose in dark clothes that shows up at your house at 3:51 in the morning as you're awake adding a phone contact and as Emily is sending money to Xana. That lady in all black with the big nose. in the middle of the night? That one? The one that you apparently didn't see because you swear that you were asleep? That one? How crazy is it, guys? That 4 days later, before the freaking cops even know that Molly exists, she's telling them that she had a dream about someone who sounds just like her. They haven't even gotten, I don't think, the results back for the geofencing warrant at this point to even know that there's a weird number that they need to look at. They definitely haven't filed anything with DoorDash by this date, I don't believe. And she's explaining Molly to them before they even know she's a part of the story. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Crazy.
And I woke up and I couldn't remember if all of that was a dream. I couldn't remember if I didn't know any of it, so I looked at my text messages and I saw I had texted about that, and I was like, okay, now I'm kind of weirded out. I don't know how much of it was real. I thought I imagined it.
Where's when you wake up?
Right next to me in bed.
Except she
we wouldn't even go outside to go pee because we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know if someone was there. It just, I don't know. We just didn't want to deal with that.
We didn't even go out to go pee. We weren't scared. We never, ever perceived a threat, ever. But we were too scared to go pee. This is so stupid. So dumb.
We woke up. I was like, are you awake? She's like, kind of, so. And so I have the text messages. Let me go to it real quick.
And you're in.
Yes, in the basement. Sorry, I have to go through so many texts. So
yeah. All that drinking, okay, and we already know, if you ever experienced going out and drinking and how that whole thing works, you can hold it in for almost ever, okay? But once you pee once, you go in every 20 minutes, okay? That's for some reason how the frick it works. Everybody's body pretty much works that way. So you're sitting there telling me all this time, neither you or her get up to go pee. Drinking all night, according to Bethany and according to Dylan, and we know Dylan's full of shit. We don't really have a reason to really doubt too much of Bethany, especially considering the fact they really weren't together too much. They were in the same places, but it didn't really think they were hanging out together. They didn't leave Sigma Chi at the same time. They didn't leave Allie's at the same time. They were sort of just doing their own thing, really. That's why I think Bethany's just really manipulated. Easily gullible. I don't know what the hell. Definitely just childish for sure. Both of you? Neither one of you? So where did y'all go? Exactly. When you've got movements showing that you went up flights of stairs and other pieces of movement where it shows that you just moved a little. Where are you going? Where are you going? When it says you traveled 30.77 at 5 o'clock in the morning. When it says you traveled 3.52 at 8. And then again, we got the 2 flights of stairs at 11. What do you mean? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
Texted Maddie 11:23, are you up? And I had looked at her, so I have Maddie's Find My iPhone, and because she was at home, I was like, okay, they're fine, nothing happened, she's at home, that's what you think.
See your phone.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay,
that is so dumb. You see a man in your house, you hear screaming in your house, you hear crying in your house, you hear chasing in your house. You're so scared in your house, but because Maddie's in your house, she's fine. Oh my God. There's no way this is a grown-ass adult with a college education. That's absolutely crazy.
Well, if your friends are home, you think you're safe, that's just what you immediately think. So I guess Maddie texted at 11:23. Kaylee, I texted, I guess that would have been 10:23 in Moscow time. Sorry, that keeps confusing me. I would have texted Kaylee at 11:29 in Moscow time, are you up?
Kaylee?
Yeah.
11:29 a.m.?
Yeah, and then I kept, so on Snapchat, I don't know if you know this, but you can have your location on that. I don't know if, yeah. So Xana doesn't always have their location on it, and it, it wasn't turning on. So I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. Like maybe they were really drunk, you know? And they're sleeping in pretty late. I then called my friend and I said, I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know if I made it up, but I think there was someone here. I don't know if it's true. And I told her about the whole black mask suit situation. And she thought it, like, I talked to her today and she was like, I mean, like, you girls kind of freaked out about that. I just thought it was like another one of those, like, oh, you're scared for the night, you know? Because I just talked to her a little bit.
She just admitted it too. The same thing that Emily already said. I thought it was just another one of those times where you're stupid. That's what she meant.
Ago. And so she sent over that guy that was with us.
So, boyfriend is.
Yes. Okay. The Chapin is boyfriend. So I called and I told her, like, I'm kind of freaked out, like, we don't know what's going on. Called was the one that had that blue car parked out.
That part too. And they were up for how long before anything? Like, come on.
So he came over and he walked in the door. We were kind of freaked out. Like, who is that? He goes, it's just.
So the door was unlocked?
No, he knew the code. Well, I guess I wouldn't even know. I guess I would have to ask him because we told people that we knew very close what our code was. I don't know if he knew the code or if the door was unlocked. I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
So he came alone?
Yes, at first. He came by himself at first.
Yeah, he hightailed it over there so fast.
Oh, I have no clue. Okay. So a little bit before 12 because I guess the call was at 12. So I'm going to guess a little bit before then. And he walked upstairs and he's like, what do you have? Like, to protect. I go, there's knives in the kitchen. Like, just like kitchen little knives.
He was asking, what do you have as far as a weapon?
Yes, just in case, because he was kind of freaked out. That time.
So then what was actually said? Like, what was actually said to Emily to get Hunter to be so freaked out besides, I mean, I don't really know for sure, but I think there might have been a guy here last night and, like, nobody's answering the phone. Like, I guess that's a little bit, like, freaked out, I guess, like, enough maybe. But, like, to instantly walk in and, like, want a weapon and not be like, get your freaking asses out the house and call the cops because we don't know what's happening is a little bit odd. But also keep in mind here that while she's saying that he asked this question and she's saying, I said it in the kitchen, neither one of them saw him go into the kitchen. Neither one of them. And what I find really interesting is that so far, Turvey nor Chris has mentioned the damn knife being on the floor when Nunes walked in the house. Neither one of them have mentioned that. And it's important because he was supposed to have had that knife on him in Xana's room and been walking out of Xana's room as Emily was coming up the steps. But before he even got to her to tell her to turn around, as he is walking back down the hallway, okay, she's coming up the steps and he's walking down the hall back from Xana's room. That damn knife is already on the floor before he even gets to where she is. She can see it. So how's the floor? How is the knife that you apparently got out of the kitchen to check for bad guys on the floor when you're coming back from checking for bad guys to stop your chick from seeing what happened? That logistic don't work. That timeline don't work. That don't work. Someone's lying somewhere. Someone's not being honest somewhere. That doesn't work.
I called Xana again, and she was in the same position, and that's what freaked me out, was that she hadn't moved at all. And I was like, okay, she's just unconscious. She's just drank too much. She's unconscious.
She hasn't moved
at
all.
I just started bawling, and I stayed down downstairs, but like at the door, and I was upstairs.
You went up with Hunter?
I went up with Hunter. I just started bawling because I was like, I didn't think dead at all. That never crossed my mind.
I started bawling, but I didn't think dead at all. Then what are you crying for? What are you crying for? Girl? That shit don't make no sense.
Mind once. Never, ever, ever that crossed my mind. I just thought she's unconscious. She's not waking up. Like, she just drank too much, you know?
But remember, earlier she said she just thought she was taking a nap. She didn't think she'd drinking too much or blah, 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 whatever. She thought it was just a nap at 4 o'clock in the morning. This girl's so stupid.
So I go downstairs and I start crying because I'm really freaked out. Like, everything is stressing me out.
I'm sure so.
And
the cops are about to get called and you're going to have to really put on the act. I'm sure you're real stressing, girl.
Upstairs from the White's permit. And I'm like, she's not waking up. Like, she's not waking up. Like, I don't know what to do. She's unconscious. And I don't know if I made sense to them at all because I was freaking out.
Why did they come over?
Because I called them.
Okay, because you called them and they came at your place.
Yes.
Okay.
They sent first because it's like there's a guy, you know, just I don't know. Comes down, you can tell when someone's freaked out by something, and he was freaked out, and he said, "Call the police right now." And me and just said, like, we don't know what to do. We didn't think, like, we just thought maybe she was unconscious still.
So you hadn't seen her. So your 911 call saying she's unconscious. You didn't realize the magnitude of the issue.
Yeah, I didn't see Ethan in there, but Ethan was in there, and I don't know what anything looked like. I just saw, like, again, her legs and the top of her head. That's all I saw. I didn't see
her legs and the top of her head. Okay. I'm not going to show it because I've already said I'm not going to show it, but y'all saw it. Y'all saw it. You're telling me that she saw Xana on the floor in the daylight with her underwear on and a sweater covered in blood with holes in it and her face completely covered in blood like we saw in the unredacted photo, and you still are so ignorant? And remember, she was almost too scared to go down the hallway. Almost too scared to go down the hallway.
That's why we're asking, because when you called and said unconscious, we're wondering, after seeing what he told me he saw, how you would say unconscious because you never saw that.
I never saw anything.
Liar.
So
liar as freak.
They were asleep at first. I don't know how much he saw. All I know is he was freaked out. He said, "I think they're just asleep." And when we were talking a little bit later, I asked him about it, and he was like, "I thought they were asleep." Like, don't feel bad. You didn't know. Like,
see what she's doing. She's being questioned. Okay, she's deflecting. This is a sign of guilt. She's deflecting. She was just asked, "How could you have possibly be telling me now that you saw her at 4:00 in the morning?" You described it. Now you're seeing her again 8 hours later in the daytime, and you're still telling me that you called in for an unconscious person. How the actual effity F is that possible? She's being questioned. And what does she do? She turns around and says, "Well, Hunter said that he just thought the same thing, so not to feel bad about it." Hunter did not say that to you. All these days later, Hunter did not say that to you, ma'am. He did not make the mistake of thinking that they were asleep and then frantically pushed you out the house and told you to call 911. And this is not a conversation that she's claiming that was being had right then and there. This is them talking afterwards. When the truth is already out that they're dead and everything else, there's no reason to be ignorant. She's deflecting because she's being caught in a lie.
I thought they were asleep too, because I felt terrible about it. I thought that she was just asleep. And so obviously he came down the stairs.
See, the breathing.
Was like, "Call the police right now." And so he's the one that called it. Okay. I don't know if me and her could barely talk. I don't know if they gave the phone or at some point I got the phone back and I was like, Xana is unconscious. And I think I said the address, or I can't remember. Again, this whole moment of the morning was like the most stressful.
She didn't give the address at all.
Of my life.
That was Bethany and Josie.
And this woman was on the phone and she was like, "Okay, something about defibrillator." I remember, and I asked the police that was coming. I was like, "Do you have a defibrillator?" I said, "Yes." And so she says, "Okay, someone's here." And I said, "Yes, but can I tell you the whole story?" She goes, "No." She just said no, like someone's there. And then I was like, "Okay, goodbye, whatever." I don't remember how many policemen came there. All I remember was just crying and freaking out because we were so we just didn't know what was going on. And then this policeman, he questioned me and I told him about the whole night. And I tried to tell him as best as I could, but obviously I was out of it. And he was talking to me, then talking to other people talking to me. So it was kind of kept leaving and going, which I understand. He had to handle a situation.
She was so talkative. What do you mean you couldn't talk? You wouldn't shut the frick up. You literally would not shut up. Maisie told you to shut up because you weren't shutting up. She literally just says the opposite of everything actually that's happening. And they know this. They have it on camera. They can see that she's blubbering everywhere. She's telling everybody everything. She's being so freaking loud and performative. that the freaking triplet sister of one of the murder victims is telling her to shut the F up because she doesn't want to hear her bullshit. Couldn't talk? No, you were putting it on thick is what you were doing.
Not his fault at all. And then I just remember they were putting the tape up, and that's when I just dropped to the floor and started crying because I was like, this is not okay. Like, you only put the tape up when there's a crime. Like, you don't ever put the tape up, really. And I remember we all started freaking out, and then Xana and Ethan didn't come out, and the ambulance, like the people with the ambulance, like the people came and then they left, and it was like they didn't come back. That means they were here for 5 minutes. That's how you know. And I just remember we all started bawling our eyes out, like we didn't understand what was going on. And I remember I kept asking, like, where's Xana and Kaylee? Where's Maddie and Kaylee? Because Maddie's location was at home still. I was like, where's Maddie and Kaylee? Like, where are they? Like, can you please tell me? And they wouldn't tell me. And I think the moment we really knew that something, like, one of them was gone was because that vandal alert. And obviously she was pissed off. She goes, like, why the fuck did you not tell us this? Why did we get a stupid, like, text?
Yeah.
And the policeman was like, you were not supposed to know that right now. Like, you just weren't.
Yeah, we actually hear late, like, throughout the time of the body cam at the door, the officers are really, like, confused as to why the university sent out an alert. Like, even Gunderson and Warner, I think, are talking about it. And they're just like, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know who told them it was okay. The university just did whatever the hell the university wanted to do and didn't give a shit about even trying to talk to the police about what was best for the investigation. They just willy-nilly did what they wanted. And then, of course, here comes Payne, only worried about how the attendance just got back up to normal. So what are they going to do? Freaking creepos.
And we were obviously pissed off, but, like, I mean, we don't know what their job is, you know, like, we can't, you know, I don't know. I think that's when we realized that they were actually gone, and I screenshot it to my mom and I called her, and I just, like, was crying and freaking out. And I think it was before that I knew Maddie and Kaylee were gone. I don't really know how. I don't know who told me. But that was just like,
I don't know how. All the time. I don't know how. Weird.
And I think it was before that I knew Maddie and Kaylee were gone. I don't really know how. I don't know who told me. But that was just like, I couldn't understand it. Like, I just remember crying and freaking out. Like, how did I not know? Like, how were we sleeping and we didn't know that they were dead? Like, how did we not know at all? Like, we just never made that, never ever made that connection that a murder would be in the house. We just never knew that. Like, our friends were home. It was fine. We were in the house. So
I know you know this. For whatever reason, you were spared. So don't let this define you for the rest of your life.
yeah.
One day we'll make sense of it, but we have to figure out who did this to understand why, right? We don't have, that's what the end, you can tell me where you were, when you were there, what you were doing, where they were, but we don't have the answer for you why.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Detective Sergeant Blaker's job, is to figure out why this happened and then get an answer from the person responsible for it and hold them responsible for this.
Yeah.
So you're going to do this. This is a process, right? Probably told you, this does not resolve overnight.
Talking about the counselor.
And it takes years. It takes people years. But there is a reason why that this didn't happen to you too. So all I would want to say to you is that remember there was a reason you were given a second chance.
Yeah.
And do right by yourself and your friends.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing, like, me and Bethany, I just feel like we wanted to know, like, what made someone want to do this to such good people and what made them not want to hurt us whatsoever, because they never went down the room, they never went to my room. If they did get through the sliding door, then they had to have passed my room.
If not, though, because I haven't seen the layout of your house.
Yeah.
What door would they have used not to pass by your bedroom?
Well, I mean, to go the front door, you still have to pass around to go up to Kaylee's room.
Yes.
But Kaylee always, like, was kind of freaked out because that balcony, I feel like if a guy really wanted to, I feel like he could climb up if he wanted to.
Yeah.
So, and I remember looking at pictures
probably could
of, like,
too.
the whole news thing, and our curtains were all kind of messed up, and that was like what made us kind of think like
that could have been law enforcement doing
that's
that
true.
As well. You know, those
That's
pictures
true.
come after the fact. How far is it from the ground to the balcony?
I don't know. How much do you think? I mean, you've seen the house.
9 to 10 feet.
Like, if someone wanted to, I feel like they could.
But why do that if the doors are unlocked?
I know, but
And then the risk you run is if you're crawling up the side of a house,
yeah,
somebody's going to see you doing that, and you run the risk, a higher risk, of somebody calling that in, as opposed to just walking in the front door to a house that's very active with people.
yeah, that's
Yeah, I was just about to mention the ladder. The ladder was there when the cops showed up. The ladder has always been there. But that would be going into, like, if you're going to take it for where it is and not like it was moved after the fact, then that's an odd area. And it would be, it's like up against the roof that goes into like Xana's room, right? Or Xana's window where her desk is by her closet, I think. I'm looking at this in my mind's eye right now. I'm pretty positive that's it. Yeah. Yeah. So they would have had to have like moved it around to the back of the house. But I think that like if somebody really wanted to, they could climb up onto the balcony of Kaylee's balcony and then get in the house that way. We also know that her door was open and the damn back door on her balcony was open. So there's that. But it's just weird the way that it's like, oh, they would have had to have scaled the wall. That's a far jump, but not really. Not really at all. But you would have had to have like, I mean, would that be like your first choice is to go up there? Because a lot of people were questioning like how they even get in because there's no breaking and entering and blah, 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 whatever. But obviously the doors are definitely a thing. It's just interesting that this was something that they even considered. While we know that they didn't actually go in there and like try to fingerprint dust any windows or like anything in Kaylee's room. Like there's pictures, but there's not any evidence markers or like anything like that, or even like proof that they even tried. We don't see, as far as I can see, we don't see where they like fingerprinted the door or any of the surfaces in her room or like the window or even the balcony slider. I mean, they might have done the slider and I just don't remember, but we don't really see them really doing much in way of really thinking that that's a possibility in way of entrance and exit. Because I feel like we would see more from that spot, but they probably should have still considered it regardless, just to be, you know, have an investigation that doesn't feel so full of freaking holes, you know?
True. So I guess.
But I don't know that. You know, maybe that did happen, but the risk that an offender runs into is if you're scaling a 9-foot high wall to get into a room, somebody is going to pass by and see that and report that, and then whatever your plan is has just been interrupted by that.
I mean, that would make more sense, but I just don't understand why my room, like, I guess if you're taking DNA, you can see my door handle and see if.
Well, that would be normal. That'd be normal because you'd be there, but you're thinking somebody else's stranger DNA.
Yeah, maybe try to open the door, but if I did lock my door, then maybe that's why they didn't go in my room because my door was already locked. But I don't know.
But you would have known if somebody tried to open your locked door.
This is a really odd question because most people don't do this. Did you check all of when you first got back did you go through your house to make certain nobody else was in it?
No, that never, I don't know. We just didn't care about that. If we were with people, we weren't worried.
When you came.
So you came home one day already and like the door was open the weekend before and you freaked out and grabbed golf clubs, but like checking the house when you get home is whatever. Like you went up to the 3rd floor. Your friend went to the bathroom by Xana's room. Like you kind of did walk around the whole house. You know what I mean? Like maybe she didn't walk right into Maddie's room or maybe they didn't walk right into Xana's room, but they did go on all floors at that point.
Did you go through your house to make certain nobody else was in it?
No, that never, I don't know. We just didn't care about that. If we were with people, we weren't worried.
When you came home to get in your own house, did you have to unlock the door to come in?
I think so, yes. I think I had to punch my code so our door, there's like.
Lakeland said they had to put the code
in. There's like a little thing that you twist, you know, if it's vertical, it's unlocked. If it's horizontal, it's locked. And me and were like checking it out to make sure that it was locked a while ago, and we always kept it horizontal, and I would check to make sure it was horizontal. So I think the front door was locked. I mean, you came
back to have popcorn and watch the movie.
Yeah, I mean, we would still like, even if I like, let's say the door was unlocked, I still would have typed in the code to open the door, and it would have just opened right away, you know. So I don't know if it was locked or if it wasn't.
Lakeland said you had to do the code.
Because maybe this person was there first, and then you guys came to the house and
laying in wait.
There. I would want to know that.
Yeah.
If you can remember. The other thing is, you can interview and ask. I know His trunk though.
Yeah,
To see if she remembers if you had unlocked the door to come in.
Yeah.
And do you know when you got home, because it was cold, right?
Yeah.
They don't talk to Lakeland until the 19th.
Was the sliding door open or closed when you got home?
It was closed. Because I remember we were making popcorn, and that would have freaked me out if the door was open, but I don't know if it was locked or not. That probably don't know, but I do know that the door was locked. The door is closed because I don't know, that door just being open kind of freaked me out.
Where was Murphy when you got home?
Oh, I let him out. I forgot to add that. He was upstairs and I let him out to go potty real quick.
See, she literally said at the beginning of this, she never went up there when she got back with Lakeland. Now she has to admit that she went up there and got the damn dog and opened the back slider. She tried to avoid answering and giving that information for a reason.
So you went upstairs?
Yeah, so I guess I don't know how I forgot about that. Sorry.
That's okay. Whose room was he in?
Kaylee's, because it's mostly Kaylee's dog. So I heard him whining. I was like, okay, I'll go get him. Took him outside for a second. So I know no one was in Kaylee's room. Her lights were on. I know that for sure. Her lights were on.
Kaylee's lights were already on.
I took Murphy outside and I just kept like looking. Whenever I go outside in the dark, I'm always like looking at my surroundings. Didn't see anything. I know that. Looked around, brought him inside after he like went potty or whatever. And then Lake and him were hanging out a little bit. Then I brought him back upstairs. So, yeah, I don't know how I forgot about that.
Oh, that's okay. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So are you comfortable if I leave her business card as well?
Yeah.
So I'm here. He's in Moscow. If we think of anything, if you're more comfortable with him, you're welcome to call him if you're comfortable.
Did she just ask the officer, are you comfortable with her having your card as well? Huh? Isn't that the whole point, is that you're there to talk to her and give her contact information for her to be able to get a hold of you? What do you mean, Blaker? Are you comfortable, Blaker? What? That's odd, bro. I don't care. That's weird.
Yeah.
So are you comfortable if I leave her business card as well?
And he says,
so
yeah.
I'm here. He's in Moscow. If you think of anything, if you're more comfortable with him, you're welcome to call him. If you're comfortable, I'm going to give you a business card with my cell phone.
Okay.
You have some questions?
Only one question I really have now at this point is, did you happen to know the login or username and password for the router?
I believe it was Kaylee who dealt with the Wi-Fi stuff, not me or I know so Xana dealt with like.
See, this is the part where I'm like, that's not what he's asking. So basically what he wants is like the username, as far as I can tell, he's wanting like the username and password for the Wi-Fi. He's not, unless he's just not using the right wording here, because she's answering like it's like the billing information. Like when you log in to pay your bill, not your Wi-Fi password to connect your devices, but when you log into your internet provider to like pay your bill, set up your stuff, blah, 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 whatever. It sounds like he's asking for the router Wi-Fi password, like to connect to the Wi-Fi. Because they've also made like comments about having a, like, that was one of the things about the 1112 camera, was that Maori wanted to bring their router all the way over to Moscow because for some reason he felt like he had to have the camera hooked up to the same Wi-Fi router or he wasn't going to be able to get the information off of it. Like, this is how not smart this guy is when it comes to this stuff. It's a bunch of extra stuff for nothing. So I don't know if he's actually asking for like Bill login here and she's answering it correctly, or if he's asking for the Wi-Fi password so that he can connect something to the Wi-Fi to do whatever they need to do. And she's misunderstanding what he's asking. One of the two has it wrong because he's not asking it correctly. If it's the bill and if it's the regular Wi-Fi, then she's not answering it correctly. And I don't know which one it is.
I believe it was Kaylee who dealt with the Wi-Fi stuff, not me or I know. So Xana dealt with like, I think power or something, and then either Xana or Maddie did water, one of them did like utility, whatever, light or power, whatever, and then Kaylee did Wi-Fi. That's all I know, because me and Bethany were in charge of that, so because we were just moving in, so.
But so was Kaylee. Kaylee had just gotten there like right before them, and she's paying for the Wi-Fi. Xana had just moved into there too, apparently, right? From the house next door. So she hadn't even been there for that long either. And she's paying a bill. Maddie is the only one that was like from before. So that's a weird excuse that she just gave.
Is there anything we haven't asked that you think it's important to be covered?
No, I do have some follow-up questions.
Do you not change your password? I don't keep the password on my freaking router that anybody can pick up and grab and put in. I definitely change my stuff.
And about
And I change it like a lot.
just stuff, but no, not for the purpose of the interview.
This is Dylan's attorney.
Then I'm going to terminate.
On my audio recording, the interview concluding at 2:11 p.m. on the 17th of November, 2022.
Finally. I mean, this is close to one of the longest ones. I think the longest live that we've done is like 9 hours when we were going through, I think, the ISP report. It was either the ISP reports or the Moscow police reports, or we read them. We just sat here and like read them all. But it was important, even though I freaking hate it. And this won't be the last time. That's the sad part. This is not going to be the last time we have to listen to this shit. It's not going to be the last time. I'm just going to show y'all this page so that we can get off of this. And because unlike Dylan and Bethany, who don't need to pee, I have been needing to pee for a while, and I just haven't wanted to get up because I want to get this done. August effect looks like this. Let me fix this. Okay. So this is a letter that Bryan wrote to his sister Amanda on October 9th, 2023. And it says, in the abstract sense and via intuitive capacities, the August effect can be analogized to the gravitation of heart's promise unto the green pastures ahead. Always in your heart. And then he signs it with his nickname. But you see how heart's capitalized? Like it's a name. That's why I was trying to look up like poets, authors, songwriters. I even looked up the freaking band, like the Heart Band or whatever, to see if there was a song that maybe had some sort of lyric in there. And every time I typed in hearts, green pastures, or promise unto the green pastures, or like anything about green pastures, it just kept coming up to Psalms 23:2 from the Bible. And I don't know why, because whose hearts with the capital H? I don't freaking know. Now the August effect is like a medical thing. The August effect. So I don't know like what they're talking about here. The August effect being a medical thing, and then hearts being capitalized with an H. It says the August effect refers to patterns of increased volatility or risk observed in both financial markets and hospital patient outcomes during the month of August. So it has to do with financial and medical. I'll show y'all what it's telling me here. Let me separate this real fast. But like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who the hearts person is. I tried to figure it out. I have no idea. So this says the August effect right here. And then financial markets. In finance, the August effect describes a tendency for stock markets to experience higher volatility. I can't even read that word right now. Volatility. It is 3:00 in the morning. I can't even hardly see. Volatility and lower trading volumes during August. And then there's like specific things that happened. The Asian financial crisis in 97, the Russian ruble collapse in 1998, the U.S. credit rating downgrade in 2011, all happened in August. And then medical context, it says The August effect refers to a rise in patient morbidity and mortality in hospitals during August, particularly in countries like the UK, where junior doctors start or transition roles. I also think of school starting and like everybody coming together and getting everybody sick at the same time. It says research indicates that the increase in adverse outcomes is not due to higher workloads or slower work by new doctors, but rather errors, poor prioritization, and failure to recognize deteriorating health. Only in August, though? They only notice these things in August? So yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't know what he could be referencing here. I don't know who Hart is with a capital H. I don't know why that keyword search for greener pastures sends me to Psalms 23:2. I don't know. But I tried to find it, and I don't know. I am stumped. Stumped, I tell you. They are in there clowning all the way around. I don't know how my 8-year-old is even. He does this. He can stay up like this like every Friday night. Like if I let him stay up till 7, he'll stay up till 7. Being just as energetic as he was at midnight. I can hear them in there laughing, clowning around in the living room. On the couch. I know he's on the couch. Right, put my paper clip in so I don't lose my spot. Oh my God. Several people moving in. Crazy. I know they're wild. Like I wish. Like I can't sleep and I feel it like a zombie. He can be up all night and be fine. See, like Hart is. I was looking up Hart. I was looking up poets. I was looking up all kinds of different things because it's capitalized. So obviously it's a name for something, but a proper name. And I don't know. I tried. I sure tried. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here. Yeah, I mean, look, this whole week, I mean, sun up, and I'm laying down. But I talk to you guys, like I feel like I'm a little everywhere. So I'm sure that once I figure that part out, it'll go back to normal. But now I am more concerned about my blood pressure pill causing a cough situation that's apparently common than I am about that now. There's always like something else. One day at a time, the best you can do. But I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. Y'all try to get some. Yeah, I need to stretch my booty muscles and relax for a little bit before I go to bed. I'm going to go play Rotato for a little while. We will go live twice tomorrow, though. We will not be going over. I don't think we're going to go over Lakeland's interview. Like I said, we might need to, because it's not really all that important. He's not referencing it for any reason other than to just sort of put it in here, which is the same weird shit he did in a couple chapters before, where randomly he puts in Molly's interview, but he doesn't give any context. He doesn't talk about her again at all in the entire chapter. And I just don't really quite understand for what. But anything, like I'll double check my notes in all of this and make sure. And if there is something that needs to be listened to in the Lakeland interview, since we literally just heard it last week, I'll just pull it up and we'll just go to the timestamp instead of listening to the whole thing all over again. Because I just don't want to do all that right now. So we'll go live tomorrow twice, and we'll go over the Turvey interview that he did on Fox, and then we'll do chapter 7. We have got to get the book finished before Cy Ray's book comes out. How many chapters is in this damn thing? Oh, 15. Okay. We're about halfway done. And I did take a couple days off of doing it. So I think we would be going into chapter 10 or 11 tomorrow if I had stayed consistent, but I needed to take a day and a half or so, which was good because I got all that freaking forensic files organized for the most part, but I still have stuff I need to look over. All right, you guys. Good morning. Good night. All the things Jim Carrey says in that one movie. Y'all have a super great sleep, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for the super stickers and the super chats and being in here. Holy shit, for over 6 hours with me to go over this. The details are so important. The details are so important. And I don't get everything right either, and I damn sure don't know every damn thing, but damn, the stuff that we do know is factual. It's amazing to me how every single time we listen to these interviews, it just gets worse and worse and worse. That's the sad part about everything. Oh my God. All right. Don't dream about any big-nosed ladies in black clothes coming to prank you now. Try to get some good sleep. See you guys tomorrow. See y'all. If you like the way that I present this information and give my opinion, please don't forget to leave a like on the way out. Subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed already. And please don't forget to make sure that the notification bell is set to all so you don't miss any of my rants, reviews, reactions, updates, or deep dives.